One, two, 1, 2. Good morning from a sunny Canterbury, ahead of the fourth day between Kent and Hampshire in Division 1 of the County Championship. On BBC Radio Kent, BBC Solent, BBC Sport Online via the app. Ben Watson, Kevin James here to kick things off this morning. Alice Davison-Richards of England and the South East Stars is our summariser today. And state of play, Kent resuming 66 without loss, having batted for 26 overs last night, following on from Hampshire's 373 all out in their first innings. Kent making 95 first time around, so they're 212 runs behind, essentially trying to bat out the day for a draw. Hampshire looking for all 10 Kent wickets to go and win the game, Kev.
Yeah, very similar situation to the championship game here last year. Hampshire having to bowl Kent out on what is a pretty flat Canterbury pitch. They managed it just after tea. I don't know, it's going to be very tough. I think we're in for a long haul.
I think it's down to, for me, one of these two out there in the middle, and maybe a Jack Leaning as well, batting some time, because other members of the Kent middle order struggling for form, not necessarily thinking that they'll be able to stick it out up against an attack of this quality. Although, it'd be interesting to see what the ball does this morning. The sunshine is poking through the cloud cover. Didn't feel like it did a great deal last night, and maybe just flattened out a little bit the pitch.
Yeah, played well, these two.
So Abbas to kick things off from the pavilion end. Wide of the off stump to Crawley. Lets this go through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, you generally look around at a side, don't you? And you say, you know, which of these guys are going to cause us a problem? And you would say both these two. I mean, all the others, of course, can play. Of course, otherwise they wouldn't be in the side. But I think, you know, you'd think, well, okay, they might play well. It might be their day, fair enough. But I think with these two, you've got to get them. Otherwise, Kent are going to last the day.
Yeah, Leaning would be my other one that really can't stick around, as he did in the first innings. Abbas bowls, left alone outside the off stump. I think he only got 24, didn't he? But it was from 96 balls or something. So
yeah, he's a good player. Of course, he's a good player. Yeah, I'd put him just behind these two. I think the others, yeah, they might play well, and then you just say fair enough, shake hands, and sort of go home. But I think Compton, because he just has that stickability factor. Crawley, because if he bats for a length of time, will move the game along very quickly. It's, yeah, for different reasons, these two are the ones.
Abbas bowls. Crawley once again lets it go outside the off stump. That is, of course, another consideration for the Kent batters out there, the fact that there's still this 212-run deficit. If they can still look to score well enough, then bring Hampshire batting again into the equation, and that obviously would increase your chances of getting the draw. So yeah, in that regard, Crawley is a batter who looks to score, of course. Bass to him. Lays bat on this one, but soft hands into the pitch. Playing defensively. We're quite a long way across the square here at Canterbury, so pretty short boundary down towards the Freeman House retirement apartments. We had a couple of lost balls going to Gardens yesterday. Short balls that were picked up nice and early and dispatched for 6. I don't think we ever did find those ones that went over there, did we?
I don't think we did.
I reckon one of them was halfway down the old Dover Road. Bass bowling again. And Crawley drawn into another forward defensive stroke.
Yeah, Crawley just had a little bit of a problem against Fuller last night. Fuller got fantastic shape on the ball, got the ball past the outside edge 2 or 3 times, which doesn't sound a lot, but on this pitch actually it was a pretty good effort. Crawley otherwise seemed to deal with the seamers more than okay.
So final time in the opening over of the morning. Abbas past umpire Saggers. And Crawley defending into the offside end of the over. And a maiden to kick things off. Update coming now for BBC Radio Kent's DAB and FM listeners. Yeah, certainly the weather looking better for today. We've got a bit of sunshine poking through the clouds here in Canterbury. That rain that we had on day 2, meaning only 6.1 overs were possible, potentially going to help Kent in the match scenario because they're looking to bat out the day for a draw here. 66 without loss, resuming after 26 overs that they batted through last night. Hampshire making 373 in their first innings. And then Kent, of course, were 95 all out on day 1. So that sort of put them on the back foot. Hampshire gunning for a victory today, while Kent's best hope really is getting rid of this 212-run deficit and batting out the day for a draw. Commentary via the BBC Sport app and the website with myself, Kevin James, and Alice Davison-Richards of England and the South East Stars today. Kent 66 without loss after the opening over.
Here's Abbott from the Nackington Road end then. Bowls to Compton, who's pushing forward through extra cover. Nice shot. Going out towards the rope. Will be picked up just inside by Nick Gubbins. 2 runs added to the Kent total. Takes them on to 68 without loss. That deficit down now to 210. I was just looking at the Kent run rate. I mean, I know they didn't bat particularly well in the first innings, but that was around 2.5. The Hampshire innings, which of course was much better, around 3.5. So even if Kent today scored at just 3, which is an average really of where we're at in the game, I'm just looking at trying to do some maths with the 210-run deficit. As Compton's forward, maybe a slight edge onto the pad as it goes out leg side. So 210, scoring at 3 and over, that would take 70 overs, wouldn't it?
we've got 96 in the day, so...
Yeah, so probably at some point around 70 overs they would be level, but of course depending on how long Crawley bats, because that would, I'm sure that run rate would increase. So it's going to be a long part of the day before they even get in front, but of course once they do, then again that takes more time out of the game. Compton's on the back foot, just turns that square on the offside, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. Interesting, the two bowlers have changed ends. I don't think Abbott's bowled too many overs from that Nackington Road end. Certainly didn't in the 26 overs bowled last night. And that was the end last year where Hampshire were really toiling hard in the field. And it got to tea. And Abbott from that end, just after tea, went bang, 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 and the game was all over. Just wondered if there might be a bit of a thought on that. Comes in the game then, right arm over, 3 slips. Bowls. Forward is Compton. That's gone to extra cover. They have to hurry here. Throw goes in at the bowler's end from Gubbins. Good running. Compton's running last night for about a 5 or 6 minute period was interesting.
Yeah, that was very interesting. There was one particular one where almost contrived to run himself out.
He did. It's almost like he tried to run himself. It's almost like, well, you're not going to get me out. Let's see if you can get me out when I'm running between the wickets. He was sort of halfway down one time, wasn't he? And had to turn pretty damn quick to get back. I think he probably just about did as when the throw came in, but it was completely out of character for the innings, wasn't it? Really, it was almost like it was.
He just had a jittery
T20 time, and he was like.
He had a jittery 5 minutes, didn't he?
And there was another one, wasn't it? Which wasn't quite so tight, but forward is Crawley out towards mid-on. It was very bizarre.
Who was he up against? It was the part-time spin he didn't seem too keen on either.
Dawson.
Oh, it was Dawson. Yeah,
it was a bit, didn't he?
Because Weatherly bowled a couple of overs, didn't he? But yeah, he wasn't sure about Dawson. He was kind of
came down the wicket a couple of times.
Coming down the pitch and trying to pad it away and knock it back to the bowler, and maybe he was a bit worried about a bit of rough or something.
Yeah, but it doesn't really bounce out of the rough much here either, does it? Really? I mean, he had a bit of a bizarre time. Maybe his mind was on the Eurovision Song Contest or something. I don't know what it was. Here's Abbott. As Crawley drives powerfully up towards mid-off. That is the end of the over. 2 overs completed this morning.
Did you watch any of it?
I did watch a little bit here and there. I was very disappointed with Ukraine's marks for the English song, considering that we put on all that effort for them to help them out, and they gave us something like 4 points. You think, really?
I thought we were a bit unlucky, really. I quite liked the song.
Did you?
And yeah, we didn't. Well, we obviously came second last, didn't we? I think it sounds. Well, it was almost like. I saw somebody suggest it's quite a good sort of recording song, but live it didn't quite do it justice, maybe. So,
okay.
Yeah, I don't know. One of those. We put on a good show.
Yeah, that's the main thing, isn't it?
Graham Norton and the actress that was presenting, I thought were excellent.
Yeah. There was a few people here itching to get back, weren't they?
Yeah.
To watch it. The ground was closed up very quickly, because they wanted to get back to watch the contest.
Abbas bowls. That goes Compton. Yeah, I only saw the last sort of few performances really, and then watched the votes at the end of the night.
All fun.
Did you have a favourite other than?
I didn't watch enough of it to sort of really get into the songs. I just sort of flitting in and out really. I had a beer with one of the players last night down at the bar, so I was sort of like up and down and sort of in and out. So yeah, I didn't watch more than a few minutes or so at a time. And I think I drifted off for a little while in the room as
little
well.
nap. Here comes Abbas in and bowling. Full delivery. Wide outs of the off stump. I must admit I was knackered last night getting home at about 9:15, having not done this all season. And then we had a long day, didn't we, until sort of 7:15.
Long day.
So yeah, I was a bit knackered, to be honest.
Extra overs because of the play lost on the first 2 days. It was a good day, actually. It was interesting cricket. Hampshire got back into it after suffering early morning under the clouds.
Abbas bowls to Compton. Oh, that wasn't far away from the outside edge. Compton just maybe at the last minute whipped the hands inside the line of it.
Good delivery up the hill. Always the hardest ball to bowl here.
Yeah, I thought it was a sort of hard-fought day's county cricket yesterday.
Was. Agar looked a handful, didn't he, in the morning?
And then Dawson saw out that tough period with Holland and then went on and got excellent score. There's a Bass bowls to Compton, these two, Compton and Crawley, batting out a key period at the end of the day with their wickets still intact. Setting us up nicely for today. Andrew Harrison's been in touch on at BBC Kent Sport on Twitter, saying hoping Kent can avoid another batting calamity. A draw today could mark a turning point in the season. Lose and it's circling the drain. So for Andrew certainly, it feels like a pivotal day in Kent's red ball campaign. The Bass is past, umpire Saggers and bowling. Well wide of the off stump, across the left-handed Compton on this occasion. Through into the gloves of Ben Brown, who I think thought it was the end of the over. He was setting off to go run up the other end. But one to come.
And a big day in Kent cricket history as well, wasn't it? Bob Warmer, former all-rounder, was born on this day.
Oh, good stat, Kev.
Well, I just saw it on the Kent Twitter feed, actually. Born in 1948 was Bob Warmer.
Because it was Bob Key's birthday the other day.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? During this game, wasn't it?
Final time of the over, Bass. It's just nudged away by Compton into the covers. 69 without loss after that. Another maiden over from the Pakistan international to begin proceedings on day 4 here on BBC Sport Online.
He was a good batter to watch. Very correct, Bob Warmer. I mean, you wouldn't have, you're far too young. But he was a very correct right-handed batter.
I think he coached my dad and my uncle a bit, actually.
Did he?
Bob Warmer, yeah.
He's just one of those elegant players. At the crease. Effortless. Little medium pacers, swung it both ways, very sort of medium pace, but quite effective. Here's Abbott, who's a little bit quicker. Comes in and bowls, and down the leg side, past a diving Ben Brown, going very fine down to fine leg, and that is leg buys, yep. 4 leg buys to the total, 73 without loss. Yeah, of course he was, well, he was a very good coach actually afterwards. South Africa was, I think, one of his main coaching jobs.
Yeah, was he South Africa for the '99 World Cup?
Something like that, yeah. So the deficit down to 205, having started the day 212 behind. And as we thought, hasn't really been a lot out there for the bowlers, not yet anyway, as Crawley in the air but safe in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, hit firmly 4 runs.
It wasn't too far away from Weatherly at mid-wicket position. As you say, in the air. Just rehearsing the shot again, Crawley, thinking, oh, I don't really want to be hitting that. Had a catchable height.
It's going to be, that leg side's going to be reinforced now with Liam Dawson coming out of second slip and in a catchable position at a fairly straight mid-wicket, trying to plug that gap. I think, now I'll tell you what, if that previous shot probably would have taken Dawson with him. There's Crawley, just a full defensive this time as it goes out on the onside, but yeah, probably not a bad move.
He's a brave boy sticking himself in there.
I think I might be a fraction deep.
I think Bob Warmer was coach of South Africa when they actually played a tour game down here, because I have a memory of getting loads of interviews. I was a young lad coming to watch Kent and got loads of autographs and stuff. Callis and Donald.
Yeah.
My cousin was a big Lance Closner fan.
Okay.
That team.
Here's Abbott again. Crawley forward. He's that up towards mid-on. Just have a look at what years he did the South African coach's job.
Yeah, because '99 World Cup was the one over here, wasn't it, when they contrived to lose to Australia in the semi with that run out.
Yeah, 94 to 99. Coach South Africa, and did Pakistan. Forgot about that actually.
Yeah.
2004 to 2007. I think there was a an incident, wasn't there, when he was coaching Pakistan? Try and find that. Here's Crawley, just plays that off a inside edge, and it's gone for 4 more. Expensive over this one. Crawley moves on to 43. 81 without loss now, Kent. So
was that when they stopped playing in Pakistan? Was there? Oh no, I think there was. Oh, I'm just looking on online now, and there was the some sort of ball tampering.
Yes,
incident.
There was. Yeah, 2006. But of course, there was a suspicious death as well, wasn't there? Bob Woolmer. Just remember, it's all coming back to me. Crawley drives up towards mid-on, fielded by Barker. Not cleanly. I think I might just have wrapped him on the foot. He's okay though. 81 without loss. Crawley 43, 33 Compton. And Kent now down, or brought the deficit down to 197. Woolmer was found dead in his hotel room in Jamaica. The initial report was that Woolmer died of a heart attack. This is on the wiki page. Jamaican police confirmed that an investigation had been launched because of the circumstances of Woolmer's death, based on a report by the pathologist that Woolmer had died of asphyxia via manual strangulation. That's right, I remember at the time there was a lot of controversy, wasn't there?
Yeah. Yeah, there was.
Anyway, but he was a fine player and a very good coach as well.
Yeah, went to school in Kent, Tunbridge Way. There's the Bass Bowls. Oh, edged low to second slip and gets through Dawson. For me, I think that carried. I'm not sure if it did. There's certainly a low chance, but just the reaction of a Bass and Dawson, who's currently picking himself off the dirt. I think that might be a chance. Compton on 33.
Oh, I don't know. It's very difficult to see from a distance, aren't they? Even on the picture feed.
Bass Bowls. Oh, bit of extra bounce to Zach Crawley. Don't often see that effort ball from Mohammed Abbas.
Where's that come from?
Crawley, thinking likewise, has gone down to the pitch and given it a stiff prod.
Good stuff from Abbas there. He's got the ball to come up the hill a little bit to Compton. That's a fairly dangerous ball, as we've already seen there. But to produce that one to Crawley as well. Whoa! A little bit of cloud around. Not loads, but there's a bit.
It's amazing what you can find out on Wikipedia these days. There's Abbas is in and bowling. Left alone by Crawley. Have you ever heard of bat and trap?
Yes, I played it down here. It's not quite. Was it unique to Kent?
Yeah, it's sort of a pub game. But it says Bob Woolmer in 1967 broke the Kentish League's bat and trap record for most consecutive strikes between the white posts, 13 in one game. There you go. Bit of random information. But yeah, it's...
You played it?
Yeah. Yeah, I did for a sport relief thing the other year. It's quite funny, isn't it? It's quite a bizarre little sport.
It is, very bizarre.
There's a Bass Bowls. Crawley looking to get on the up and drive out towards mid-off. The Hampshire slip fielders were excited by that. I can't quite describe it. You almost play it in a pub garden along a long bit of grass. It's almost like, I don't know, sort of cricket / croquet in a way. The ball sort of is on the trap, and you sort of poke the trap. The ball springs up, and then you have to hit it down the lawn. And then the person at the other end is trying to bowl it into a very small marker to get you out, or something along those lines. It's my vague memory of doing it a few years ago. Here comes a Bass off the inside edge of Crawley's bat, again looking to drive into the offside, this time out towards mid-on. So interesting over so far, this one. A Bass testing Crawley, who seems to be trying to be positive.
Yeah, there was a period where, obviously, when benefits were more sort of in vogue than they are now. There was a lot of them every year. Somebody had a benefit year, and down this way there was always a bat and trap evening somewhere as part of the benefit.
Nice.
And of course, if you were the team playing here, you ended up being invited to that. So I did one or two, I think.
Cool. Yeah. Nice. Bass in. Crawley this time. A more circumspect defensive stroke into the offside. End of the over. 82 without loss, Kent. Crawley on 43. Compton on 34. Yeah, Bob Warman went to the Skinner School in Tunbridge Wells, Yardley Court, when he was younger. First senior cricket was with Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club. Like 2 individuals in this commentary box.
I was going to say, is everybody from Tunbridge Wells down this way?
Just me and Alice, and Bob
Matt.
Warmer and Matt. But yeah,
But apart from that,
apart from that, nobody else.
So Compton's faced 88 balls, 98 balls for Crawley so far. And a helmet is coming out for, I don't know, Joe, whether he's just, oh no, I think he was going to take a helmet and didn't like the 2 that were brought out, I think. And it's going to be Keith Barker. So Kyle Abbott, after that previous over that was fairly expensive, is already whisked out of the attack. And Keith Barker, who during this game passed 500 career first-class wickets, is coming into the attack from that Nackington Road end. Kind of the traditional end, really, for a left-arm over. Mike Smith, the match manager here, former Gloucestershire left-arm seamer, taken to him this morning. He actually said he bowled more this end than he actually did that end. Crawley works that away from fairly straight towards forward square leg. That's Scott Curry on the sub-fielder for Hampshire. I'm just looking around very quickly. I think it might actually be Kyle Abbott that's off the field for a little while.
Yeah, I can't see him.
Had the last day off the field in the last game against Warwickshire. Yeah, had a knee operation during the winter. I just wondered maybe if he, just from time to time, just feels it a little bit. I don't know. I mean, as I say, I don't know why he's off. Might just be off for an over and back on again. Here's Barker. Compton gets a length ball, which he pushes up to mid-off. Barker's into his 6th over, none for 19. Weatherly is fairly close in. I don't know if the helmet is going to come out at some point, but I think because he hasn't got one on, he's probably about 7 or 8 yards away from the bat on the leg side. Shortish mid-wicket. Here's Barker again, bowls to Compton, leaves that one alone. Outside of the off stump. Yeah, it was interesting actually. Yeah, Mike Smith was a good Gloucestershire left-arm seam bowler in his time. He used to swing the ball, big swinger of the ball actually, very good. Picked up a lot of wickets. And, I said to him, you must have bowled Nackington Road end loads. He said, no, actually probably more Pavilion end, which is interesting because again it's getting the ball to come back up the hill.
It's one of those grounds where there is that quite big difference for the ends.
Compton in behind that one, pushes that up to mid-off.
Often find it with overseas players that have never played here before, and then they take a bit. It takes a bit of an adjustment to work out which end is your preference.
Very different ends. Very different ends. Some grounds you play on, there doesn't feel a lot between the two. Maybe just the wind would factor in. The wind takes is part of the reason, but here it really is very different from both ends. There's Barker, bowls, and he's forward there, not out of the middle of the bat, but he turns it away down to fine leg, Abbas Fields. Hampshire getting a little excited at literally anything that's not coming out of the middle. 83 without loss, deficit down to 195.
Yeah, it was similar to the Crawley one that went for 4 runs off the inside edge of the bat in the Abbott over. Both of these two, well, certainly Compton looking to try and play quite softly, not going at the ball too hard. Crawley trying to rein in those more natural attacking instincts.
Yeah. Well, they've batted for nearly 32 overs, these two, in the second innings. Not far off the whole of the Kent first innings. I think it was about 37 or something like that.
Yeah.
Here's Barker round the wicket this time to Crawley. Crawley's down the leg side. Well taken by Ben Brown. End of the over. Crawley has 43, 35 to Compton. There was a time when Compton was outscoring Crawley last night, but Crawley's back in front. Barker's completed 6 overs, none for 20.
Yeah, that was quite funny because you were looking at the score thinking, I can't actually remember a Ben Compton scoring shot particularly, but he's somehow outscoring Crawley.
Yeah.
It wasn't, you know, a particular shot that he'd really got away or anything.
Noodling it and nudging it around like he
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Very effective. Just looking to see if Fuller's out there actually. Hope he is, because I think he might make a bit of a difference when he comes on.
Someone down at long leg doing a bit of stretching.
Can't see Fuller out there. He must be there somewhere.
Is that Fuller down by the
Is
lime
he?
tree?
Might be, actually. Yeah, I think he is.
Limbering up. A bass from the pavilion end continues. Compton nudges him up towards mid-on. There is now a short leg under the helmet in Middleton.
Yeah, I'm not sure much has gone in that area in this game. I suppose it's just there just to try and put the batter off a little bit, just give him something else to think about, but I'm sure it's a position where you're kind of expecting a catch to go there. Having said that, something will happen. I'll make
Third slip's now got a lid on.
Ooh.
To get that bit closer. Is that a catch behind? Appeal. I think it might have been pad. Thigh pad. Ben Compton just rubbing his back leg. Big appeal from the Hampshire slip cordon. Ben Brown went up for it straight away. I don't think Abbas got involved.
No, he didn't. Not at all. He's produced one or two beauties this morning, Abbas.
Oh, he's a fine bowler. Really is. Compton playing inside the line of it, just about. Oh.
Funny enough, he did look back, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, which I thought,
Normally that's the sort of guilty look, the snap back and look behind you. Oh, another beauty. Past the outside edge. But without making contact.
definitely looked back. Just watch the replay.
Yeah, he was worried. Umpire Saggers at this end, though.
Nobody looks too disappointed, I must admit.
No, I don't think it
No.
necessarily was.
Good stuff from Abbas this morning, getting the ball to go up the hill. That's the real danger ball.
Yeah, particularly to the left-hander. 3 dots in the over so far, but looking threatening. Compton back and defending this one up towards mid-off. Trying to get right in behind the line of the ball. Scores elsewhere. We obviously had a few matches come to a conclusion yesterday. Nottinghamshire winning by an innings and 25 runs against Northants. Warwickshire beat Essex by 4 wickets. Glamorgan 10-wicket winners over Worcestershire in Div 2. So the remainder of this week's matches, 3 in the top division and 3 in the second, taking place today. As Compton leaves this one alone, it looks like they're all in play right now. No inclement weather around the country. Durham need just 11 runs to win against Yorkshire in Div 2, and they're 8 down. Ooh. So tight finish at Chester Street. Looks like Derbyshire, Gloucestershire is going to be a board draw. Leicestershire 270 all out in reply to Sussex 430 all out. So similar-ish kind of situation to here, where Sussex are trying to get all 10 wickets on the final day. Don't have quite so many runs to play with as Hampshire do. And then Somerset leading Lancashire by 167, 7 wickets remaining in their second innings. There's a Bask going around the wicket. There's a low edge that fizzes through to second slip, but it bounced en route. Good stop in the end. Stop it squeezing through the cordon for runs. A maiden over for Abbas, 83 without loss. Then here Kent against Hampshire, trailing by 195 runs with those 10 wickets remaining. Kev is going to nip next door to do an update and then come back in. And then elsewhere, Surrey against Middlesex. Middlesex trailing Surrey by 28 runs, 6 wickets remaining in their second innings. They're 143 for 4, so we'll get Alice in with Kev in a moment. I've got an update for radio listeners in a moment's time. Kev likewise for BBC Solent. And after that, we'll have a change in the box as Barker around the wicket. The left armer is whipped away by Crawley out towards the leg side boundary where there is a sweeper out there. Fletcher Middleton just keeping it to 1. Compton just coming down and giving the pitch a bit of a prod. Two slips in play. Hampshire have got a catching mid-wicket as well then. Barker back over the wicket, the left armer. Compton just allowing this one through the gully. Played it nice and late and down into the ground. Clever batting from him. And he's now faced 100 balls. Likewise, Zach Crawley actually, they've faced exactly the same number of deliveries. Compton has 39 runs. Crawley has 44. And Kent are 88 without loss here. Under not quite so much sunshine. Just trying to poke through the cloud cover. Certainly better visibility than we've had at other points in the game. Better than yesterday morning and then for the entirety of day 2. Barker bowling. Oh, Compton again. Squirmed an edge through gully. That one didn't quite have the same control over. But again, the same result. So short boundary down towards the Lime Tree Cafe and the club offices. So collects 4 more runs, moves to 43. Deficit down to 186 runs, and this opening partnership for Kent's now 92 it's worth. So one more boundary and it's worth more than the first innings total in its entirety. Barker bowling again. Compton this time with a bit more meat to the bat. Defends into the onside. Radio update on the way. All good so far for the hosts. They're 92 without loss, having resumed on 66 for no wicket on the final day. They are, of course, trying to bat things out, really, for a draw. Hampshire making 373 yesterday, following on from Kent's 95 all out in the first innings. So they're not far off bettering that first innings score with this one partnership. Zach Crawley, the England opener, there on 44. And then the ever reliable and consistent Ben Compton, 43 not out for him. He's hit a couple of boundaries in this over. So the deficit now down to 186 runs. But importantly for Kent, these two still out there at the crease. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website. Kent 92 without loss on the final day here against Hampshire. So final ball in the over. There's a leg gully in position now. Dawson. Short ball pulled away by Compton. Down towards long leg for a single. 93 without loss then Kent. I'll leave you with Kevin James and with England and South East Stars all-rounder Alice Davidson-Richards.
Thanks very much, Ben. It's a bit warmer today, which is very, very welcome indeed. But Mohamed Abbas is the most threatening-looking Hampshire bowler this morning. Got the ball past the outside edge once or twice. Alice Davidson-Richards, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right. I'll be better when Hampshire pick up 1 or 2 more wickets, but I'm hanging in there.
I'll be better once Kent passes the first innings total.
Could be a long haul for both sides here, I think.
Yeah, I hope the 2 batters acknowledge it when they eventually pass that total.
Oh, I'm sure they will. They'll be raising their bat to the crowd.
Classic fist pump.
Round the wicket, Abbas, he's looked, as I say, the most threatening this morning. Bowls to Compton, who's forward, well forward. Thinks about a single as he goes past Abbas, but quickly round. Is who's that out there? That's another substitute fielder, I think, out there for Hampshire. We've got Scott Curry out there. I'll try and work out who that is in a moment, but Abbott is definitely off, I think.
Yeah, Scott Curry, one of the up-and-coming seamers.
Yes, yeah, good little all-rounder actually. Yeah, got some runs in the second team last week. Got 80 odd.
It's not too shabby. I was just wondering, the Hampshire attack is a very good attack, but on the slightly older end of the spectrum.
Yes. Yeah, they're on in their mid-30s outside their stump. Oh, there's a shout as if the ball just clipped the bat through to Ben Brown. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I mean, Abbas, I think, is the slightly youngest of the lot at 33. You've got Kyle Abbott at 35, and you have Fuller's 33. We haven't seen him yet, actually. That'll be interesting. I think he's bowled well on this pitch. 5 wickets in the first innings. But yeah, it'll be hard. It's hard work for anybody. 20-year-old, 30-year-old, whatever.
Yeah, no matter how many, 20 overs, still 20 overs in a day, no matter what age you are.
That's right.
Especially on a pitch like this so far.
Oh yes, yes. That's not neatly turned away by Compton down towards backward square leg. 94 without loss. You've batted here obviously a few times. How do you find it?
I think I've gone one of two ways here. I've either, probably pretty much how the game's gone, I've either been absolutely skittled or I've managed to get a few runs. I haven't been anywhere in the middle.
Not a pretty 30 or a 20?
No. I'm one of the two. Yeah, it is a bit, for me personally, a bit less free-flowing, just because it's a little bit lower and slower, as you've seen so far today. But Abbas so far has managed to get a little bit more bounce than the others up the hill. Yeah, he's looked good so far, but still looking for their first wicket, and just outside the off stump, and I think Crawley pulled the bat away there. He's just getting the ball to shape down the hill. We've seen him once or twice get the ball back up the hill, and he has just caused one or two problems and just playing on the minds of the batters at the moment. Yeah, incredibly skillful bowler, but I think both batters are playing them pretty well so far. Ben Compton has really shown the art of just doing a dead bat. How close can the ball land to me? And then Zach Crawley's being very, very patient so far this morning. For him, he is, isn't he? Yeah. Here's Abbas, runs away from us again. Bowls, and Crawley's, I think he's playing at that one. There's a bit of bounce outside the off stump. He's found a spot, hasn't he? He's found a spot, has Mohammed Abbas. Just keep bowling on that one if you want a couple of wickets. Actually, to be fair, keep bowling on it. Ken batters will miss it because it's just too good. It is. Can't put a bat on that one at all. This is a high-class spell this morning from Abbas. Coming to, you just heard that in the on the field there in the effects mic. It's going to change at some point. From a Hampshire point of view, you've got to believe that, but actually, you wouldn't be surprised if things do change a little bit. As well as these two have batted, they're into their almost 35th over together. It's been they've given Kent a good base in which to save this game, and he's definitely playing and missing at that one. And Crawley's just looking down the pitch there as if to say, well, you know, what do you expect me to do here? You'd do the same. I've watched you bat. You'd be looking at the bowler saying, well, hang on a minute, you haven't got me out. But I would be laughing. I'll just be like, sorry, I'm not good enough for that. You've got to bowl a few pies and then I'll get myself out. That's far too good for any batter. Zach Crawley was just looking at the pitch for about 10 seconds after that ball. Abbas having a massive groan shout. Why can't the batter nick it? But yeah, no, that's a high class over / spell from Abbas so far from that end. So he's bowled 5 overs this morning. 7 overs overnight. Yeah, 5 overs for 2. Do you go one more, or do you give him a little rest there? What would you do? Well, I think with an over like that, he's got to bowl. You've got to go one more, yeah. You've got to hedge your bets, don't you? Got Keith Barker from the Nackering Road end. Ben Compton not interested whatsoever, outside off stump. Yeah, I think Hampshire been pretty proactive so far this morning with the catches, dropping them from the slips pretty quickly and bringing them in front of the wicket. The leg slip for Ben Compton, tight mid-wicket. Yeah, I think there's very little carried, hasn't there? I mean, there's been 1 or 2 slip catches in the game, but generally it's well, the ones off Abbas to the slip cordon have been, one just bounced just before Liam Dawson's. Yeah. Barker down the leg side. Given buys. That's 4 runs so far this over. Just line straight a little bit. Probably trying to bring in the leg slip. Tight mid-wicket. Square leg, all close to the bat. And on that angle, absolutely no chance for Ben Brown. I mean, he was a million miles away from that. It's a tough life being a wicket keeper sometimes. Merciless as Keith Barker bowls again. Outside off, left well alone. Ben Brown takes that one cleanly. No more buys this over, please.
Now, what about you in England then, Alice? Because you were saying before we came on air, I mean, you guys have got a bit of a holiday coming up, haven't you? Going somewhere very nice?
Costa del Lake District. Yeah, as much of a holiday as it can be. For me, to be fair, that is a holiday. We had a chance in February to go away, I think. All the girls went to nice places. I decided to go to Wales. Yeah. Go for a dip in the seas. Barker's in again. Full and straight at the stumps. Just padded away by Ben Compton for no run there again. Just the 4-leg buys so far this over. Yeah, I think it's a chance. We've got a little bit of a break after the 50 over competition, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, and the Charlotte Edwards Cup starts next week, so there's a little bit of a break. So it's an opportunity for the girls to get together for a few days and probably just talk about anything that's not cricket. Again, full and straight on the stumps by Barker there. Forward backward to fence by Ben Compton. Again, no run.
So it's not a sort of a training camp with the Ashes sort of in mind. It's very much just getting you guys together and just getting you all to sort of know each other a little better.
I'd guess so. I haven't actually been given too much of a description. I think it's just going up there, having a bit of fun. I have a feeling there's going to be a few challenges along the way as Barker runs down the hill. Vince absolutely convinced. Vince absolutely convinced that there was a nick there. Only him that went up two hands appealing for a caught behind, but nobody else on the field interested whatsoever. So just the 4-leg buys off that over. Kenner 98 for naught, past their first innings total.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to sound too biased, but I think, to be fair, Hampshire have been a little bit unlucky in this first 40 minutes not to have taken a wicket.
Yeah, as I said, Liam Dawson, I think, dropped that one very low chance. They're the hardest because you come up naturally, don't you? And then the one that just bounced just before him as well at second slip.
So Abbas is going to get a 6th over this morning. And he's going to be bowling to Zach Crawley. He's bowled particularly well at Crawley. He's bowled well at both, to be honest. Here he comes again, runs in and Crawley's forward. Does get ball on bat on this one. It is a flat pitch out there, but Abbas has found something this morning.
He's a highly skilled bowler, isn't he?
Superb, honestly. I mean, obviously I see him day in and day out. And yeah, he's not the quickest, but you don't particularly need to be, especially in this country.
I sometimes think that makes it worse.
Do you think so?
If they haven't got the pace on it. Well, sometimes, if they're quick, it just goes past your bat before you know it. Whereas it's a bit slower, then it brings you want to drive it more, you want to play it more, just because they haven't quite got the same pace.
Sure, yeah, drive on the up, which obviously you shouldn't do half the time. Crawley's forward, very watchful, very respectful here to Abbas. Plays it out on the onside, but you know what? I mean, he's got a fairly open chest action. Actually, I mean, it's not classic action, but what he's brilliant at, and I've said this many times, is that just the wrist positions behind the ball is just superb. It really is. I mean, he just whips the fingers down one side or behind or just inside.
Just the control, just to go slightly one way and then slightly the other way the next ball.
Incredible, isn't it?
And not overcompensate, because sometimes you just think, yeah, okay, this one, I'm just going to bowl the magic ball. I've gone across them a couple of times and I'll bring it the other way, and you just go way too far.
Yeah. Here's Abbas again. Bowls. Crawley whips that away. That's on the line of leg stump down towards back of the square. Crawley probably will be fairly happy being at the non-strikers end for a little while. Both batters have 45 now, 99 without loss. Kent, I mean, I know you bowl seamers as well. Is it something that you're very aware of and you try, or do you sort of sometimes think, you know what, I just want to bowl, you know, because sometimes you just want to get in a good rhythm before you even think about doing other stuff. But are you very aware? Do you work on that?
Yeah, I mean, I normally come middle of the innings, and in particular with white balls, it's not doing too much by then. So I've got to try and use other things to try and get the ball. So it'll be more off cutters or rather than like the traditional wobble or swing. But yeah, I know with the girls that tend to open the bowling, they'll tend to go like away wobble and try and set them up. But yeah, that's cool. Plus side of playing red ball is that the ball still moves around a bit later on in the innings, whereas with the white ball it tends to stop after the first few overs.
Just nothing, is there?
It's annoying. We did actually manage to get it to swing until like the 40th over the other day.
Really?
Which I think's, yeah, I don't know how.
That's very unusual, isn't
it? I know. I hadn't touched it till then.
Abbas bowls to Compton, who pushes that out watchfully to mid-wicket.
I think that's why it probably still swinging, because I hadn't gone cross-seam on it yet.
But that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, you know, you have to think about so many different things now with, you know, try cross-seam, try seam up, try maybe whatever.
Yeah, you try wobble one way,
paces,
try wobble the other way.
Because it just does nothing.
Yeah, it's quite... if you've got a dead pitch and then you've got the white ball, it makes it incredibly hard as a bowler to try and think of how am I going to get this batter out, because that's how you're trying to think. You're trying to be, how am I going to get this batter out? How am I going to set them up?
Sure. Abbas to Compton, good leave. Outside of the off stump, end of the over. Yeah, was Abbas going to have a bit of a break here? He's probably not quite as threatening in that over as he was in the past, but or in the last over before. But nevertheless, he looks the most likely to take a wicket. 99 without loss. Kent have got the deficit down to 179.
Yeah, as the sun is starting to shine in Canterbury. But yeah, with the red ball, you got the ability to be able to go, I'm going to bowl away, innie. Whereas with the white ball, it's not quite going to do that later on. So you think of, can I wobble it? Can I get it to wobble the other way? Can I do an off cutter? Can I do a leg cutter? What's going to get them to play the shot that I want them to do? So yeah, it's just a different set of skills. But I think the wonderful thing about red ball cricket is that your best ball is the best ball.
Yeah.
In general, and it's the same with white, but you've got a few more change-ups in white.
So this is a guess really, but would the only game last year that you bowled in with a red ball would have been the Test match at Taunton?
Yeah, because we didn't, for the Test match at Taunton, we didn't play any warm-up games for that. We just did day-long practices. So say we did like 90, 100 overs in the fielders. Barker's running down the hill. Crawley clipping that straight to square leg, so we've got a tight square leg, 2 mid-wickets, and then a tight mid-on as well. So you've got pretty much all of 4 players on the leg side for Zach Crawley here. Yeah, so we did a couple of 90, 100 days over days where we're literally out on the field for the whole day. But then game-wise, the first game was the Test match. We didn't play anything up until that.
And you had a bowl with a red ball. I mean, did you think, oh, actually, I'm really enjoying this?
Yeah. Barker comes in full and straight. Lovely forward defence there by Zach Crawley. Yeah, I got sent a couple in the post a couple of weeks ago, bowling with one the other day on Friday, just before the storm came in at Beckenham. Just the amount of zip that you get with that versus a white ball. I was like, can I just bowl with this all the time?
You got sent some red balls in the post?
Yeah, I know. I didn't know they were coming. I was just signing for something. I was like, what is this? Also getting something from a neighbour at the same time. Which point I was like, got a couple of red balls, what a treat. Yeah, they just turned up. As Ben Brown's now coming up to the stumps. Same field as before, so the line of 4 on the leg side. Barker in on the stumps. Straight too far down the leg side. 4 leg buys for Zach Crawley there. As Kent now pass the 100-run mark. So it's a ripple of applause around Spitfire Ground.
Well, that's just been the start that Kent would have wanted under pressure last night. When they started 278 behind and a tricky 26 over period, they got through that, and they've got through the first, 45, 50 minutes this morning.
Barker's in again. Bit more of an off stump line that time. Crawley wanting to drive, but just patting it towards mid-off. Yeah, we were saying before that this first little bit's key for especially these 2 batters, but definitely Kent, just to steady the ship a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they've done well.
They've done very well so far as Barker's in for the 5th ball. Bit shorter on the leg side. Very much a thigh pad towards square leg. No run.
And I suppose for Hampshire, they've just got to be a little bit careful they don't get too frustrated, because this has been a period where I think if we'd have played this again, looks like Barker's getting warned for coming down the wicket. Is he going to get a warning, or is he just going to get a telling off for now? That, of course, they have to be careful with the left-handed Compton and Dawson coming over the wicket. That's going to be a bit of a problem. But, you know, there comes a point where you think, oh, gosh, we should have taken a wicket in that period. It's not happened, and they're still here. And it just gets a little bit frustrating, can't it?
It is very frustrating, but batters are allowed to bat. Barker for the last ball of the over, fuller straight, no run, just the 4-leg byes, a repeat of last over, I think. But yeah, batters are allowed to bat. I know.
You'd say that as a batter, wouldn't you?
Yeah, there's two halves of me. So I do appreciate both sides. But I also think that you did manage to skittle us for 95 in the first innings, so we are allowed to have a bit of a bat. We are allowed to get into the 100. We are allowed to form a partnership with both players again on 45 again. So yeah, I think Hampshire have bowled well, but as every right that they got to, Ken have batted pretty well this morning as well.
Yeah, they have. Abbas is going to stay on. Hampshire trying to make this breakthrough. Abbas the most likely into his 14th over, and this will be his 7th over of the morning. Probably from this pavilion end, commentary end. Probably about the best weather we've had actually since we started this game. As he's round the wicket to Compton, who's forward. He's picked the gap out in the covers and comes through for a single. Moves on to 46, 104 without loss. Talking of batting then, what about your form for the South East Stars this year? I know you've got one decent score, haven't you?
I've got 1 decent score out of 5. I'm waiting for Mother Cricket to help me out a little bit. Do my dues. Hitting a lot of balls in their nets and just hoping. The thing is, that I haven't actually got a score. And I know people say this and it sounds like utter nonsense. But I don't feel terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other day, we'll talk about the other day in a second.
Here's Abbas over the wicket. Crawley leaves alone.
Yeah, so we were playing up at Scarborough, been raining a lot, slow wicket, and the Yorkshire Diamonds had a slow bowler. And Bryony Smith, who's our captain, is a very, very good batter. She's one of those people that when she hits the ball, it just goes. But she can also be quite... Sorry, Bryony, but I have said this to her face, so I can. She can also be one of the most frustrating. I get nervous watching her bat because I don't... It's just, it goes in waves. Probably a little bit like watching a couple of the Vipers players.
Abbas comes in again to Crawley, and Crawley trying to whip that down the next side. Big shout for a caught behind. Not out, says the umpire.
I think that's one of the worst ways to go if you caught down the leg side.
Would have been a bit unlucky, wouldn't it?
That
But quite a few went up, didn't they?
But to be fair, with the amount of good balls that Abbas has bowled, it probably would have been Mother Cricket sorting it out for him.
So Bryony Smith, that's interesting because she, you're right, she does hit a mean ball, doesn't she?
Yeah, but she's got so much talent. She makes things look so easy sometimes, and I think sometimes that's her downfall because it's just so easy. So in my head, I berated her for picking out square leg, deep square leg.
Here's Abbas to Crawley, leaves alone again outside off stump.
And one of the things I've been working on in the winter is that I'm traditionally good at 50 over, good at the longer form, working on bringing more boundaries into short form, so picking up length well and all that sort of stuff. At which point I just picked up this shot from absolutely nowhere and did exactly the same as Bryony Smith, walking off, having a little giggle to myself, / incredibly, the two halves, giggle and infuriated, being I can't believe that I've just done exactly what Bryony Smith just done. I've been working all winter to be more like her, and I've just done it.
But
so
not in the way you would have imagined. As Crawley
No.
pushes forward, square on the offside.
I'm hoping next time that it's about 20 metres in front of square and goes for 4 or 6. But yeah, no. So I don't feel terrible. Haven't quite got the scores that I would have liked. But thankfully, the South East Stars are quite a strong team. So
a strong side
if
this year. Yeah.
one of us doesn't get the score, then usually somebody else turns up
Paige
and gets the
Schofield,
score.
yeah.
Or Sheffield. It's Paige Schofield. A couple of times I helped her out at Lancashire, but she was glorious there. She was immense at Bristol. And then Sophia Dunkley played one of, I think, having watched her God knows how many times, the best innings that I've seen.
Was that at Scarborough?
Yeah, because she just likes to hit the ball for 6 every ball.
Bass bowls, and forward is Crawley with a dead straight bat up towards mid-on. End of the over, 104 without loss. Kent, they trail by 174. Was it a run a ball 100 or something, did I see?
Yeah, run a ball 100, which doesn't sound too impressive, but on that pitch it was very slow. And I think she played one of the best shots that I've ever seen, where, one of my favourite shots of the whole day was a back foot punch to long on.
Really?
Which is so unlike her, because she probably would have wanted to absolutely smash it for 6 over square leg. But I was just so impressed by how she managed to combine her ability to hit boundaries, but also added patience and nullified their bowling attack, which is a decent bowling attack. So yeah, no, I think it was one of my favourite Sophia Dunkley innings. And I'm hoping that there's a couple of hundreds on the card here today, as a Kent fan.
Well, of course, and we wouldn't expect anything any different from you.
Just for the game, just for the cricket.
Yeah, just for Kent's confidence as well, I guess.
Yeah, no. Well, so far so good this morning, touch wood. Ben Compton's on 46 off 117 and Crawley's 45 off 117. So it can't be too often that Ben Compton has a higher strike rate than Zach Crawley, if it's only by 1 run. Barker's in full and straight on the stumps. Just a lovely forward defence by Ben Compton there. No run.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating first 55 minutes for Hampshire. It was a frustrating time last night. But as Alice Davis and Richard says, batters are allowed to bat. And these two are two of the better ones. Averages 50 in his career, Ben Compton, which is pretty special, really.
It's not too shabby, especially last opening up as well. In the last couple of years has been very hard work as Barker bowls full and straight again. Don't know where that shout came from, because it was a very solid forward defence. I think it was quite hopeful.
Next time the Vipers play the South East Stars, I'm going to watch you guys intently for somebody to shout, and if it's you, I shall pick you up on it. When the ball hits the middle of the Boucher's bat or something, and somebody goes, catch it! I'll say,
I
do you
don't
know
think
what?
I do it off the middle. I might say other things, but I don't think I say, how's that off the middle of the bat? As Barker bowls on the hit for Ben Compton and clipped it round the corner to long leg there just for a single. Yeah. No, I do talk a lot whilst we're playing, but I don't think I appeal when it's the middle of the bat. Or if I do, I quickly change and try and get the umpires on board by saying, no, don't worry, I've got that. Try and get them on my side, but it hasn't worked so far.
Just trying to think next. So when you guys, cause Charlotte Edwards, as you mentioned, coming up. Just trying to think when we play. Oh, Falkland Cricket Club.
Yeah, I've never played there. What's it like?
It's in Berkshire. I've never been there.
No,
never been there. 23rd of May. That's the first one, actually. The first one for the Vipers. In
Is it?
Charlotte Edwards. I don't know if it is the first one for you guys.
No, we've got Spark. Oh, what a ball! Just nipped up the hill, up the slope, passing the outside edge of Zach Crawley. Well left.
Yeah, yes. See James Vince there, just
left.
imaginally kicking something there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Hampshire have every right to be slightly frustrated, but with the sun out, it's going to get even harder for the bowlers, you imagine.
Yeah, they kind of know that this is the period where they've got to pick up 1 or 2 wickets. It's just not happening for them.
Now as Barker runs down the hill for the 5th ball of the over. Drive from Zach Crawley into the offside, picked up by mid-off, just for the single this time. Yeah, lovely shot that.
Yeah, I get a feeling that the longer Crawley's out there, we're going to see that more and more. He's going to ease himself into his innings.
He's done very well to be as patient as he has done so far, because his drives are absolutely immense.
They are.
When he hits them, they do tend to go.
170 in his last game.
Barker's down. Well left by Ben Compton. Kent are 106 for naught after that over. But yeah, no, Crawley's starting to find a little bit of rhythm to his batting, not trying to chase fours here, there, everywhere, trying to hit it when it's actually there to be hit.
Agreed. Alice Davis and Richards is going to stay on because he's enjoying it so much.
And I'm going to be joined by Ben Watts.
You are. See you soon.
See you soon. But yeah, Hampshire just have to be patient in this period, especially when the sun's come out. So we got a plain old Spitfire flying overhead. What a treat on a Sunday morning or afternoon or midday. Got a change of bowler from the pavilion end with Liam Dawson coming into the attack. Posing a different challenge to Abbas, that's for sure.
Yeah, a bit of spin for Hampshire.
Bit of spin.
Bought a couple of overs, 3 overs last night when the umpires decided that it was too dark for any seamers to be bowling, so Liam had a little go. None for 7 so far. And actually Compton wasn't too sure, wasn't overly convinced that he was enjoying himself out there.
No, it's not always fun.
Dawson, very short run up, clipped away by Crawley into the leg side. Really mixes his pace up well, Liam Dawson.
I was about to say, he doesn't spin it too much, but his use of pace.
So many spinners these days, you feel try and bowl a bit too quick almost.
Too darty. Well, especially in white ball cricket, which obviously Liam Dawson's very good at, a very good white ball bowler, at which point he probably tends to go a little bit quicker, so it'll be interesting to see if he goes a little bit slower here.
Yeah, I do just like the way
a bit more grip.
Just holds it back.
Yeah. Especially as a batter, because you're thinking front foot, and you're wanting to drive through the ball, so if he's holding it back, he might chip it up.
Yeah, even in white ball cricket, I do think he mixes up that pace well and makes it difficult for batters to get after him. Compton coming down the pitch to try and negotiate. Pushes it away to mid-wicket. There's a slip, a leg slip / leg gully under a lid, and then a short leg for Dawson. He's also got a point and a mid-off, sort of wideish mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket. Compton goes back, a little bit of slow turn. So he nudges it to short leg. Also a more orthodox mid-wicket, and then deep backward square down by the lime tree. A bit of activity overhead at the moment as Compton goes back in his crease and just nudges this behind square on the offside. 107 for none here, Kent, getting through the first hour unscathed. They've now batted for more overs than they did in the first innings, this partnership, than the entire team. 95 all out, 107 without loss, 373 Hampshire. Their score as it's nudged away, 171 runs the deficit. Compton 47, Crawley 47.
It's little wins, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, that was the phrase that Wes Agar used last night when I chatted to him and was saying about the prospect of today, as Compton comes down and clips again to short mid-wicket. He was saying, you know, because of the match situation, Kent are not going to go and win it on day 4, but it's about small wins and points and trying to get something from the game in the form of a draw if they can. Having battled back into the game yesterday after a poor day 1.
One ball, lads, one ball.
Hampshire saying one ball can change the game. Break through this partnership. Still got 81 overs, still got loads of time in the game. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Well, Kent have got through the first hour unscathed. They're 107 without loss. A century opening stand between Zach Crawley and Ben Compton, who've both got 47. Still a lot of time left in this final day. 81 overs can be bowled as Crawley defends this next ball, but Kent looking to bat out all of those in order to try and secure a draw here against Hampshire. The deficit 171 runs. Hampshire yesterday 373 all out. So they're the ones chasing the victory on this final day. But at the moment, it's looking like reasonable batting conditions with blue sky overhead and the sun beating down here at Canterbury. Crawley and Compton digging in for their team. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website. Kent 107 without loss. I just knew as I said that score there that the next ball that there was going to be something like that with a big attempted drive from Crawley, which is played and missed. Honestly, I have to be so careful these days. I jinxed James Vince out in 2 balls yesterday.
It's impressive. It's a skill. Just make you feel like you've got the power.
I can't even.
Basically, just dictate the game.
I can't tweet anything these days mid-game.
Sparker comes in. Poor defence this time from Zach Crawley. Doesn't fancy driving that one.
Yeah, so it was a situation where I think Hampshire were 4 down, and I've turned around and gone, yeah, good morning for Kent so far. They'll be pretty pleased with this. probably, if you're writing a script, all they'd add to it was James Vince getting out as well, and then next ball gone. Honestly.
It's impressive,
Been
though.
back for 5 minutes and already talked out James Vince. So going to try not.
So you're going to talk Kent some runs this morning?
Try not to talk out any Kent batters today.
Okay, good. There's Barker's down the hill. Bit wider of off stump, but full defence again from Zach Crawley there. Didn't fancy the drive. Yeah, commentator curse is the worst. But then for the batter, takes one thing off them, because you're like, well, it clearly wasn't my fault. It must have been the commentator. It's not my responsibility that I got out. It's clearly Ben's.
Have you ever had that thought when walking off?
No, fully my fault.
Thinking, I've probably been done by the commentator here.
Yeah, no, maybe next time. That's what I should have done last couple of games.
Next time you get out, listen back to the commentary of it.
The last couple of games, I should have had a go. Being like, oh, that's what's happened. I could blame Kevin for when I got out against Vipers.
Yeah, I think you should.
Out, yeah.
I think you should.
Got out for a golden duck.
He probably did.
So
Have some involvement. I think they're just checking the ball. We had a change of ball on a number of occasions yesterday, not just because we lost some down the old Dover Road.
Tough.
I think the drinks are coming on. No, they're not
back
changing
off.
the ball. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up changing the ball at some point today, because it happened a few times yesterday.
Yeah, I think if you're the Hampshire bowlers looking for something, anything,
yeah,
just to make something happen.
This ball's not working.
Yeah, so it suddenly just stopped doing whatever I want it to do.
It's not taking any wickets. Can we get this changed?
Sparkers full straight on the stumps. Lovely clip off the legs by Zach Crawley just for the one, cut off by mid on there.
Yeah, good fielding that actually.
Yeah.
Thought I was going to sneak through.
Don't think it quite got a hold of it. I like that one that went in the air past mid wicket.
That's
for a very quick 4.
That one and the Compton nick to second that we weren't sure whether it carried or not. Sort of 2 moments in the day so far, really.
I think the first one, because I had a slightly different angle. I think the first one carried, the second one definitely. It's the awful one where it hits you just before. It's Barker full and straight on stumps to Ben Compton. Forward fence, no run. Compton now on 47, Crawley 48.
Drinks coming out. Liam's been in touch on Twitter, because yesterday I posted a photo of the Kent Men's Pronunciation Guide 2023 season.
It is fab.
And he says, like me, his favourite is Jazz Singh, who looks like some sort of blues tribute act, spelt Jazzsing.
Or like a tribute act.
What, any personal favourites for you of the phonetic spellings of Alex?
I think when I saw it
Gidman?
last time, I think Jazz Singh was up there. I think
Matt Walker with ERR.
it was just nuts. I think I quite like just James Logan.
Logan, yeah.
Logan.
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 Oh, that's a beauty from Dawson. Turning past the outside edge of Zach. Crawl E. Zbat.
It is helpful.
Crawl E. Yeah.
Yours doesn't need anything. Ben Watts.
Here comes Dawson. Down the pitch comes Crawley. Clips his way through mid-wicket. Gets one. Comes back for 2. And goes through to the half century. 5 fours, 127 balls. Possibly one of Zach Crawley's slowest ever 50s for Kent, I would guess.
I'm here for it.
There can't have been many slower than that. 110 without loss. Dawson bowls. He comes down the pitch and wallops this one through mid-wicket. There should be 4. He will just run in front of the Cowdrey stand in between that and the Frank Woolley. Crawley just a little skip and showing some intent, having gone to his half century.
Yeah, I think he's looking to go after Dawson here, I think. Having waited out a bat with those 7 overs up the hill where he bowled incredibly well and was probably unlucky to get the wicket in the end. A mixture of Abbott and Barker down the hill. I think Dawson's the one that he's trying to
just doesn't want to let him bowl
Yeah.
bowl and work up a rhythm as it's pushed away into the covers. I'm just thinking how many syllables it would require to phonetically spell out your name.
Probably need a new page.
Here comes Dawson, pushed away off the back foot. Oh, that'll be a run for a misfield. Gubbins managed to get in a bit of a muddle trying to do the fielding. I did notice actually from some pics on social media that on the back of your jersey this season they've just put ADR. They've saved a lot of money on the letters, haven't they now?
Yeah, it's because it's been a bit chilly so far to the start of the season. A lot of hand warmers used.
Here comes Dawson in and bowling to Compton, the left-hander. Oh, he's gone to defend this and scooped it up about a yard in front of him. Short leg, couldn't arrive quick enough. So again, not quite convincing from Compton, who survives 115 without loss. 55 Crawley, 47 Compton. The deficit 163 runs here on BBC Sport Online. Alice Davis and Richards of South East Stars and England. So yeah, who decided to just put ADR on your top rather than Davidson Richards?
Well, so it's a bit more of a logistical issue because it's on a short sleeve jumper.
Oh, okay.
And Davidson Richards
doesn't really fit very well.
Fit at all. So our old director, Rich Bedbrook, he texted me being like, "Do you mind just having ADR?" And I was like, "No, I think it'll be great."
No, it's fine.
And I think I might just change it to on my top. Barker's full and straight on the stumps. Lovely drive there from Crawley. Didn't quite catch it, so it's just a single.
Okay, so I didn't realise so that's just the jumper. So
just
on your normal top, you do actually still have your full.
Yeah,
surname.
I mean, it's about size 10 compared to everyone's like size 20 font. But so if you're looking at it, your name would be like, what? Franklin Smith. And mine just
easy.
Davidson Richards. Like tiny writing.
See,
Yeah.
technically, I have actually, since I got married, I have actually double-barreled my surname, but I don't use it for work.
And you don't need to put it on the back of your... Well,
No,
you could.
I probably wouldn't put it on the back of a jersey just because it's just a bit long in it. But yeah, for the baby, when he gets to a certain age, he's going to be trying to squeeze 2 surnames onto his sport tops. Poor kid.
It happens to the best of us, you know. Mine was just because my parents were lazy. Didn't get married until I was about 15. But
Mine was because other half didn't want to drop her surname.
I think that's fair enough.
So
I think
I'm surprised that in 2023 more people don't do it, to be honest.
no, my brother's done it as well.
Umpire's having a bit of a chat. I don't really know what about. Might be the ball again.
I think it's the ball.
It might be the ball again.
Hasn't got wickets, therefore it must be the ball's fault.
What is wrong with this ball, James Vince says to the umpires, Saggers and Pollard.
And to be fair, if I was bowling and if I was Hampshire right now, I'd be doing exactly the same thing.
The difference would be your white ball would have gone a shade of beige with all the sort of white that come when they come off and they
when
get
it all
really
comes
old.
off, no, tough. That's normally the only time I actually really get to touch the ball sometimes. So
By that point, they're very soft and it's not much fun to bowl with, I'd imagine.
It's a different sort of fun.
Okay.
You don't get the true bowler fun of like when you're bowling with a red ball, you're nipping it either way and you're getting it swing and all that sort of stuff. Some days are more fun than others.
So do you almost have to play the spinner role in your team because you haven't got any?
No, we've got about 10 bowlers. The only person that doesn't actually bowl in our team is the wicket keeper.
Okay, right.
So we've got quite a few spinners as well.
There's a queue to try and join in.
bowl. I'm the slightly faster than the other seamers that comes in and try and make something happen is my role.
When there's nothing going on in the middle.
It's Barker's down the hill. Offside, lovely cover drive there from Ben Compton to come to his 50. 51 for Ben Compton so far this innings. His usual patient self of 129 balls. He did that with a lovely cover drive.
Yeah, amazingly.
4.
It took him just 2 more balls than Crawley, same number of boundaries. Which is just unheard of. For these two to mirror one another stylistically or statistically.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, in a way.
Barker pulling back his length a little bit that time. Just a back foot defensive shot from Ben Compton, dot ball that time.
But I think it goes to demonstrate just how patiently Crawley's batting. For Compton, it's probably par for the course, really.
Yeah, this is normal. This is normal for Ben Compton, I'd say.
Knock. But for Zach Crawley to have taken that many balls to get a 50 and to be pretty much doing exactly what his mate is up the other end.
Yes, Barker's running down the hill, bowling. So close, as what the fielder said from Hampshire. That was very close. Missed the outside edge from Zach Crawley through to Ben Brown, the wicket keeper. Yeah, just got a little bit of movement off the seam there for Keith Barker. But yeah, I wonder if Zach Crawley, now that he's got to this stage and everything's flattening out a little bit, that he'll want to just go from third gear to fourth maybe, or whether he's happy in third. So Barker's doing a little bit of a zigzag there with his run. So coming up to his delivery stride on the hip of Ben Compton, who runs a well-made 2.
That was a big zigzag.
Yeah, lovely zigzag. I don't know how they do it.
I'd have fallen over if I'd have tried that, I think.
There's too many limbs going absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, it was quite something.
Yeah, it's like that when Mark Wood just decides to run off in a different direction. But yeah, no, that was a proper left, right, left, right.
Left, right, left, right.
Again, a slightly curved run again to come in nice and tight to the stumps. Left well alone by Ben Compton. Kent are now 122 for naught after 44 overs, 78 remaining in the day. Still got 156 to get till they reach the Hampshire total, and then hopefully surpass it.
Going about things the right way at the moment.
Steadily.
122 without loss and trailing Hampshire by 156. Crawley clips this one from Dawson. The slow left armour continuing out to what is that position? It's kind of the man on the 45, isn't it? He's
yeah, like a wide 45.
Yeah, sort of a bit squarer than orthodox. There's Dawson. Oh, Crawley comes down the pitch and is out. Dawson wheels away in celebration that he's managed to finally get a breakthrough for Hampshire. And Crawley, who'd been looking so confident and composed out there, has just walked past one. Brown with the stumping. It says caught on the screen over on the far side. I thought it was pretty obvious stumping. Whether or not he's nicked it as well, who knows? He's definitely out. He's walking off. And Hampshire have their breakthrough, 122 for 1.
Yeah, Liam Dawson bowled that pretty well, just holding back the pace, bringing back the length a little bit, knowing that Zach Crawley's wanting to get on top of his bowling. Zach Crawley would be a bit frustrated at that, as he was being very patient this morning, made a well-made 50. But yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. A little bit of Zach Crawley wanting to get after Liam Dawson, and a little bit of well bowled to Liam Dawson, holding the pace back, bringing the length back. Crawley coming down, running past one. I think it was a bit of both.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to what you were saying of whether Crawley in his head is thinking, right, can I stay in third gear? Or do I now want to try and impose myself and try and really cut this deficit nice and quickly?
Yeah, I think it's the right thing to do, to go after. So Crawley's clearly decided that he wants to go after the spin and make sure that doesn't happen. Doesn't get bowled down by that, which is absolutely fine. But that ball was pulled back by Liam Dawson, shorter length, and it actually gripped a little bit, went past Crawley's outside edge, or clipped it. To us, it looked like it just missed it, and it was a stumping by Ben Brown. But yeah, no, same ball, that would have been a lovely back foot punch through the offside.
Yeah, I might try and see if I can see a replay as Mayeye is in at number 3. Defends this next ball. Yeah, okay, I've got a replay up now to try and see if he's nicked it or if it's stumping. I mean, surely it's a stumping. Whether or not he's nicked it, I don't know. I'm not sure. Presumably the umpires have radioed. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Mayeye offering no shot. Hampshire don't think that was far away from the off stump. Yeah, presumably the umpires radioed up to the scorers to say, yeah, I think he's actually nicked that before he got stumped.
Yeah, and he hung it outside off stump as well. So Zach Crawley was always chasing it with the ball going, spinning away from him.
Either way, whichever way, oh, he's out, and now Mayeye is not far away from just pushing it straight to silly point as he jabbed defensively at the ball.
I think he did just push it. I think he got a boot or a hand to it, and then it went ricocheted off towards point.
Certainly wasn't far away from that fielder in there, and now Dawson and Hampshire have another one. Mayeye driving, and I think he might have flicked up off the boot of the silly point fielder into his hands at the second attempt. Kent from 122 without loss, a 2 down, with Dawson set for a wicket maiden and Mayeye out for naught. Desperately unlucky in the sense that, for me, that's hit the silly point and then ballooned up into his hands. Just going to try and see a replay of that, but well, for Dawson and Hampshire, what a way to change the game with a couple of deliveries. I'm just trying to see that replay now as Mayeye walks off slowly. Goes for a drive at the delivery. Well, that was the one that he pushed past the fielder. So
yeah, no, that's a good wicket for Hampshire to get. Mayeye having scored multiple hundreds for the second 11 so far this season, but all have been at a runnable, if not better.
Yeah, what was it? 300s and a couple of 90s.
Yeah, pushing hard at the ball.
Good form in the first innings. In fact, it may have even been kind of knee high, and he's driven it, and Middleton's managed to flick it up with one hand and catch it with another. Sensational stuff at silly point, has to be said.
Very good catch.
Very good catch. To remove Mayeye, who was probably thinking, right, if I drive this fine, he's not going to catch it. But unbelievable stuff from the 21-year-old. Getting another look at it now. Dawson, excellent pace, and yeah, just Middleton somehow manages to tee it up for himself and hold on. So 2 wickets in the over. Kent have gone from getting through an hour and 15 minutes totally unscathed. Still 77 overs minimum remaining today, and bang bang, 8 more wickets required for victory for Hampshire, and Kent's chances of getting a draw are taking a real dent with those 2 Liam Dawson wickets.
Now I've got Jack Leaning joining Ben Compton at the crease. Ben Compton facing Keith Barker. Again, filling straight at the stumps, despite it hitting the middle of the bat, just because it got 2 wickets, Hampshire being noticeably louder in the field. As you would, no, definitely. But Jack Leaning can also stick around, play more of a Ben Compton role as well, having got 20 odd off 96 balls in the first innings. So Keith Barker trundles in on the leg side, clip into the leg side, but straight to just in front of square leg for no run.
He's still gone down as caught, Brown. I still think it's stumped, but maybe he did nick it.
Maybe got like a subtle hint of a nick.
I'm just going to tweet that Crawley was dismissed by Dawson.
There we go. That makes it a lot easier. Perfect. Very ambiguous.
Factually correct, but
still factually correct.
Somewhat ambiguous.
Barker bowls short, pulled by Ben Compton nicely and well fielded by Hampshire there. Dawson doing the fielding. Can't keep him out of the game this moment. But yeah, now that single brings Leaning on strike for his first ball of this innings.
So yeah, Crawley got out. Well, if we're going with what's gone on the scoreboard, he's got out 2 ways in 1 delivery. caught and stumped. And
Overachieving. Overachieving.
And then
Why get out one way?
Mayeye has managed to get out to one of the best catches you've seen at Silly Point ever by Fletcher Middleton to tee himself up to grab it.
Barker bowling a lovely ball that just lifted a little bit over the outside edge of Jack Leaning. We've got a short leg in, we've got two, got very close mid-wicket, and 2 slips for Jack Leaning. Yeah, this field just wanting to just bowl at the stumps. Channel to bring the slips in, stumps to bring in the leg side field. Barker bowls it short on the offside. Jack Leaning just patting it away to points for no run so far. But yeah, there'll be a extra spring in the step of the Hampshire players at the moment.
Yeah, I think from a Kent perspective, as I mentioned earlier on, if they're going to get a draw in this game, they needed one of the openers to bat for a long period of time, and then probably Jack Leaning's the other one where he has the capability of batting and using up a number of balls.
It's left well alone down the leg side for 2 runs. Yep, the umpire signalling leg byes there. Ben Brown couldn't get a hand to it down the leg side. So yeah, Kent finished that over 125 for 2. Ben Compton will be on strike for the Liam Dawson over.
Yeah, we all know what Ben Compton tries to do with his batting. Tries to bat time, look to hold an innings together, score it his way.
He hasn't been too comfortable against Liam Dawson so far,
No,
you'd
that
say.
is true.
Crawley looked the more comfortable out of the 2, for sure.
Yeah, and then Leaning in the first innings, batting for what, 96 balls for his 24, so can be a very patient batter in county championship cricket. I feel like these two need to rebuild after the 2 quick wickets for Hampshire. Compton coming down the pitch to Dawson, but nudging it into the onside, I guess. Unlike Crawley, if he comes down, he's unlikely.
Yeah, it's a safer option for Ben Compton.
Unlikely to run past one because it's spinning into him.
Yeah.
Whereas for Crawley, it's turning past the outside edge. Here's Dawson again. Fires that one in a bit quicker and a bit flatter. Compton just going back and steering it to the more orthodox mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's definitely high risk for Zach Crawley to run down, but Liam Dawson here will be wanting Ben Compton to almost bore himself out because he's got leg side field.
Yeah, 3 close catches, full delivery, which he defends back down the pitch. Mohamed Abbas just doing a bit of warming up. The way Dawson's bowling at the moment gives Hampshire the luxury of maybe rotating their seamers at one end and him whirling away from another on this final day here at Canterbury. Compton goes back and lets it go. Little bit of turn down the slope, but a good leave from Compton.
Yeah, Dawson hasn't got it to turn heaps so far, and it doesn't look like the pitch will break up too much and get much more turn during the innings.
Dawson again, a flatter, quicker delivery. Compton defending, just coming out of his crease. I guess all you need to really do is turn it enough to bring about the dismissals in the manner that he did in a previous over. 125 for 2 Kent, 153 the deficit. Compton there on 54. Leaning just out there for a few deliveries. This one tossed up again and Compton offering no shot outside the off stump. End of the over here on BBC Sport Online. Ben Watson, Alice Davison Richards will get Kevin James back in, I think, after he's just done an update. I've got one coming up for BBC Radio Kent as well for DAB and FM listeners. And then we'll negotiate our way towards lunch, which I believe has to be at 1 o'clock on the final day. We went till 1:10 yesterday trying to squeeze a few overs in. Barker is going to continue for the time being, despite Abbas seeming to suggest to his captain that he fancies another go. 2 slips, silly, short leg rather. That is a big shout for LBW. Didn't quite look right.
Didn't look right from here, looked a bit high from me, and
Yeah.
probably going down, especially with the angle that Barker's bowling, coming round the wickets, the left armour.
Agreed.
You've got to bowl a hell of a ball for it to be leg before as a left armour.
I mean, obviously that's what he's trying to do by coming around the wicket as opposed to sliding it across leaning. Or at least
It's just hard. It's always going to be sliding, isn't it?
he's leaving it in play. Leaning's batting on off stump anyway.
Okay.
So if he's taken a step down, probably hit him outside the line.
Barker's down the hill. Bit shorter this time. A little bit of carry there from Barker going through to Ben Brown.
You literally can't see any stumps from Leaning. The way he's taking his guard.
Yeah, that's enticing for a bowler. You just want to bowl right there, don't you? But then just means that you can just clip it through leg side. So yeah.
But of course there is that short leg and a couple of catching men at kind of silly mid-on and short mid-wicket. So
Yeah.
it's an interesting bit of cat and mouse at the moment.
Barker in. Played into the offside. Defensive shot from Jack Leaning led to get off the mark. First run for Jack Leaning this morning. But yeah, Abbas is still warming up. Still hinting that he wants to bowl. Be a nice little period for him to bowl just before lunch. Not as nice for Kent, but nice for Hampshire.
Yeah,
Especially with how he bowled this morning so far.
I haven't seen James Fuller either this morning.
No, saw him in the gym doing a nice little warm-up.
Yeah, and I thought I saw him warming up down by the boundary rope a while back, but
Barker's in. Outside off, left well alone by Ben Compton there, not interested at all. We've now got...
Curry's still out there as 12th man.
Yeah, I don't think Abbott's come back out, has he?
No, I don't think he has. So where's Fuller fielding? Oh, he's at mid-on.
Yeah.
So yeah, no sign of Fuller with the ball just yet though. Maybe they're thinking newer ball, Barker and Abbas in tandem with Dawson.
Yeah,
When the ball gets older, use that extra pace of Fuller.
Yeah, definitely. It's Barker bowls it. On the stumps, up to the wicket. Ben Compton giving out LBW. Gone for 54 for 143 balls.
Big wicket that for Hampshire. Compton looked disappointed. Tucks his bat under his arm and walks off. Hampshire have taken 3 quick wickets here.
Compton still shaking his head. Doesn't look happy. Whether it's with himself or...
I mean, just seeing the replay, it's straight.
Yeah, I think
It's knee roll.
from my point of view, it looked like he was neither forward nor back on that one. Just trying to dead bat it.
Probably one of those that if you're reviewing, height would be the issue,
Yeah.
whether it's clipping the bails or not. But yeah, I think that's a pretty decent shout, really,
Yeah,
and probably one
full
that
and
can go.
straight.
Probably one that can go either way when
Yeah.
it comes to the umpire giving the decision. So yeah, disappointment for Compton.
Well
Just seeing
bowled
it
by
again.
Hampshire.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that looks good on the replay. I'm not sure Compton can have too many complaints, but from Kent's point of view, with all the resistance that both he, Compton and Crawley have put in, and now all of a sudden they find themselves 3 down, still 20 minutes or so from lunch.
Yeah, this will be a key period, whether they keep Keith Barker on for an extra over or they bring on their main strike bowlers. Obviously Abbott's off the field, you've got Fuller still on the field, Abbas still able to bowl, Dawson, who brought those 2 wickets for Hampshire to start off with. Just seems like things are starting to happen for Hampshire, having had not a lot go for them in the first hour or so, with Zach Crawley and Ben Compton batting very nicely. Ben Compton not having obviously just got out for leg before, brings Sam Billings to the crease.
I was waiting for my update to come. I thought they'd forgotten us. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be giving them good news. Thanks, Alice. Unfortunately not, Andy, because Hampshire have struck not once, not twice, but 3 times, and twice in a single over. Liam Dawson, first of all, just after Zach Crawley and Ben Compton both passed 50. Crawley was dismissed. To us in the commentary box, it looked like stumped, looked like Dawson had got one to turn down the slope, and then he ran past it. Keeper took the bails off. It has actually at the moment gone down as caught behind as well, so one way or the other. Zach Crawley out for 56. Mayeye coming in a couple of balls later, going for a drive. The man at Silly Point, which is the close catcher positioned almost under the nose of the batter, somehow showed the reflexes to flick it up in one instance and then catch it with 2 hands at the second attempt. Astonishing catch from Middleton to remove Mayeye for naught, both to Dawson, those wickets. And then we've just seen Ben Compton, the other opener, out for 54 he made in the end. LBW to Keith Barker. So Kent have gone from being 120 without loss to 127 for 3, still 151 runs behind. Sam Billings, the club captain, joining Jack Leaning at the crease, but 3 really quick wickets for Hampshire as we draw 25 minutes or so towards the lunch break. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Kent 127 for 3. Kevin James is back.
Feeling a lot happier
Hampshire
than I was 20 minutes ago.
Back in pole position.
Yeah. Wow. What a 20-minute period that was.
Dawson tossing this one up to Sam Billings. Playing defensively from, well, getting out of the crease with a big stride. Billings, I mean, has the opportunity to try and bat some time, try and play himself into some kind of form. He's struggled so far this season with the bat. Dawson to him. And, well, these two will have spent plenty of time together in England squads, probably running the drinks together. So one would assume that Billings has faced a few balls from Dawson over the years.
In the nets?
Yeah, in the nets. A lot of the time in the nets. Yeah, averaging under 10 so far this season, Sam Billings. Back he goes and drives. Lovely punchy shot to get himself a boundary. Moves on to 5. One thing you would say about Sam Billings is he's a pretty good player of spin.
Yep.
He spent a lot of time in the subcontinent, etc. But uses his feet well. So he's on to 5. 1-3-1 for 3. Dawson to go again at him. And there should be 4 more. Cut away this time by Billings. Again to that shorter offside boundary. It was an awkward one for Gubbins. It looked like he actually took a bit of a nasty skip off the outfield as he tried to field it. Jumped up a bit higher than he perhaps was anticipating, and so away the ball went for 4. Maybe just spun in an awkward way after Billings had played that horizontal back stroke. So 2 boundaries takes him to 9. 135 for 3. Dawson in. Oh, and he's nicked it somehow past the keeper. Or has he nicked it? Yes. 4 runs given. He somehow nicked that in between keeper and first slip. Presumably, sort of nicked it onto the thigh pad of the, well, not the thigh pad of the keeper at all, but the thigh of the keeper maybe, because otherwise he's threading the eye of the needle to squeeze an outside edge in between keeper and slip there. Just seeing the replay. In fact, he's played it with soft hands, and it hasn't really carried to Vince at slip. But yeah, genuine outside edge. So 4 boundaries in the over for Billings, 2 convincingly, the other one not so much. 13 for him from just 7 balls, 139 for 3. The deficit likewise 139.
Interesting, wasn't it? That Ben Brown went up for a LBW as well. Didn't actually try and
well, I think
make
that's
an effort as well, doesn't it?
I think fair enough to go up for the LBW.
Yeah. Here's Barker to Leaning. Leaning pushes that to short mid-wicket. Just to say that the second wicket that Liam Dawson claimed in that over, Tawanda Mayeye, was his 250th in first-class cricket.
Splendid. Congratulations too.
So we had Barker earlier in this game, picking up his 500th. Dawson 250. So a tricky 20 minutes here for Kent. Hampshire feeling a little bit better about things out there after suffering a bit for the first hour and a quarter or so. That's pushed out towards extra cover. Just to repeat that Keith Barker, Kyle Abbott is off the field. Scott Curry is the substitute fielder now. I know not why, but Abbott did bowl a couple of overs this morning. He didn't take the field in the last day of the last game against Warwickshire. Apparently he was just protecting a knee. He had a bit of an operation during the winter. Don't know if there's a recurrence of that. Leaning is forward, again out towards short mid-wicket. There was a message, well, there was a tweet earlier from Dave Allen, who's Hampshire's historian, saying that James Fuller's not feeling very well. He said, and in brackets, it was a message from Canterbury. Now I'm thinking, well, if you're not feeling that well, but you're still out there in the field, it can't be that bad, because if you're not feeling unwell, you'd be back in the pavilion out of the sun.
True.
So he hasn't bowled today. So
No.
Again, I can't really stand that up, but he hasn't bowled. That's one thing. Now he's walking into that, is leaning, and he plays that very nicely. Bit of extra bounce, keeps on top of it, plays it along the ground to backward a point. Scott Curry, the substitute fielder, is running back, throwing it into Ben Brown, and leaning moves on to 5. 143, or is it 3 now? 141 for 3. Maybe I'm ahead of the scoreboard. And the deficit now down to 137. But Kent losing 3 wickets for just 4 runs. It's just given a slightly different complexion after they would have felt, after an hour and a quarter this morning, that the job was pretty much getting done. As Leaning gets the next ball, plays that back to the bowler, no run.
I think as much as anything, you can say the first wicket, the Crawley one, Dawson's got him out. The second one, Middleton's got him out with the brilliant fielding.
Lucky, yeah.
It's the third one. That's the real sucker punch from a Kent point of view, because you'd have backed Compton and Leaning to maybe settle things down and get a partnership going. So for Hampshire to get both openers so quickly, plus Mayeye, who was looking in good form in the first innings, a real bonus.
Yeah, that's for sure. They're still going to get Leaning out yet. He's walking into that, plays and misses. Ball just dies a little bit on Ben Brown. That's the end of an over from Barker, who's just found a little bit of something as well there, on and around off stump. 1 for 45 from 15 from him. 2 for 27 off 8 from Dawson. Great stuff from the experienced left arm spinner. 141 for 3 then. The deficit is 137. Still a lot of runs here for Kent to make up. But again, 2 good batters in the middle for Kent. Billings might be out of form, but he has pedigree.
Barker going off here. Just seen another sub-fielder come on.
Subfielders are being worked hard. Toby Albert has been out there for a little while as well. He got a double 100 in the second team last week. He's doing a bit of a fielding stint from time to time out there as well.
So Dawson to continue. We've got just over 15 minutes until the lunch interval. Billings on strike. Silly point in his eye line, slip behind him. Dawson bowls. Keeps it a little bit low. Nudges it into the onside. Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper, encouraging Dawson. 2 for 27 his figures now, after removing both Crawley and Mayeye in that same over. Dawson again tosses this one up outside the off stump. Billings offers no stroke. Don't forget you can follow all the action on the County Cricket Live blog. Alex Winter, Chris Harvey and Gary Smee again in position for that. It's turned away into the onside by Billings, this next one. Any update elsewhere in terms of match situations? I'll have a brief look. Surrey a couple of wickets away from victory against Middlesex. Tossed up by Dawson, defended away by Billings. Well, in fact, they're going to have to get a small target, but Middlesex 205 for 8. So just 2 wickets remaining and then leading by 34. So Surrey looking good for a win there.
Surrey again.
Dawson bowls, back goes Billings. Defends it into the pitch. Almost drives it into the pitch as a form of defence. Leicestershire 4 down against Sussex in Division 2. as well. Dawson bowling. Forward comes Billings this time. End of another over maiden, in fact, for Liam Dawson. 1-4-1 for 3, Kent, having been 122 for none.
We were talking about Bob Warmer earlier, weren't we? Who's the former Kent all-rounder, whose birthday it would have been today. Dave Allen also tweeted a little bit earlier, but Bob Warmer's batting held up Hampshire in our last game in 1973, which ended in a draw. We won the championship that year, while Kent won the Sunday League and the B&H Cup, and were also 4th in the championship. It's a pretty good year for Kent, that, wasn't it?
Take that, yeah, absolutely.
Bob Warmer would have been in the thick of that, I'm sure. Abbas is back into the attack for Hampshire. Very, very impressive this morning from this pavilion end. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 4 was his spell this morning.
None for 4.
Unbelievable. And he got the ball past the outside edge. He was causing Zach Crawley a few problems, wasn't he, in that opening spell. Just found a spot.
As Alice said, it was almost like he was bowling too well to actually found for any batter to nick it.
Yeah, that must be a nice feeling. Well, I'm not sure that is a great feeling, but it must be nice to be that good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he just needed to tone it down a notch and find the edge.
Bowl a bad ball.
141 for 3 then, so Abbas is switching ends. He's at the Nackington Road end, so he's got a little bit of a hill just to help him get to the crease. And he's going to be bowling to Jack Leaning, who's on 3. 2 slips, the usual incumbents. He's down on the wicket slightly. Leaning, pushes at that, doesn't really time it as the ball goes out to mid-off. There's James Fuller. Just got an email actually about, hopefully, I did explain what I thought was going on with Fuller. It was Henry and Romsey, suncricket@gmail.com, says he's not seen Fuller today. He's out there at, well, it's his shirt on, so it must be him. He looks like him the way he's in the field and the way his body language is, but he hasn't been used yet this morning. There is a slight suggestion he may be not feeling that great. Leaning again, he's walking into that one as he pushes it up to Fuller. I don't know, I'll try and find out, but he certainly hasn't been used so far this morning, and he was the pick of the Hampshire bowlers last night. He was causing Crawley 1 or 2 problems from that Nackington Road end, and of course picked up 5 wickets in the first innings, but I have to say on the whole, the Hampshire bowlers have bowled pretty well so far this morning.
Stayed patient, haven't they?
They have. You could just feel them getting a little bit narked a bit, couldn't they? When after an hour and a quarter things weren't happening for them. But Zach Crawley's wicket brought 3 in total. It's very full as Leaning pushes at that, goes up towards mid-on. 3 wickets in the space of 20 minutes, just over, in the space of 4 runs. Has just put the pressure back on Kent here. 137 runs behind. It's bright sunshine, best weather of the game. There's Abbas turns. 3 helmets behind Ben Brown, I've just noticed. In comes Abbas, and it's short, and Leaning pulls that away behind square on the leg side, bisected the fielders, 4 runs. Good shot, especially when you're walking into the ball as well.
Yeah, good control, wasn't it, from Leaning. We saw a couple of Hampshire batters, rather than try and control that shot yesterday, just go up shorter boundary, just lift it on its way for a couple of 6s, but Leaning deliberately hitting it down, picking the gap very well.
Here's Abbas again then, right arm over. And they're short, and he's fended that off, and almost caught. Liam Dawson running round from second slip, almost got there. Well, Leaning didn't know where that was, fended it off. The ball ballooned up towards gully area. Dawson couldn't quite get round there in time.
It's a real shock tactic when Abbas does bowl the bouncer, because you're just so used to him having it on a string, you know, line and length, a little bit of outswing on and around off stump. So to go short ball,
yeah,
I think really took Leaning by surprise.
It did, and it was a goodie.
Rubbing his shoulder afterwards, as if to suggest it didn't hit glove or bat, but it may well have done.
Here comes Abbas again. That's a length ball, leaning forward, pushing it out on the leg side. So very nearly, perhaps another wicket there, but not to be. Abbas has been a little bit unlucky so far this morning. No wickets in the wicket column for him, but 15 overs completed. 15 overs, none for 14.
It's good from Bass as well, just will keep leaning, guessing. Just trying to bring about a hesitancy from him in coming forward to defend. Dawson with the shades on, ready to carry on. Go into his 10th over now. 10 minutes until lunch. Kent, these two will know that these two need to get through to that break, really. Billings is forward and just pushing out into the offside. It does appear that the correction has now been made, certainly on the live stream scorecard, to say Crawley stumped. As Dawson is defending here, Billings. Yeah, so originally it went down as caught, and we were thinking, what? Did he outside edge it as well? He was definitely stumped, and it does now appear that everybody has collectively come together and agree that it's stumped. One way or the other, he was out. Billings defence down the ground, but it did just look like a stumping. It didn't look like he particularly nicked it.
No, it didn't look as though he got that close.
No,
to it,
exactly, exactly. That was the problem. If he'd have nicked it, it probably would have gone past the keeper. Here's Dawson. Tosses this one up to Billings, drives. Timed it well, but straight to, well, pretty much straight to Curry, the subfielder. Just stepped across a couple of strides to do the fielding. Billings, having had 13 off 7, is now 13 from 17. Oh, and just pushing at this one in front of the front pad. Silly Point was interested again, having taken a screamer to dismiss Mayeye. Fletcher Middleton in the game, under the lid.
He's very close there, though, isn't he?
I still can't believe that he reacted to tee himself up for the Mayeye catch. Just ridiculous.
That's luck.
Bad luck for the batter, certainly, as back goes Billings. And prods it back up towards Dawson. Another maiden, 10 overs, 2 for 27. Kent overall 145 for 3 in this second innings, with Billings on 13 and leading 7. And Hampshire still that 133 run advantage here on BBC Sport Online, live from Canterbury, coming towards the lunch break on day 4.
Yeah, of course it's important to get that deficit down a little bit, but I think for the next 8 minutes or so it's very much get through to lunch and then reassess, re-evaluate. But these two are very experienced players out there in the middle. He's very much making sure that a 4th wicket doesn't go down before the break. Now, keeper standing up. That's because, as he did in the first innings, Jack leaning, showing a willingness to walk into 1 or 2 shots. Hopefully with the keeper standing up, that won't be the case. He's playing from the crease there as he comes forward. More chart, that brings the LBW more into play. Very difficult for the umpires to judge an LBW when a batter is 1 or 2 paces down the pitch. And we saw that with Ollie Pope in the game at the Oval. He came down the pitch at a Bass particularly well. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that as well as he did. Just took the LBW out of the game. Leaning's done that on a few occasions. Here's 1 or 2 of the Warwickshire team did that as well. Down the leg side, half taken by Ben Brown. Yeah, so 1 or 2 in the Warwickshire game did it as well. So it's almost as if, you know, the word's getting around a little bit. Yeah, try to get down the pitch to Webber.
So at that point was Brown not standing up, as he almost had to, because of the way other teams have been trying to go about things, had to brave standing up to him.
Yeah, he's definitely started doing it more than he's had to, because, you know, it's noticeable how several players are starting to do this with the Bass. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, he's come in here with top wicket taker in Division 1. You've got to find a way.
Yeah.
Here comes Bass again. Plays that into the ground leaning.
Presumably the bouncer is off the cards for the time being. Otherwise you might take your keeper out.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, well, I think we've seen it from time to time, isn't it? I mean, you certainly have to somehow let the keeper know that you're going to let one go. So there'd be some sort of little sign of subtle sign of something. But I think I have seen him. Have I seen him bowl a bouncer with Ben Brown standing up? Maybe. I may have been 1 or so in the last game. but you need to let the keeper know, really, otherwise it's a nightmare. Here comes Abbas again. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. He's going down the leg side. And coming round is Toby Albert, who's on the field as one of the substitute fielders. Fuller's definitely still out there at wideish mid-off.
Yeah. So yeah, it's Barker and Abbott are off.
Yeah. Which is a slight worry. I know not why Barker is off. I'm taking an educated guess why Abbott's off. 1:46 for 3. 5 minutes to go until lunch. 1:32 the deficit. Leaning and Billings having a chat in the middle, probably just trying to make sure there's not too many more overs bowled.
I don't think Billings has faced a bash yet, potentially.
Has he not? Keeper still standing up. Billings leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Perhaps the ball just fractionally coming down the hill, but a little too wide initially. Could be another maiden here for Abbas, the way things are going. Leg buys off it only so far. Yes, that was a mad period, wasn't it, in the middle of the session here, but Billings and Leaning trying to take the sting out of the situation. Came together at 12:30. Comes Abbas again from that Nackington Road end even. And that's pushed by Billings out towards mid-off, and that will be another maiden. Half of his 16 overs have been runless, none for 14. It's ridiculous.
It's just a metronome.
He is. I don't think he got too many wickets in the first innings, because Fuller got 5, Abbott got 3, so there wasn't too many left. Barker obviously got 1 because he got his 500th. I just need to have a quick look, but
yeah, just Compton.
Just the Compton one. Well, I suppose it's settled for that. That's worth a couple.
Yeah, true. Compton without scoring. So yeah, in the second innings, 56 Crawley, 54 Compton, Mayeye for a duck. The men out. As we approach lunch on this final day. Oh, Leaning looked like he was leaving that alone, and then at the last minute, jammed down the bat. Somewhat unconvincing.
Lovely loop on that delivery.
Dawson just
beautiful.
Such good pace. Doesn't try and push it through too much. Mixes it up well. Back goes Leaning, and I think that's bounced off the shin guards of Silly Point.
He is so close there.
Yeah, he is really close. Right in the batsman's grill almost. Leaning forward and defending. When you're 21 years of age, you just don't really have any fear, do you? You're just like, I want to get in there. Well, get in really close. Get me in the game. Defended into his path. There, the Silly Point man, Middleton. Once you've been clobbered by a couple, you'll be a little bit less keen. There's Dawson again. That's a bit flatter. One bounce and then patted down by Middleton at Silly Point.
That's the thing. I mean, he's so close that even when you push it into the ground, it's almost carrying.
Not far away, is it? Leaning more convincingly, playing that one away. Quick over for Dawson. I don't know if that would be the last one before lunch, but they'll get another one in. So 55 gone in the Kent innings. 146 for 3 at a sunny Canterbury. Here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Solent.
80 runs in the session so far, so 80 of the 212.
6 they were.
Yeah, 80 of the 212 knocked off, so with 132 left, a similar session this afternoon. They're still going deep into after tea before they can even get level on terms in the game. I suppose it depends on how these two bat. If they can establish a partnership, as Abbas comes in again, then last chance for Hampshire before the break. As forward is Billings, plays that out on the onside. Ben Brown has decided to stay back initially for this part of the over. May decide later on to come up. Billings was well forward there.
Yeah, May decide for Leaning to stand up.
This ball is into his 56th over, so there won't be quite as much bounce in it. sure there's been that much bounce anyway. But to be fair, this morning, 1 or 2 did go a bit, didn't they?
Yeah, they did actually.
Bounce a bit more than probably expected. Mainly from this man coming in now. Bowls, and Billings is playing a missing outside the off-stump ball. Everybody's getting excited, counting each ball in this over before the break. Desperately wanted a wicket. A little fish at that one, didn't he, Billings? Almost plonked the front foot down there, and then the bat was a bit of an afterthought.
Yeah, Bass used to bowling on dry pitches, slow, low pitches, so
Yeah, he is, yeah, that's true.
master in these kind of conditions, isn't he?
That's true, yeah, I suppose he won't get frustrated, will he? He's come up a lot of these sort of places. Sun out as well.
The bat was miles away from the front pad there from Billings, you see in the replay.
Yeah, it's almost as if he's more intent on getting forward than anything. He's in behind that one. Plays that out on the offside. Of course, ideally, you want to be coming forward, bat and pad together, sort of in one movement. But there, he just looked like, I will get my front foot forward first, and then the bat will come behind it somewhere in an area.
That was very ugly.
Was it? Reinforcing the slip cordon is James Vince. It's now Vince, Dawson and Weatherly. Short mid-wicket. Shortish mid-off as well. James Fuller. It's almost like James Fuller hasn't moved much from the same sort of spot all morning. So that's played out on the onside. That kept a little low. That's why everybody got a bit excited. There is 2 balls to go until lunch. Very, very important here that Kent keep these 7 wickets intact.
Real examination at the moment from a Bass.
It's going to be another maiden the way things are going here. The total's going nowhere at the moment, which won't. Hampshire won't mind that too much, even if they're not picking up another wicket in this half an hour since Compton's wicket. I think the fact that the total's not going anywhere means that Kent are still quite a way behind at 132. Just keep whittling away, waiting for the next breakthrough as Billings leaves that one alone. That's fairly wide.
That was the problem, losing Crawley when they did, because as Alice was saying, just looked as if he was considering trying to come out of 3rd gear and seeing if he could knock off a few runs, start to slash that deficit a bit by being aggressive against the spinner.
Yes.
And then ran past one.
He can't help himself, Crawley. Sooner or later, he's going to. Well, of course, if he gets going, then he really will dominate you.
Yeah, like I said, I think that was probably his slowest 50 ever for Kent.
Is it really?
127 balls, must be.
Really?
Must be around his slowest.
Yeah, he was tested both last night and this morning. Here's a Bass then, that's slightly short. It's down the leg side. Billings leaves it alone. And that is the end of the morning session. Kent resuming on 66 without loss, 212 runs behind. Find themselves 146 for 3, 132 behind. And 7 to Jack Leaning, 13 to Sam Billings. A couple of wickets for Liam Dawson, picked up with the second, his 250th first-class wicket. 1 for Keith Barker. Zach Crawley and Ben Compton, the big wickets as far as Hampshire are concerned, both gone, both for half centuries. Mieye failed to trouble the scorers.
Competitive session, really good county cricket to watch. Compton and Crawley on top before those 2 quick wickets and the removal of then both openers. Again, just having to survive that final 25-minute period, almost half an hour in the end, up until the lunch break, with Billings trying to play himself into some kind of form out there. Jack Leaning as well. So yeah, 146 for 3, that 132 run deficit sets things up nicely for the afternoon session. Kevin James, Ben Watts, Alice Davison Richards will be back in around about 40 minutes time to resume the commentary when the action gets back underway.
Back after lunch, day 4 between Kent and Hampshire. Kent having posted 95 in the first innings and now 146 for 3 in the second. Still a deficit of about 130 behind Hampshire, who posted 373 in their first innings. Kent started off the day well, with both Crawley and Compton making their 50s, both then getting out soon after their 50s. Kent now have Sam Billings and Jack Leaning at the crease. Leaning on 7 and Sam Billings on 13. Hampshire just wanting to get those next 7 wickets to win the game. Kent looking to bat out the day and earn the draw. Today I've got Ben Watts, me, Alice Davison Richards and Kevin James, currently with Kevin James for this next period of time, and we're going to have change of bowling from the pavilion end.
Oh, bit of Joe Weatherly.
Yeah.
Bit of very, very part-time off-spin.
Spicing things up after lunch.
Well, that's an interesting move, isn't it?
Yeah, they must have talked about it.
Yeah, he bowled a couple of overs last night, but basically because the light got so bad that him and Dawson had to bowl. Fuller came off. A little bit about news about James Fuller, which I'll sort of come to very shortly.
I reckon that this is so that Weatherby in. Down the leg side, Leaning, clipping it to a wide 45. But yeah, I reckon Weatherly's bowling this end so that Liam Dawson can come on from the top end, I would say. Switch of ends for him.
Yeah.
Second ball of the over. Lovely shape from the part-time bowler. Forward defence from Jack Leaning, no run there.
He was on loan here back in 2017, Joe Weatherly. Don't know if you ever remember that, whether you're too young.
I don't think I'm too young. Was it just for a couple of games? I think I do remember.
Yeah, sort of.
Again, accidental Yorker, I would say. I'd describe that ball. Don't think he's meaning to, but got a short leg in, so you never know. Yeah, a couple of county championship game, wasn't it? I think that was when Kent's batting was quite thin. Again, pulling straight from Weatherly there.
Yeah, this is a big session, isn't it, for Kent, really? Get through this relatively unscathed and it makes the job of saving the game a lot easier.
Yeah, again, like we started off the day, we need a partnership from these two. Weatherly in full. Good bit of fielding there from Curry. 1 run for Jack Leaning there. Probably disappointing missing out on the full toss, getting 4 runs. But yeah, I think it's a similar setup this morning. Crawley and Compton needed to bat for a long time for Kent to make progress / stick in this game. I think it's the same thing. We want Jack Leaning and Sam Billings to stick it out for quite a while, make most of the session for Kent to have a worthwhile game, you would say, or you would think. Weatherly in for the last ball of the over. Lovely flight and a solid plink to mid-off by Sam Billings. 2 off that over. Kent now 148 for 3. Or 49, 48.
So the little bit of news that I've gleaned during lunch, and it's come from 1 or 2 of the Hampshire members down there away to our left, who I think have probably sort of collared somebody walking around the ground. So I presume this is literally the exact situation. Apparently James Fuller was ill this morning, not feeling too well when he woke up, and was off the field a little bit at the start of day 4. And did actually come back on the field. We did see him, didn't we, at sort of widest mid-off.
Yep.
And the feeling is that, well, there he is, coming on to bowl. Obviously, you have to, having been off for a period of time, you have to be on
field for a period of time.
Otherwise, you can't bowl for however long. So it was interesting seeing him out there in the sunshine and that. So he's obviously feeling an awful lot better. So that's the one piece. The other one is about Kyle Abbott. He's off. And it does sound like he's just having a few little problems with his knee because he had an operation during the winter. So only bowled 2 overs this morning, Kyle Abbott, and then went off. So here's Fuller then from the Nackington Road end. I know Alice Davison Richards has been looking forward to watching him bowl. And that first ball is right on the money as it's played out on the offside.
I enjoy watching people bowl where it just looks effortless. They've got a nice classical sort of action where it just looks easy and there isn't limbs going left, right. Everything's going in a similar sort of direction. There's nothing funky going on, and it just looks nice and easy. He's a nice tall bowler, tall at the crease. So yeah, I think he's one of the nicer actions to watch, I'd say.
Very easy, isn't it? Comes in again then and bowls, and there's a nice drive up to mid-off past the diving fielder. That's going to be 4 runs. Ian Holland it is up there, and that's right out of the middle of the bat for Sings, and that's the 150 up for Kent. Starting the day 66 without loss, and the 150 has come up at a cost of 3 wickets this morning. Lovely shot there from Sam Billings.
Yeah, a little bit full from Fuller there, but Sam Billings being patient and waiting for a ball that has his name on, which was that one.
None for 23 for Fuller now, as Billings gets one that's a little straighter, just turns that away in front of square on the leg side. It'll be interesting to see how Fuller does go today, because if you haven't felt very well on a particular day, it can't be that easy. But he did give Zach Crawley something to think about last night. Just got lovely shape on the ball up the hill, and Crawley played a missed on 2 or 3 occasions. Fuller looking the most likely to take a wicket last night. Abbas the most likely to take a wicket this morning, although he only, in fact he didn't pick up any in the end. Liam Dawson with 2 and Keith Barker with 1 in a very quick period of the game where Kent lost 3 very quick wickets for the space of 4 runs. That's pushed up to mid-off by Leaning, who's on 8, and it's a tricky half hour up till lunch. These two kept things going for Kent, but 125 they are behind. Still an awful lot to do.
There is a lot to do for Kent here. I mean, you would think that Hampshire are in the driving seat here. Kent have to get another 125 runs to even just match that total from Hampshire. So yeah, a lot of work to do for Kent here.
Yeah, when you think they added 80 in the 2 hours this morning, Leaning is well forward to Fuller. That's gone out on the offside. A similar type session, then we're going to be well into the evening session, even before Kent get into a situation of making Hampshire bat again. So this session this afternoon,
it's going to be
big pointer towards where we're going.
It's a moving day.
Yep.
Well, it's a moving session, because normally it's the 3rd day is the moving day, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's a moving session.
It is. Well, if this is effectively the 3rd day, because we hardly played day 2. Fuller in again, bowls. Leaning edges just short of Dawson, the diving Dawson at second slip. Great stop from Dawson, just didn't carry. End of the over, 153 for 3.
Yeah, but we had a couple of those off a bat earlier where, again, same man, Dawson, getting an arty one where it bounces just before your wrist, and one that I think managed to carry, but again, just off the grass. So yeah, difficult chances there, and that'll give Fuller some hope, especially if he's not feeling that well. Got a plus side that he's managed to get one already to slip, and that he gets to run downhill rather than uphill. So yeah, no, change of bowler at Pavilion End. We've got a Bass coming on.
This was where he bowled some serious deliveries at Crawley this morning. Did change ends for a little while before lunch. So yeah, just the one over from Weatherly. I didn't think Weatherly was going to be bowling too much.
No, it's just kind of one of those ones where you're like, oh, I just need an over here. Here you go, Pam. Yeah. Have some fun. And you just never know. No. Because if you got a wicket there, it'd be an absolutely inspired choice. If you went for 12 runs, you'd be like, oh well, it doesn't really matter. It's only part time. So in my eyes, it's like a win-win. A Bass getting going up the hill. Billings on strike, playing and missing. A little bit of movement. Vince very animated at first slip there. But yeah, no sign of an edge from Sam Billings there.
It's definitely a spot there for a Bass. Look at him, look. He's got his hands out looking up the air. He's saying, how on earth?
He's going, why me?
I know.
Stop bowling so well, then you might get a few nicks. That's the answer to this. Yeah, he's bowled some unbelievable bowls today. So yeah, I don't blame him. Looking up to the sky, spreading his arms wide. He comes in again. This time left well alone by Sam Billings. Dot ball.
Either that or he was just slapping up the sunshine.
Yeah. He's like, oh, this is what warmth is.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot what this was like. I love coming to England. It's so nice and warm.
It's been horrible, isn't it?
It's been absolutely rank.
It can't be a lot of fun playing.
No, I've now just I've got a Costco side, other stores available obviously. Costco side thing with hand warmers on my back seat in my car.
Oh, really?
So when I turn up I just pull a few out. Sebastian trundles up the hill. Sam Billings dancing down the wicket there for a solid forward defence, just passing it towards Keith Barker at mid-off. But yeah, I think I've pretty much gone through a Costco side bag of hand warmers, which I feel like is quite a good effort, considering that it's only the start of May.
Well, you guys were up at Old Trafford early on, weren't you, against Thunder?
Yes, we were.
That must have
we've
been
done a bit of
freezing.
travelling. It's okay when you're moving. When you stop moving, it's quite cold. I think I've had colder days.
Right.
But it was just a bit dank, you know. Sebas comes in, full straight on the stumps, slips, and keeper getting very excited, but I'm just barely certain that was near middle of the bat.
Yeah.
So yeah, nothing too excited to guess about.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost the best day of the summer.
No, well, I forgot what sun was like the other day, and just didn't put any when we were playing the Sun Vipers.
Yeah.
Didn't put any sun cream whatsoever.
Ooh.
Still had a t-shirt on at the end of the day. It was great. So Bass running up the hill. Billings solid forward defence again. Slips and wicket keeper getting excited, but solid defence from Sam Billings there. Wonder if Bass is going to go in, and then maybe nip one away, having faced Darren Stevens in the nets a few times now.
But that's fun.
Oh God, I've been pinned so many times in the thigh. Yeah, he does the classic, and I tell him, I just like say, as he's giggling, I'm like, I know what you're doing, you're trying to drag me across, and then you're going to shoot one in. And he still does it, and you still pinned you, and you're like, I know what's happening. As Bass comes in for the last ball of the over. A leave defence that could go for a 4, might end up as 2 runs for Sam Billings there. He wanted to leave it, ended up getting the toe of the bat, going just behind point towards third man for 2 runs there. Not quite how he planned to get the runs, but they're in the book now, so it doesn't really matter.
That's for sure. Now, here's an interesting one then. So Darren Stevens bowling to you in the nets.
Yes.
Now, obviously, in this men's game, he's very medium pace, isn't he? I mean, very sort of, you know, probably there wouldn't be too many of lesser pace, I don't think, by him. How would he compare? Who in the women's game, pace-wise, do you think he would be comparable to?
In the top, well, so like he hasn't actually bowled it as off full that
was
often, yeah.
Ah, right. Ah, there we go. Here's Fuller from the Nackington Road end, leaning leaves alone.
But I think he gets the same control with his throws that he does with when he was bowling. But yeah, he bowled at a couple of girls. I didn't face him, but he was bowling at a couple of the girls the other day. I think he'll be like top end. Whoever's like Lauren Bell, Sun Viper's quite quick. They could also potentially be quicker.
Oh, right, okay.
But also they're not 4 to 6 trying to play county cricket. So
there's not many do.
No, I know. He just loves the game, doesn't he?
He does.
Absolutely loves the game. Yeah. But the amount of control that he has over the ball is unbelievable.
Well, that's why he lasted so long, wasn't it? As Fuller comes in, leaning, pushes that up towards mid-wicket. And it's, you know, you're saying about you know what's coming, and you kind of knew what was coming when he started to bowl, you know, little swingers. And yet he just picked up wickets. You know, and you think, why on earth is this guy picking up so many wickets? You know, there'll be many club bowlers that bowl quicker than him.
Yeah, I think sometimes, as I was saying earlier, it's almost so like Fuller actually might be nicer to face on this sort of wicket just because he's got a little bit more pace than Abbas.
True. Comes in forward leaning. Another good delivery from Fuller, goes out into the covers.
It's that pace where you can't quite fully commit to one or the other. And the thing is, Darren's like those sorts of bowlers, like Abbas as we've seen today, they just don't miss. So Abbas found that spot where he was getting a little bit of extra lift. Darren Stevens will find his spot where he gets a little bit of extra movement. So if it went one way, gets your outside edge. If it goes the other way, it's hitting your front pad. So I think it's just completely different skill sets. But what those sorts of players has is that they just don't miss.
Yeah, that's true. Again, it's straight, leaning, pushing that to mid-wicket.
Whereas with a Fuller who's got a little bit of extra pace, you might get that lovely drive that Sam Billings just played. But then you'll get a Jaffa a couple of balls later, or, yeah, I think you get more likely to get a free ball. Because when you get those free balls with those sort of in-betweeny sort of paces, you're normally driving it on the up, which is quite hard when there's a lack of pace.
That's true.
You've got to be very, very patient.
Yeah, and just shaping away as well, so it's very difficult. Fuller bowls is playing a missing. Almost a perfect forward defensive, but Fuller's got past it. Through to the keeper, Ben Brown. Pressure is still on here on Kent.
Yeah, leaning 8 off 41. He's mimicking his first innings pretty well so far. He got 20 odd off 96.
Yeah, stuck around for a while.
Yeah.
Always been a good player. Love him technically. I think technically he's a very good player.
Technically very good. Very.
Probably has never quite scored the runs that that warrants. One of the reasons he left Yorkshire, I think, averages 33 in his career. There's a full delivery again. Played back to the bowl. That's another maiden. A few of those in the last, well, a few overs before lunch, and then again here.
Yeah, I'd say Leaning's always looked better than his, say, 33
Yeah.
that he's averaging. I think he came down here from Yorkshire to get more game time, which he's definitely got here at Kent. But yeah, he had a sweet like period. A couple of summer goes where he kept on got a couple of hundreds, maybe a double. When he had the partnership with Jordan Cox.
Okay.
And then I think he got runs either side of that.
Yeah, and a reasonable season last year, averaged 43. So.
Yeah. No, two decent batters for Kent here as Abbas comes up the hill. Billings playing a big booming drive. Not quite getting the inside edge, but yeah, looking to expand his game a little bit more on that one. Wonder if he's going to continue on that trend or go back to how he's playing in before and being quite watchful of Abbas.
You know, I suppose the half an hour that these two came together before lunch, it was very much, let's not lose another wicket, but it's a little bit different this afternoon, isn't it, really? There's still 123 runs to knock off yet, and a second new ball, which will be due before tea.
Abbas is in.
Shot.
Lovely shot from Sam Billings there, who dances down the wicket, clips it into the leg side. 2 so far, and then they're going to push for the 3rd. Lovely bit of cricket there from Sam Billings, getting 3 off that. So he now moves on to 24.
Yeah, one in between either side of those 3 wickets.
Look pretty solid so far.
Yeah, I mean,
Touchwood.
yeah, I agree. They've started well, haven't they, this afternoon? I know it's only not even quite 15 minutes yet, but decent start. Fuller's got the ball past the outside edge once, I think Abbas has, but kind of expect that. Now, this is interesting because Ben Brown has got the helmet on and he's going to stand up. Leaning has definitely shown a inclination, yes, that's the word, yes, to come down the wicket. Abbas but won't be able to now.
Abbas comes up the hill. Fuller straight at the stumps. Again, slips, keeper, all very excited, but there's a lot of bat involved in that one. I think you're going to have to do a little bit more than that.
How annoying it with a, is it when, you're batting and, people are just sort of giving it the big one for the sake of it, even though you've played pretty defensively and it's pretty rock solid.
I think it's quite funny.
Is it?
Yeah, I start laughing. Depends on my mood. 95% of the time, so I think it's funny. 5%, I just want. Abbas comes in again, and lovely, solid defensive shot there from Jack Leaning towards point. Yeah, I think there's about 5% of the time that'll get on my nerves, but 95% of the time I think it's funny. Whereas 5% of the time I'm like, just be quiet. It's like, oh, I didn't realise the whole middle of my bat was the outside edge.
We've got a whole new batch of listeners just joined us. Of course, you can also watch on the picture feed, but Kevin James and Alice Davidson Richards, the England. You call you all-rounder. You're an all-rounder, not just batter.
Yeah, depends on the day.
Yeah.
Some days it's more of a bowling all-rounder, some days it's more of a batting all-rounder. Depends on how it's gone. It's a just playing bowls that onto stumps. Again, pretty much a repeat of the ball before, played towards point by Jacqueline. Again, a dot ball, 3 off the over so far. But yeah, I think all-rounders say that.
Yeah, they do, yeah, definitely.
If you're bowling well, you say you're bowling all-rounder. If you're batting well, you say you're batting all-rounder.
That's right. And then when you say you're a true all-rounder, you know the game's going pretty good.
Yeah. You're like, whoa. You are gone. I don't think I've been there too often.
Have you not?
So, I don't think so. I think most all-rounders tend to have one better than the other at all times. As the bass comes in for the last ball. Oh. Just missing the outside edge. So definitely was trying to set up leaning there as Ben Brown had gone back for that one. So yeah, no, through to keeper, dot ball off that one. So 3 off the over. Kent now 158 for 3. Billings and Leaning still at crease. Leaning 8, Billings 24. But yeah, I think it's rare that all-rounders, they're good at batting and bowling, or like really good at batting and bowling at the same time.
Sure. Yep.
I'd say that you tend to be slightly better at one, and then the other's all right, and then switch over.
Yeah, I agree. So just to quickly surmise the day for the benefit of our new listeners, as Alice Davison Richards says, 158 for 3. So Kent still behind by 120, having started the day behind by 212. It was very much a day where Kent needed to bat all of it, if not most of it. Here's Fuller, comes in and edged. Oh, has he edged through to the keeper? May have come off the bottom of the bat of Billings. Brown didn't pick it up cleanly. And it's a good wicket in terms of, well, it's not a good wicket. What is a good wicket? What is a bad wicket? It's a typical Canterbury wicket where it's low bounce and not really coming on.
Well played.
Yeah, and but it's a wicket where the bowlers have got to work really hard, and you know, to take 10 wickets in a day here, even though Kent capitulated in the first innings, it was always going to be hard second time around. That's 4. He's wrapped on the pad, not out, says the umpire. The slips, and Ben Brown are shouting and jumping up and down, appealing, and the umpire, I think that's Paul Pollard at the far end, says no, that's leg byes, and it's 4 of them. Hampshire getting a little excited there, and they were the openers, who batted for 26 overs last night unscathed, started at 66 without loss, and after an hour and 15 minutes, even though Zach Crawley was given a thorough examination by Mo Abbas, both him and Crawley and Compton were getting through it. Got to 122, and then 3 wickets fell very, very quickly. Crawley just coming down the wicket to Dawson, got one that turned on him, went past the outside edge, and he was stumped for 56. And then 3 wickets in the space of 4 runs as Fuller bowls. Trying to pull that one leaning, and that's come off the thigh pad through to Ben Brown. They really are getting excited. Brown, Vince and Dawson behind the stumps there. They sense that perhaps another wicket is coming. Mieye lasted just a few balls before he drove at Dawson. And Fletcher Middleton in very close at silly mid-off. The ball hit him in the midriff, and it just bounced up nicely for him to claim the catch. Mieye went for no score. That was 2 wickets on the score on 122. And then Ben Copton, who'd looked rock solid, then went soon after for 54 LBW to Keith Barker. Here's Fuller. Bowls, and that's on the line of leg stump, turned away by Billings, moves on to 25, 163 for 3. And the deficit down to 115. It is very much a wicket where the bowlers have to work very hard for any wickets. Hampshire making 373 in their first innings would suggest that, and when the clouds are around, it's a little bit more of a bowler's game. Hampshire really struggled yesterday morning under the clouds, but as the day got a slightly better, so batting became easier. Dawson with 84, top scorer of the season. Here's Fuller again. Bowls, and it's a push drive by Leaning up to mid on no run.
Like Kev, I'm just weighing in just to do a brief update for BBC Radio Kent probably in a minute.
Okay.
And then I'll let Alice come back on.
Nice to see you.
You two carry on. You're doing a great job.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah.
That's nice of him, isn't it, eh? Yeah. Well, you go back downstairs and have a
I was having a
nice
donut
cream
in the press room, yeah. just checking in on the 2 of you on the app.
Here's Fuller again then from that Nackington Road end. As Leaning gets a full delivery and works that away down to deep square leg. Fuller wasn't used in the morning session because he woke up not feeling particularly well, was off the field for a little while, came on about halfway through the session to allow him to open up from that far end. straight after the lunch break. 164 for 3, then the deficit is down to 114 with 25 to Billings and 9 to Jack Leaning. It's a bit late, your one. They may have missed you. They may have thought, oh, Ben's not on. There's no point in having it. That Alice and that Kevin, they're not going to be up to it, so we won't bother. That's probably what it is. We're used to, well, I'm used to it. Alice probably isn't.
2 o'clock is the changeover of shows, so I'm wondering if they've forgotten me because of it.
Here's Abbas. Now, he's wicketless. He's bowled 19 overs, none for 19, would you believe, as forward is Leaning up towards mid-off. Great opening spell from Abbas this morning. Zach Crawley, who played a miss once or twice at Fuller last night, then found himself in the same situation with Abbas, who just seemed to find a spot just on or just outside off stump, and he beat the bat a few times. Hampshire were a bit frustrated. They couldn't pick up a wicket in that first hour and 15 minutes. Then Crawley started to get going, and then just as he was starting to get into some sort of flow, found himself stumped, just coming a pace or two down the wicket. That opened the floodgates, well, floodgates for 3 wickets anyway. It's pushed out square on the offside. We were in a very similar situation last year in this game, where Hampshire needed to bowl Kent out on the final day on again a flat pitch, the sun out. They managed to do it just after tea, when it looked for long periods during the day that Kent would be able to save the game. Kent in the same situation, having to work hard to come out of this with a draw. We're into the 63rd over here, so we will get a second new ball before the tea break. As Leaning is forward, plays that out to the offside. Very patient innings in the first innings for Jack Leaning. Crawley and Compton going very early, exposing the rest of the Kent order. And Leaning making 24 in the first innings. It didn't sound a lot, but he occupied the crease for quite a while. And just to say that Kyle Abbott, who's only bowled 2 overs today, is off the field still. He's been off the field for quite a while now. Had a knee operation during the winter. It sounds like it's just giving him a little bit of discomfort. Leaning with the bat high up in the air, is walking into that forward defensive from Abbas. 164 for 3. I thought it was over. It's not quite yet. It looks like it's going to be another maiden over here for Abbas. He's got 2 balls left, and he's bowled 9 maidens in his what will be 20 overs so far. Unbelievable, unbelievable stuff from the Pakistan seamer. Just picked up 1 wicket in the game, which is quite incredible. Big one in the first innings. Compton called it slip. Very rare you get Compton out for no score. 54 he made in the second. Short, pulled away, well fielded at mid-wicket. He did have Leaning in a little bit of a problem with a short ball before lunch. Leaning had hooked him the ball before for 4, and Abbas bowled him another short ball, and it just came off a glove and the shoulder and ballooned up in the air and just couldn't quite get there. Was Liam Dawson running around from second slip as the ball went to ground. I think Dawson may have just got fingertips on it. A little bit of a let off there for Leaning. He's 9 not out, battling hard again, 53 balls faced. Here's Abbas again, and that's short, and that's pulled away, and that's in front of square on the leg side. There'll be runs here. And, running around from deep square leg is Ian Holland. Doesn't pick it up cleanly, so they come back for 3. The running between these two is very positive, keeping the scoreboard ticking along when they can. But in between time, it is pretty slow. 167 for 3 at the end of that over. Ben Watts has been amazingly patient. He'll be into the next programme by the time they come to you. 63 overs gone, then 59 is a minimum for the rest of the day. 111 the deficit.
They said they'll come to us after David Bowie, but no sound of David Bowie in our headphones at the moment.
No. There's no shame in coming after David Bowie.
Oh, here we go. I can hear
go.
something now. Apologies to 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. BBC Radio Kent FM and DAB are going to come to us for an update. Oh, there's a chance for a caught and bowled off the toe end of Jack Leaning's bat as Fuller's banged in a short one, and he snooker cued it almost straight back to the bowler, diving away to his left. Couldn't quite reach it to grab the caught and bowled chance, so this partnership still just about negotiating the situation. Leaning and Sam Billings for Kent as they strive to bat the remaining 58.5 overs to try and get a draw in this game. They've already batted in the second innings for 63.1, with half centuries for Crawley and Compton before the both openers were dismissed, and Mayeye out for naught to a ridiculous catch by Middleton at silly point, flicking it up to stop the original drive and then grabbing it the second attempt. Here comes Fuller. Defended away into the onside. The question being posed, what are you obsessed with? After somebody visited all the Wetherspoons in the country. Other pubs are available. $167 for 3. That update is finally on the way. They've remembered me, everybody. Here comes Fuller in and bowling. Defended away by Leaning. Well, yeah, the final day of action here, and Kent looking to try and secure a draw in the match. They're currently 167 for 3, so we're back out after the lunch interval. Jack Leaning and Sam Billings, the captain, still there after the loss of the two openers this morning, both scoring half centuries before they fell in quick succession. Zach Crawley and Ben Compton, as well as Tawanda Mayeye. So Hampshire yesterday 373 in their one innings in this match so far, as a beauty just cuts Jack Leaning in half. Somehow didn't edge it through to the keeper. James Fuller really working up a steam from the Nackington Road end at the moment. So yes, the deficit still remains at 111 runs between these two teams. So at the moment it's Hampshire pressing for victory. Kent's trying to battle on for the draw, but still 58 overs at least remaining in the day's play. So a long way to go yet in the Canterbury sunshine. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website and on 5 Live Sports Extra, with Kent 167 for 3.
What a ball that was. That's come a long way down the hill. Comes in again, short, he just pulls the bat away. That's pacey. That is a pacey delivery. Ben Brown taking that around stomach, chest height, from just short of a length. Great stuff here from Fuller. Trying to create something, trying to make something happen. Leaning, being asked a few questions of. Fuller doesn't seem to be suffering too much effects from being a little bit unwell this morning. I didn't see him this morning, actually. Seen the players, most of the players at breakfast didn't actually see him. Leaning's on the back foot, plays that back to the bowler, and Alice Davison-Richards is back with us.
Hello, hello. Yeah, I saw him for a bit in the gym whilst he was losing off. He seemed quite quiet within himself. Just thought he was mentally preparing to bowling lots, didn't realise that he was feeling ill. So yeah, that would probably explain it, whilst I had some rubbish music on in the gym. So yeah, no.
Ralph Brooker's emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. It says, these games where you start right on top have got to be won. Looking at the table, things are already tight. Middlesex mid-table, who'd have thought it? Hope Fozzie's fit. Well, he certainly looks, those last couple of deliveries, he certainly looks as though he's okay. Maybe he's got the answers. Well, let's hope so. He had the answers in the first innings with 5 wickets. But remember, we've lost virtually a whole day in this game.
Yeah, which is nuts. Zabas comes up the hill. Sam Billings pulls it, gloves it towards fine leg, lands safely, thankfully for him. So yeah, Bass mixing things up this time around, bowling a few more surprise short balls rather than just his normal line length. But yeah, James Fuller I reckon's getting better each over, or a bit faster each over, and Bass is just mixing up his line and length a bit more rather than just bowling top of off, top of off, top of off.
Yeah, well, as well as the Kent players are batting out there in the middle, you do feel there's the odd chance here. You know, it's not like there's nothing to get excited about.
Yeah, Zabas comes in a second ball. Defensive shot from Jack Leaning, pushes forward, picked up by extra cover. Yeah, the deficit's now only 110, so got loads to do. What was it, your maths earlier? If Kent were going at 3, so they get it in the 70th over, and then there's an extra 20 overs from that.
Yeah, 70 overs in the day, so what's that, about another 30 overs?
Yeah. With Kent standing at bottom of the table, there's a lot to be gained from them by earning a draw.
Yeah.
Most definitely, and a couple of batting points along the way as Bass comes in. Fuller straight, on the stumps, lovely forward defence from Jack leaning there, the no run.
Yeah, I mean, the general question is, well, the question is generally the Kent batting as a whole, isn't it? I mean, with Hampshire, it's the top order, it's the openers where the questions are being asked, but with Kent, it's the general batting order, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Ben Compton's probably been the spine of the batting order for the last couple of seasons. As you mentioned, Jack Leaning had a fruitful summer last summer, averaging 43. And then I think that the general feel for the Kent batters as the Bass comes in, short ball that just didn't get up. Leaning didn't want to play it, and I feel like it only just went above the stumps, but a lot shorter than how it turned out. Yeah, no, that one didn't get up at all, but yeah, I think Jordan Cox was playing well last year, hasn't quite got the runs that he would have liked this year so far. Similarly with Zach tends to be an all or nothing sort of human, got stuck in with a 50 today. Obviously had 170 last week. So the ability is very much there, it's when it clicks. As Bass comes into the fifth ball of the over, short again, it's definitely a plan. Pulled way in front of square for 4 runs. Both short mid-wickets, hands in front of their faces, not really believing that it somehow missed them. Well, it didn't really miss them, it just went on top of them. Just went a couple of metres on top of them. So you got, is it Liam Dawson there, and then who's next to him?
Joe Weatherly.
Joe Weatherly.
It was pretty well struck.
Yeah, it was a good shot.
It was.
Way in front of square, which means that Jack Leaning had plenty of time to play it. But yeah, the short ball seems to be more of a plan than just trying to nibble it off the seam at the moment. As Bass comes in for last ball. Again, short again. Ducked by Jack Leaning. Dot off the last ball. I love that he's going for the short ball plan. Why not?
It's great. I think I've seen Mo bowl more bouncers today than I've seen this season, actually.
I was about to say, in all the highlight reels, I don't think I've ever seen a bouncer from him. It's always been nibbling it off a length, one way or the other. I'm either going to get you on your front pad bowled, or I'm going to get you caught behind.
Yeah.
Don't ever think.
I know, it's great.
Maybe he's just thinking that with the carry up the hill, bounce the ball into the pitch, get a bit more carry going up. This is my chance. I can be the enforcer.
They've encouraged him to bowl more bouncers. They did last year, because as you say, he just never really bowled any. But
No.
the boy said to him, "No, look, you bowl some." Here's Fuller, who's certainly capable of bowling 1 or 2. That's played quietly on the leg side by Sam Billings, who has 26. Fuller's into his 9th over here, none for 26.
Yeah,
But, yeah, and I think it's definitely, you don't have to be massively quick to bowl a decent bouncer, do you?
no, if you think of people that are good at, like Sam Curran's not quick, but he's got a very good bouncer. I think a well-directed bouncer, it doesn't matter how fast it is, it's still a well-directed
Agreed.
bouncer. It's awkward no matter what pace.
Yeah. Here comes Fuller. Just wraps Billings on the pad as it comes down the hill. For sure. I mean, if it's right in the right area, it's a the hook shot. A batter playing a hook shot, you've got to execute that well. You either go big, don't you, and go in the air,
Yeah.
or you get on top of it and hit it down in the ground. So it requires skill, no matter what pace it's coming at you, if it's in the right area.
Especially when you're used to him just bowling, you're pretty much on the front foot all the time with him, aren't you? You're looking to go forward as much as possible. So if he's managed to pull one back and give you a bouncer, then you're not quite ready for it.
That's right. Surprise element. Forward is Billings. There's a gap there out at point. That'll be a single. 173 for 3 then, Kent. The deficit is down to 105. So Kent have added 107 since this morning. But they have lost 3 wickets in the process. Another 3 wickets this afternoon, I think, would seriously put Kent under pressure. They're under pressure at the moment. Any more than that, I think they could probably kiss this game goodbye. If they can hold on, maybe lose 1, then I think that last session, whilst it will be tough, they'll probably feel they can see it out. That's played out again to point where there's a gap. This time it's played a little harder, so there's 2 runs there for Leaning. He moves on to 18, deficit down to 103. This ball will be fairly soft as well now into its 66th over. Might see a bit of Dawson soon, trying to get through a few overs and trying to get that second new ball into play a little quicker.
Yeah, we've got Keith Barker, but doing some bowl throws, either
he's
hinting or just actually just trying to loosen off.
for again then bowls slightly short, lovely played by Leaning off the back foot. Again through that vacant cover point area. That's a 50 partnership, I think, between these two. I mean, I know it was a lovely shot, but it weren't that good. So it must be the 50 partnership. 51 up. That's come off 108 deliveries. That's pretty good scoring rate, actually, in the context of what Kent are trying to achieve.
Yeah, within the context of the game, that's a very good scoring rate. But that might... So Jack Leaning there has probably gone for middle-ish / off stump and managed to get that through the offside. So that might also be another reason why they're trying to pack the leg side and then go with the shorter option, tuck him up a bit.
Yeah, full of bowls. Next ball wrapped on the pad. Oh, I thought the umpire's finger was going up there. It's almost like he was scratching his chin or something. The finger was going up, but it was for another reason.
He also did it almost immediately as well. It's like they went up. Oh, no.
Oh, my word.
That's one of those when you're an umpire that you would have so much fun. Go, no, it's not that. Sorry. Raising your hand. No, just an itch. Sorry, not got that one.
I must admit, it didn't look
It
that
felt like
close.
it nipped in and a little bit high.
Yeah.
As a general, like as what umpires normally say is, it's going down a bit high.
Yeah.
So just repeating what's been said to me a gazillion times.
Even when you know it's out.
Yeah. Yeah, just a bit high. What's wrong with that?
I don't know why it is, but I think if
what's
I was umpiring and you were bowling and I said to you, do you know what, that's going down, I would feel, oh gosh, Alice, is she going to believe me?
No, I feel if you're an umpire, you can 100% tell what mood I'm in. I'm either laughing at you.
What, because the umpire's so bad?
Yeah, well, no. I'm either laughing with you because I agree with that it's missing and potentially not even hitting leg of the next set of stumps. Or if it's plummet and it's not given out, there might be daggers coming out my eye. And I just walk away because I know if I say anything I get in trouble. So I get Bryony Smith, who's obviously our captain at South East Stars. She's at mid-off and she's just like there pulling me towards her. Like with the lasso, being like, get away from the umpires, don't say anything. Because on the training pitch, I've got a bit of a potty mouth, so... On the game, when a stump mic and stuff, you have to be very well behaved sometimes, and I get a warning from every umpire because I know what I'm like. But hey, I feel all the emotions. When I'm happy, I'll let you know about it. When I'm angry, I'll let you know about it. It's Liam Dawson, change of bowling from the Villian end. I was going to say, I'm going to label that one as an accidental Yorker, which Leaning just patted back towards the bowler. Wicket taking ball is the accidental Yorker as Dawson comes in for the second ball. Better length this time, squeeze onto the leg side. Quick single by the Kent pair there. Good running by these two, both quite quick players. But yeah, I think you could have a lot of fun as an umpire. Just navigating the game, certain players.
Is that a fun job?
Well, it depends on your description of fun, but there'll be moments where it's quite... Moments, there we go. There will be moments where it's quite fun.
Yeah.
Like that. Where you go, oh, is it out? No, sorry. Just tease everybody. Dawson comes in. Full again, driven by Sam Billings, but only reaches mid-off, no run.
I must admit, it's a job that doesn't appeal to me. I don't know about you, you know, if you ever thought about at some point when you finish.
No, one of the umpires said that would be a good umpire as Dawson comes in for the fourth ball, patted towards mid-wicket there for no run by Sam Billings. I said I wouldn't be too good because umpires are just meant to go under the radar, aren't they? And I said I wouldn't be good for it. I like to be centre of attention too much. Dawson comes in, fifth ball, lovely drive, stopped by mid-off there, good bit of fielding, stopping the four most definitely. Single for Sam Billings there.
It's Toby Albert, the substitute fielder.
Yeah. I think I'd like to make too many jokes and stuff.
You'd be one of those umpires that want to be in the game.
Yeah, or I'd come up with something like a Billy Bowden with the sixes, and yeah, no, I think probably better served up here than down there, or just better playing. Dawson comes in for last ball. Ooh, Sam Billing. Oh, I mean Jack Leaning going back when it's potentially a go forward ball, but navigated safely as he punched it into the offside for no run there. Just a couple off that over from Lee and Dawson. Kent now under the 100-run deficit. It's now 898.
Yeah, it's always good, isn't it, to see just 2 figures on the board rather than 3.
3.
45 minutes played since lunch. 146 for 3 at the break. And a bit like the morning session where Hampshire had to be patient. And then all of a sudden 3 wickets fell. This looks like it's a similar situation here as well.
Were you never interested in going into umpire? No.
I think it's quite hard. I mean,
counting to 6 is hard enough. Like consistently for that amount of time. Yeah. Tough.
I think the only thing that I think that I wouldn't enjoy about the job is being the consistent thing with the LBWs. I think sometimes, you know, when we sit here, and even when you're fielding, you know, you generally can tell if a batter's out. Even if you're fielding in a not a great situation, you can just sort of get an idea if something's close. Barker starts a new over. He's round the wicket to Billings. It's very full, and it's worked off the bottom of the bat on the onside. I think what I would worry is that I just wouldn't be quite as consistent enough as the players would want me to be. So, yes, I think generally, even on this angle, we can call most of them even now. But it's the ones that are very close where we may get them wrong, and there's no reason why we shouldn't get them wrong on this angle. But when you're out there in the middle, the players want you to be
spot on,
and that, I think that's the thing that I would find hard. I'm sure the umpires find that hard anyway, as Billings gets a good stride in there, plays that back to Barker.
Yeah, so I think there's definitely 2 plans here at the moment. I think it's definitely go Fuller to Sam Billings, going shorter to Jack Leaning, as we've got somebody just on the drive on the leg side here for Sam Billings. But yeah, no, some of the decisions that umpires make at international level, absolutely unbelievable. And you're like, how on earth? I know that you've obviously got DRS and stuff, but how did it spot that?
Driving is Billings up to mid off, not completely timed. I think he was trying to go a little squarer with that. Yeah, well, of course, it's at that level. At least you've got a fallback on something. But here,
I think that makes it worse.
Do you think so?
Yeah, because then you get it wrong and it's there for everybody to see it. You're like, bugger.
I think I did watch some cricket a while back, and one of the umpires, and I can't remember who it was, did get a couple wrong because it got referred and had to reverse it. And they said, well, this is very unusual for whoever it was, because normally, you know, the referrals are always in his favour. That's turned away on the leg side for a single, 181 for the. I can't remember who it was.
Goff? Is it Goff? Who's the English umpire? And he,
Goff,
I think, and he, however many DRSs there were, reviews there were, they were always like with him, and then finally he managed to get one wrong, and everyone's like, no, this doesn't happen.
Really?
No, you have to get them wrong.
Yeah, I suppose it's that level of scrutiny, isn't it, as well, which, unlike you, who likes to be above the radar, I think I'm quite happy being below it.
Just suits different people, you know.
It does, yeah, I'm quite happy to.
You need both sides.
Here's Barker around the wicket again, and a length ball to Leaning. Comfortably pushes that up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, as I was saying, you can't have a team full of me's.
No.
So that would just be an absolute nightmare, but also couldn't have a team full of yous.
No.
You need some people above the radar, some people below.
That's what makes a good team.
Yeah, exactly. A bit like what I was saying about 2020s. You can't have people that just smash it the whole way down, because, I mean, when it goes well, it goes well.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite click, it doesn't.
That's right. Mixture of experience, youth, and all sorts of personalities. I'm just going to disappear and do an update in a moment. That's the end of the over. 181 for 3. I think I'm off. Alice is going to stay.
I'll stay.
And then with Ben Watts.
Here's Kent are now 181 for 3. Deficit is now only 97 into double figures. Sam Billings and Jack Leaning forming a lovely partnership so far for Kent. Ben Brown up to start. Liam Dawson bowling. Just going to be varying the pace. My shout. Again, pushing onto the back foot. No run off that first ball off Liam Dawson.
Some chirpy birds somewhere near our effects mic, aren't there? Sounds rather pleasant.
They're just living their best life.
Yeah.
Again, bit fuller there from Sam Billings, who's still looking to go back foot. Navigated safely again though, but potentially wanting to go onto the front foot here rather than the back foot, you would say. Just as Liam Dawson could sneak one through as he comes in for the third ball. Slows the pace up this time. A lovely wow, wow, wow.
Oh, so yeah, what was that
Sounds
noise?
great. A wow, wow, wow.
Sounds like the noise my son makes.
I was about to say, but it's probably a similar noise to what I'd make on the pitch, to be fair. 3 back foot punches for no run by Sam Billings so far as Liam Dawson comes in for the 4th ball. Solid forward defence. Lovely onto the front foot there, Sam. No runs off the over so far. Bowled by Dawson, left by Sam Billings. Double reverse teapot there by James Vince and Liam Dawson there. Hands on head, can't believe it missed the off stump. Sam Billings threw another ball. About to face the last ball of the over. Bowled Dawson, for defence Sam Billings, no run, maiden for Liam Dawson, his 6th so far of this innings, who's also got the 2 of the 3 wickets.
Update very shortly for BBC Radio Kent. In the meantime, I'll get some other scores as well. Durham 1 wicket winners over Yorkshire. 2-4-6 for 9. They snuck home at Chester Street earlier on today. Of course, victories yesterday for Nottinghamshire against Northants, Warwickshire against Essex in Division 2, Glamorgan against Worcestershire. Somerset currently leading Lancashire by 289 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Surrey needing 45 to win with 9 second innings wickets remaining to beat Middlesex in Division 1 as Barker draws a defensive stroke out of Leaning. Kent here 97 runs behind, 7 wickets remaining in their second innings. Derbyshire and Gloucestershire very much looks like that's heading towards a draw, with Gloucestershire 383 for 9 in response to Derbyshire's 251 for 9 declared. And then Leicestershire trailing Sussex by 20 runs with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Sussex looking to try and get the victory there at Grace Road. Leicester 140 for 4. Kent 181 for 3 as Barker bowls and Leaning again in behind it. 75 balls he's faced now for his 22. Billings has been out there for 60 balls for 29. Wicket for Barker and a couple for Dawson. For Hampshire today, Kyle Abbott's been off the field since the early overs of the day. And James Fuller only bowling in this session as well. Barker was off the field for a little bit before lunch. Here comes that update for BBC Radio Kent, DAB and FM. Well, at the moment, Kent are fulfilling their duty and heading, as they might, try towards a draw. They still do have, admittedly, 52 overs potentially to bat out in the day, but they haven't lost any wickets since the lunch interval. 182 for 3 the score. Jack Leaning there on 23 and Sam Billings on 29, not out. An unbroken half-century stand between the club captain and Jack Leaning, who's batting time once again as he did in the first innings. 2 half-centuries earlier on in the day as the openers put on an 100 partnership for the first wicket. before Crawley and Compton and also Mayeye, the number 3 bat, were dismissed in quick succession. But since then, these two surviving a tricky period before lunch, and then in this afternoon session underneath the Canterbury sunshine, these two enjoying what looked like slightly better conditions for batting. Big shout for LBW though here, and Barker almost appealing and celebrating in one movement as that one is kept low to Billings, and he is removed for 29. So just as we leave you, Billings out for 29. Kent now reduced to 182 for 4, still 96 runs behind Hampshire. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app, and currently on 5 Live Sports Extra. Right in the action on BBC Ready Kent for that update for you. A wicket going down, so not the news that Kent listeners necessarily wanted to hear. But yes, indeed. Sam Billings, the captain, on his way. Walking off. Yeah, I just see if I can get a little snippet. A little look at the replay here, Alice. But to me, that looked like it shot through, and yeah, Barker wasn't appealing. He was celebrating.
No, he was running off, celebrating already. Yeah, kept a little bit low, nipped in. It's okay. I will claim that one as commentator's curse inside my head, because in my head I was like, these two are batting themselves nicely into form here.
Yeah,
so yeah, no, I'll take blame because I did that in my head.
Well, Billings had a tough season, hasn't he? And
yeah,
looked like he was playing himself into some kind of nick. But I guess on a wicket that has tended to be that bit slower and lower generally, on day 4, you are going to get the odd ball that grubs a little bit.
Yeah, he's been looking to go back quite a lot, whereas when it's slow and low, you want him to get forward and then react back. But yeah, no, I think that was a handy bit of bowling by Barker there, where it zipped low, but also zipped through quite nicely. So yeah, no.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you think that perhaps Billings could have gone forward to it rather than? I can see why he's gone back, but
I can see why it's kept a little bit low. But even to Liam Dawson, he was still trying to go back, whereas very much full ball, wanting to get onto that front foot. So yeah, no, he's trying to play himself into a bit of form there. Managed to get himself middle of the range sort of score. So see if Jordan Cox goes here.
Yeah, now wicketkeeper for Kent, certainly in this game, Jordan Cox, coming in at number 6 to replace Sam Billings. And of course, these two, Leaning and Cox, have had some big partnerships in the past, and from a Kent perspective, the home supporters will be hoping that these two can stay together for a period of time after Leaning and Billings have managed to do so. But softball, of course, as well, now almost 70 overs old. Barker, as he bowls again, and Cox defends, in a way, managing to get a real bonus wicket with the new ball 10 overs away to nip through that partnership prior to that. If they can get another one with this older ball, they'll be absolutely cock-a-hoop.
Yeah, any other wickets between now and the new ball's a massive bonus for Hampshire here. Again, I think with the older ball, as a bowling unit, you're just trying to hone in on the stumps. I know, talk about it God knows how many times about how you just want to hit the stumps as much as possible, but with an older ball where you're on day 4 of the wicket, where not too much is happening, you just want to hone in, and then the occasional bouncer and stuff, which is exactly what they've done there. So Liam Dawson comes in, full and straight on the stumps, patted back towards mid-wicket by Leaning, who's 23 off 77 so far. Dawson just bowling line and length so far. Back foot defence by Jack Leaning there. 2 dots off the over from Kent so far. Dawson bowls, fuller this time. Again, not too much turn on this pitch. But the way Dawson's bowling, just having to make the batter make a decision. Do I go forward, do I go back? How am I going to score runs here as he bowls again? Lovely flighted ball, but defensive shot from Leaning for another dot. 4 dots in the over so far. Yeah, Dawson's making the batters work here, making them do something to score their runs. 5th ball. bit shorter, cut away by Jack Leaning, just the one run because he's got protection out there on the cover. A rare loose ball, you would say, but even then it's only gone for the one, so you can't be too disappointed. So yeah, Jordan Cox facing first ball from Liam Dawson. And a lovely forward defence to finish off the over. One off that over. Kent are now 183 for 4. Wicket in the previous over from that by Keith Barker, who did a celeb appeal.
It really was, wasn't it?
Stuart Broad-esque. I thought it bowled him by the way that he just carried on running, to be fair.
Quite the reaction.
Because it pinned him fully in front of the wicket, so it was very clear LBW. But yeah, the way he was running, I thought it was pad stumps, the way he just ran off.
Definitely was a bowled him kind of reaction from Keith Barker. But yeah, Billings on his way. Umpire Pollard at that far end had little hesitation in giving the decision. James Vince just thinking about going a bit funky with the field to Jack Leaning, and actually a very leg side field. Only 3 on the off, including himself at slip, and then point and mid off. Now there's a long leg, deep square, deep mid wicket, and then 2 almost catching mid wickets and a mid on. So it would suggest it was going to be shorter than that, although it's just pushed away by leaning out towards point. Kester getting in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com, saying Kent needed 50s really from Billings, and Leaning now have to get 90 plus runs to, of course, force Hampshire to bat again, and the new ball coming in less than 10 overs as well. Says it's going to be tough. Hampshire the favourites at the moment, Alice.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair description. Got the
Barker bowling. Leaning defends once more, up towards mid-on.
got a lot to ask of these Kent batters if they're wanting to turn over this 95 deficit and then create a score that puts Hampshire out of reach for the day. With 50 overs left in the day, it's still a long time to go, so yeah, a lot of work to be done by these 2 Kent batters, but Leaning holding tight so far, 25 for 83.
Looks like a key partnership, doesn't it, as this one's flicked away fine down towards the boundary rope, but Albert is lively, the subfielder. Keeps it to 2, and there was bats from Leaning as well, who currently has the best average for a Kent player this season, other than the 2 openers, Compton and Crawley. Jack Leaning. Batters to come, Joey Everson at number 7, whose best score this campaign is 99. But obviously quite an inexperienced player perhaps to be in a situation like this. Probably hasn't had it all too often in his county championship career. Short ball from Barker, which Leaning ducks underneath. And you got Grant Stewart in at number 8, who would much rather be trying to score quick runs than bat out for a day. Agar, the Australian, overseas to come, as well as Michael Hogan. And then Hamid Kadri, of course, the other can play a left bat. Leaning is forward, playing competently into the offside. And Kadri is actually a better bat than his average for the season suggests. Just 8, Agar 9. Hogan's probably the worst bat out of those, and more bat at number 11. So yeah, it does potentially leave a lot on the shoulders of these 2 in the middle at the moment. And then Everson to come. Another short ball, which Leaning bobs underneath. End of another over. 8 to go until a new ball available for, one would assume, Mohammed Abbas and one other from the Hampshire side. Listening to BBC Sport Online commentary of the county cricket season. Every ball of every game available via the website and the app, and also the live blog which Alex Winter, Chris Harvey, Gary Smee currently working away on the website. This final day of action here at Canterbury. 93 runs, the deficit. Kent 185 for 4. Hampshire making 373, gunning for an innings win. Well, certainly a win here in the sunshine. Cox on strike. Dawson continuing.
Lovely forward defence by Cox. Start off the over. Yeah, I wonder who'll be looking to take the new ball, whether Barker will come off and Fuller ball couples for then Barker to take the new ball. Dawson in. Flighted delivery, but again a forward defence from Cox, a repeat of the first delivery.
What do you think the mindset is as a Kent batter right now for these two? Knowing obviously what's to come behind them, knowing the situation with the new ball around the corner, that deficit as well. Lot to juggle in your mind.
Again, another forward defence from Jordan Cox there. Well, you've got to navigate the 93 first and foremost, don't you? I don't think you've got to be thinking that you've got to bat out 49 overs here and then. You've got to be thinking about how am I going to get those runs, because if you're looking for them, then probably play the ball better. As Dawson darts that one in. Back foot defensive shot from Jordan Cox. I think we've got Fuller warming up, doing a few jogs.
Yeah, I did think Ian Holland was actually warming up. I haven't seen him bowl in the game either, which is another option for Hampshire. Got so many all-rounders in this team.
It's helpful, lovely flighted delivery from Dawson there. Another forward defence. Yeah, it helps when you've got options in these sorts of situations, doesn't it? But yeah, I think if you don't need to be looking at going like a 5 and over, 6 and over, whatever it is. I think it's just when the ball's there, hitting the runs that are on the out there for you. Dawson bowls last ball of the over. Defensive shot from Jordan, patted back towards mid on. Again, 7th maiden this innings for Dawson, who's bowled 15 overs for 30 runs, 2 wickets. Not managed to add to his tally, where he got 2 wickets and an over.
Still Albert and Curry out there on the field for Hampshire, and so Kyle Abbott isn't out there. Plus another one.
We've got someone saying that we need somebody now.
Something or somebody.
Something or some.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like
not
Queen,
sure who
Queen
the
song.
other man off the pitch is, but yeah, one would assume that it's not going to be Abbott taking the new ball if he's off the field.
No. Well, we've got Fuller now coming on.
Maybe Barker taking a breather before he has a go with the new ball, along with Abbas, who must be the other one who's off the field.
Must be Abbas. Yeah. Who else would you need now?
Which is probably why Vince is saying we need him.
We need him now.
We need him on the
pitch. Well, yeah,
because
then you need him, because then he needs the time to be able to come back on to bowl when the new ball's available.
Yep. So we'll wait to see if one or the other Hampshire fast bowlers will emerge from the dressing room. James Fuller into the attack from the Nackington Road end and driven off the back foot by Jack Leaning to a wide mid-off position. Tumbling stop. Must be by a sub-fielder. Yeah. No, actually, I think he might be Gubbins.
Gubbins, it looks a bit like Gubbins.
Yeah, Gubbins with the enthusiasm. Dawson's now waving at someone in the dressing room as if to say he wants to come off.
Can I have a drink? Can I have a drink, please?
Sub-fielders are getting a workout today.
Yeah, they really are. It's not even that hot. It's not mid-July.
It's pleasant in the sunshine. Certainly the warmest day that we've had of the 4. Or so a spectator was telling me earlier, or one of the stewards actually was. Is that a nick through to the keeper? There's half an Fuller was almost ready to celebrate, but then nobody else joined in. So
no, but then also Ben Brown looked kind of miffed when he threw the ball forward. So whether it landed just ahead of him, or I'm going to say that it landed just in front of Ben Brown. Looking at replay.
That was the ball before, so we'll wait for that one to come up on the live stream. As Cox faces up to Fuller again, this time middle of the bat, playing defensively. I wasn't sure if Cox nicked it or, like you say, did it
sounded
carry?
paddy. Didn't sound too batty.
Too wooden. Alright, we'll see it replay here, hopefully. Not always easy to tell anyway. There was a definite deflection, but whether it was off the back thigh pad or this one defended away, didn't quite make it to the keeper. It sort of ballooned up rather than travelled through at pace.
Yeah, maybe it missed absolutely everything and hit a thigh pad or something.
Cox was just sort of whacking his back thigh pad into position actually after the delivery, so yeah.
Just signalling to everybody.
Just as if, yeah.
That must have been a thigh
Just in
pad.
case you were thinking about giving that out, I didn't hit it, hit me in the back thigh pad.
Promise.
Fuller again, full delivery, which Cox is in behind. Playing competently. Yeah, he's had a tough start to the season, Jordan Cox. Averaging just 13 with a best score of 29, which is well off the sort of quality that you would expect from him, who racked up a number of 50s last season in the county championship for Kent. And was a really consistent performer for them actually. As he flicks this one away into the onside aerially. There's a man out at the deep square leg who does the fielding. Single to Cox, yeah, who last season averaged 45 with the bat, 6 50s and 200s. And was just shy of 1,000 runs. So yeah, really a long way off his best form at the moment, Jordan Cox, but an opportunity here with his mate Jack Leaning, who between the two of them hold the record first class partnership for a Kent pair, which was, without looking, I think 423 against Sussex in that COVID season.
Yeah, you're putting your 10p on that one.
It was around that ballpark.
Yeah, those 2 double hundreds. I'm going to go for 32.
Yeah, 423.
Did you?
Yes,
Nailed
pulled it off the top of his head. Change of bowling. Ian Holland.
Oh, we're both right then.
Here he comes.
Ben Brown up to the stumps as well, so we got tight mid-wicket. Basically a wall on the offside as Ian Holland runs up the hill gently. Full and straight. Defensive shot by Jordan Cox there, no run.
See, the thing is, Holland in this team, certainly in this match, hasn't really
Done too much?
done loads. Obviously had that good partnership with Dawson and got 41, but often for Hampshire, or in the past, he's opened the batting, he's opened the bowling, but hasn't been all that used so far.
Yeah, I think with players like that that can do so many jobs, it's finding which job gets the most out of them.
The ultimate bits and pieces cricketer.
Yeah, because he's opened in the past and done alright. He's been in the middle and done alright. He can bowl and does alright. It's just finding. I mean, it must be quite tough when you've got Abbas, Abbott, Barker, Fuller, as you're seeing bowlers to be like, okay, so when do I come on to bowl?
Yeah, true.
Can't be needed too often, especially so far this year with the amount of rain we've had so far as Holland's in. Bit shorter, didn't quite bounce that much. Again, probably wanting to look to be on the front foot here rather than the back foot, especially with Holland, who's not express pace.
Ralph Brooker getting in touch actually on kentcricket@gmail.com, Hampshire fan listening in from France, and called it perfectly, saying that with Abbott unable to bowl and Fuller struggling a little bit, Holland should bowl now to allow the others to take the new ball.
4 defence from Jordan Cox, 4 dots from the over.
He also says, as a Hampshire fan, I feel anything but a win will be a major setback. And I think, obviously, you're looking at day 2 and the fact that there was only 6 overs available, but Hampshire will be disappointed if they don't win this game. They've been on top for the majority of it, haven't they?
Since the start, Hampshire have very much been on top. Forward defence again from Jordan Cox there. 5 dots from the over so far. Jordan Cox being very watchful for his 1 off 19 balls, and leading at the other end, 27 off 88. Two fat ladies.
Partial to a bit of bingo?
I've never been. It's something I'd like to do in my life. But I've never actually gone to the bingos. Holland last ball of the over, left well alone by Jordan Cox, taken by Ben Brown. Maiden by Holland in his first over. A little bit of a ripple of applause.
Yeah, good stuff from Holland, as you would expect. Pretty bang on the money. You watch any Eurovision last night, Alice?
So, I can't say I really watch the Eurovision at all. And I watched the first 4 songs, and I just had to tap out.
Yeah, fair.
I know a lot of people get really excited
Some
by
people
it,
do,
and
absolutely,
they love it, and I'm all for them. Whatever makes them happy.
Here comes Fuller in bowling. Defended away by Jack Leaning. I tend to watch maybe the last couple and then just tune in for the results.
Oh, see, I've just reached. I know I'm really behind everybody, but I've just reached the last couple of episodes of Happy Valley.
Okay.
So I had to get home and watch a couple of episodes last night.
Excellent.
And I was like, I'd rather do that than watch the Eurovision.
You're,
So,
you're wonderfully on brand there, with it being a
BBC.
BBC show. You can catch up on iPlayer right now. My mum has actually talked to me about it, and I haven't actually watched any of it yet. So, short ball pulled away by Jack Leaning. 2 men out there in the deep. Well, 3 I think actually on that leg side. So, just collects the 1.
Yeah, I would recommend.
How many series?
It's just 3,
Okay.
which is fine, and there isn't like a gazillion episodes in each one.
So yeah, at some point I could start. Give it a whirl.
If you like a tense crime drama
Yeah. Who doesn't?
with a sassy policewoman, then
Sounds good to me.
no, it's great. Based up in Yorkshire.
I watched the other BBC cop drama they had, which had Martin Freeman in the one that was based in Liverpool. As this one's defended away. I think it was called The Responder.
Oh yeah, got told to watch that.
It's a bit
I started.
yeah, it's a grower.
Yeah.
It was a slow start, but then got into it.
Yeah,
after a
no,
while.
I just watched the first episode and was like, what on earth is going on?
Yeah.
And I'm also really bad if I'm not being captured by the first episode. If I'm watching it by myself, there's no chance.
Yeah, fair enough.
But if I'm watching with friends, then...
Here comes Fuller. Oh, defended by Cox, but inside edge onto the pad. And drops away into the offside. Survives. But some oohs and ahs and hands on head from James. Vince at slip.
Yeah, the reverse double teapot. That's what I like to call that one.
Nice.
But yeah, Fuller's just getting the ball to do a little bit of talking at the moment, getting it to nip just a little bit in down the slope. Troubling batter's front pads. Inside edges.
188 for 4. As Fuller again. Back of length. Cox this time just dabs the ball behind square on the offside for an easy single. Not quite so on brand. I'm currently watching a Channel 4 show which is set in Australia, which involves people getting married, having not met each other. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Do they happen to do it at first sight?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, okay, cool.
So many episodes though. I think we're
That's
wife and I are
utter dross.
we're on about 27 out of 30 something. It goes on forever. Here comes Fuller, short ball, angled down towards third man. It is all a bit silly, to be honest.
Yeah, if you don't need to think about anything, it's absolutely marvellous.
Yeah.
If you need to think about stuff.
It's that kind of a show.
But sometimes you need to think a bit lighter. So like, having been one of the Kent batters and just got out, you'd probably want something a bit light-hearted.
Yeah, that's fair
Perfect show for it.
Yeah.
If you've been bowling 20 overs like the Hampshire bowlers, perfect show for it. You need something a bit lighter.
We're going to have a change in the commentary box. That's Alice Davison-Richards, the England and South East Stars all-rounder. South East Stars, by the way, I'll speak to Alice about it later, but I think best kit in the business. I think the star logo, the bright yellow tops, I rate them. I like it. I've been dropping hints for a while. Try and get some Stars stash. This is down the leg side. Viper's got a new kit as well. Ooh. Kevin James will be back on the mic very shortly here on BBC Sport Online, 5 Live Sports Extra. Final day of this county championship match between Kent and Hampshire at Canterbury. Lovely sunny scene. Beautiful day to be watching cricket. For those that are on the grassy bank away to the right-hand side of our commentary position. Hampshire striving for 6 more wickets. Um, 191 on the board for Kent. That one squirmed away for a single to Leaning, who now has 30 from 93 balls. 2 for Jordan Cox. Deficit 87. And then the new ball just 3 overs away after this current one, which has 4 more deliveries in it for Holland. Keeper Ben Brown up to the stumps. Slip and almost a gully. It's defended once more, catching mid-wicket. Cover mid on, mid off. Deep point. And then a long leg and a deep forward square leg-ish out on the leg side boundary. No sign of any short stuff. Wouldn't expect it really from Holland. Very much a line and length nagging kind of seamer, trying to force an error from the batters. Good delivery which Cox leaves alone. Kevin James back with us. Hampshire having to be patient.
Yeah, I think they're probably just suffering from not having Kyle Abbott to call upon. 2 overs this morning. He's been off the field since then.
Yeah.
Looks to be maybe just a little niggling knee injury. And yeah, they're missing him, I think. Can't keep the pressure up all the time without him.
I think Abbas is off, or has been off the field as well. He's out there now at mid-on. This one's defended away by Jordan Cox. Barker was off the field a little bit before lunch as well, wasn't he? It's a, it's a grind county cricket, isn't it? Week on week. This particular part of the season.
Yeah, and it's been a long time in the field, isn't it? 26 last night, and then in the field for probably the whole day today. It's a lot of hard work.
Well, when you've got bowlers like Holland up your sleeve, he can play his part. As this one's defended away by Cox, end of the over. Now it is indeed 3 more until the new ball available for the visitors here at Canterbury. The 1 man out in the session so far, Sam Billings. LBW to Barker for 29. Looked like it kept a little bit low. Maybe should have got forward rather than back, but hard to say really. It was.
Yeah, it was kind of, I don't know, it was maybe a surprising ball from Barker because it did come back down the hill, but, maybe a ball that was 70 overs old, it did straighten, it did straighten on him, and I think Barker just got everything right there.
Barker knew it was out straight away.
Here's Fuller from that Lackington Road end, and that's edge. There would have been a gully there, that would have been straight down his throat, but it's going to be 4. A little bit of width. And Vince is looking up at the sky there saying, why didn't I have a gully in there? But, I mean, to be honest, he probably wouldn't. Not a lot's gone through that area.
No, not to Leaning as well. He had one for Cox in the previous over, didn't he?
So the deficit is down to 83. We've got just under 40 minutes until the tea break. Hampshire with the second new ball due shortly. I think probably to make things a little easier, need at least 1 before the break. Here's Fuller again, Leaning is forward, pushing that out towards extra cover. Leaning's doing a good job again, as he did in the first innings. He's 34 now. Quite a difficult man to dislodge.
Kent's lower order did subside rather quickly, didn't they, in the first innings, once Cox, Everson and Leaning were removed. 3 wickets fell on 94 and then the final wicket fell on 95, so it's kind of this partnership and the next one really that feels key for Kent. If Hampshire can break through it, then they could wrap things up.
Fuller again. Always kept a bit low on Leaning. Fortunately, he's playing straight. Pushes that out on the offside.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent, FM and DAB. Well, currently 195 for 4, Kent. Just the one man to fall in the session. Sam Billings, the captain. LBW to Barker for 29 after a half-century stand with Jack Leaning, who is still there. 34 not out, joined by his mate and the wicketkeeper Jordan Cox, who is on 2. Kent looking to cut the deficit, which is still 83 runs after Hampshire's 373 in their first innings. They pretty much need to bat out the 44 remaining overs that we've got in the day. So at the moment, a crucial period in the game. Hampshire looking for 6 more wickets to win. Kent are trying to overhaul that score and maybe force the visitors to bat again. And it could come down to the late stages of this final day. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website, with Kent 195 for 4.
In comes Fuller again. Bells to Leaning. Leaning works that up to mid-on. Just before I came back on, I was just looking at 1 or 2 comments on social media about the Lancashire-Somerset game, because Somerset currently at 305 for 5 in their second innings, lead Lancashire by 340 with 5 wickets remaining. As you can imagine, 1 or 2 saying, well, are you going to set us something, or are you just going to bat? That's a lot of runs at this stage of the game. Assuming Somerset pull out.
Yeah, I get the impression that they might not bother the way things are going.
No, they're just going to say
5 o'clock.
Stuff you.
5 o'clock.
Yeah. Wow. They're going to try and go for the win there, Somerset. Always playing a miss in there, Leaning coming forward. Fuller again, just inducing a false shot out of the batters, but no luck for him thus far. 5 wickets in the first innings, none so far in this innings. He's bowled 12, none for 41. There is 2 overs until the second new ball, which I assume will be taken by Barker and by Abbas, with no Abbott on the field. Fuller probably will bowl 1 more up until that time. And Ian Holland's doing a bit of a stopgap job here at the near end, because basically Abbott's not been able to bowl. Well, I'd say 2 overs. He would have bowled a few more than that had he been on the field for the whole time.
Just looking at that scorecard, Dane Villas is now bowling. Holland is defended away by Jordan Cox. James Rew got 100 in the first innings. He's on 90 not out, so he's trying to double up. Almost looks like the Somerset bowlers have said to Tom Abel, the captain, nah, we can't be bothered to go and bowl. Just let him keep batting.
I imagine Lancashire were livid in that situation.
Jack Leach, I'd imagine, be chomping at the bit to open the bowling and have a go from one end. But yeah, very much looking like that one's going to be a draw. Oh, that one was outside the off stump. Cox had a little feel for it, and it smashed into the gloves of Ben Brown and dropped onto the floor. Got a bit too far away from the outside edge there. Scores level, Surrey against Middlesex. So Surrey on the verge of victory, and I think they may well have even just got it. Yes, by 9 wickets. Victory for Surrey. Defended away by Jordan Cox into the offside. So, in terms of the Division 1 table, Surrey and Warwickshire were already at the top, weren't they, going into this game week? Both of them collecting another victory. So, cementing their position as 1 and 2 in the division. Cox defending this next delivery from Ian Holland. Certainly gives Hampshire the chance to leapfrog Middlesex in the table, and, well, Essex as well, after their defeat to Warwickshire. Nottinghamshire, who beat Northants at 3rd.
I thought Somerset might try and have a go at that, wouldn't you, really? They're one of only 2 sides that haven't won a game this year.
Yeah,
in fact, they both, neither Lancashire nor Somerset have won a game this year.
Oh, wow. 3 defeats, oh sorry, 3 draws rather for Somerset, and then 4 draws for Lancashire, as that one's defended away by Cox. Draw for Kent would potentially take them off the bottom of the table if they can bat out another 40 odd overs.
I suppose that's the frustration from a Lancashire point of view, that with neither of them having won a game yet this year, that Somerset are just closing the game down.
Here comes Holland. Cox plays no stroke on this occasion. Let's it through to the keeper outside the off stump. So just the 1 over remains before the new ball is available. That's a maiden from Holland, who's bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1. Done a job for his team.
Yes. Yeah, steady. Doesn't really look threatening. Doesn't look like making a breakthrough. Hasn't looked like creating anything. But on this sort of pitch, medium pace. It's probably you've probably got what you thought you'd get from him. It really is down to this second new ball, which is due after this over from James Fuller. I think we can safely say that James Fuller might not take the new ball, although I don't know. Might just say, go on, have another over with it. We'll see. He's into. This is his. Has he bowled 8 overs in this spell? He can't have done, surely. Here he is. And it's turned away. Might be a couple of spells actually since lunch. That's turned away on the onside by Leaning, who's on 34. Faced 100 balls now for that.
Yeah, this is a
Second
spell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because Barker had to go from that end for a bit.
That's right. Still a few overs in the session, having woken up unwell this morning. So 83 run the deficit. I think we'll be going into the evening session before Kent is seriously getting to parity. Unless there's a flurry of runs in a few overs, as Leaning turns that straightish delivery out on the onside and moves on to 35 in the Kent total, up to 197. Sorry, 196 for 4. The deficit down to 82. It's been hard going for Hampshire. We knew it would be. They knew it would be. Couldn't break Crawley or Crompton last night. 26 overs they had at them and couldn't prize them out. And it took them just over an hour and 15 minutes this morning to get rid of the first one.
Other one followed quickly after.
Yeah, 3 quick wickets and then back to normal again. Half an hour before lunch, no wicket. So that's steered by Cox into the gap. Backward a point, he moves on to 3. Doesn't seem in a hurry, does he? He's just going to have a little net.
Yeah, 3 from 34 for Cox, and then Leaning 35 from 101 deliveries so far.
Yes, it's not entertaining. It's just all about Kent saving the game. Hampshire trying to force a win. That's really all we're seeing here. Really, nothing too exciting. Not really that sort of pitch either. Fuller comes in at short and that's pulled away by Leaning out towards square leg, and he moves on to 36 now. 2 balls left with this old ball.
I'd say the best thing about being a spectator inside the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, at the moment is the fact that it's mildly warm and gloriously sunny at the moment.
It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely to watch cricket today.
Members away to our left in the stand with no sunshine.
They seem
Go
happy.
for a little wonder, chaps.
They seem happy with that. There's Fuller again, and left alone outside of the off stump by Jordan Cox. Somerset declared. I just get the feeling they're not going to. I don't even know why I'm bothering to look. Just get the feeling that
Maybe they're waiting for James Reed to get 100.
312 for 5 now, I think. 347 the lead. if I was in that Lancashire side, especially the fact that they have. I'm surprised actually they haven't won a game yet this year. Right?
Yeah.
They were for me down for being a top 3 side again. There's a low full toss which is driven down the ground by Jordan Cox.
Hasn't quite got
No,
there.
it's not quite. I think it was more off the bottom of the bat, that drive. But he will pick up 2, and that's a 200 up for Kent in the 80th over. Round of applause from the crowd for that. If I was, are we going to take the new ball straight away? I'd be straight up at the umpire, pulling the ball out of his pocket if that was me.
Ian Holland's getting ready to bowl another. But what with what ball?
Is he going to take the new ball?
At the moment, it's still the old one, surely. Don't think they've got the new one out yet.
Paul Pollard's looking for something. It's almost like the best man at a wedding, going round his pockets in his coat, looking for something.
Looking towards the captain, saying, "Are you going to use the new ball?"
Oh, it is. Yes, he is. I can't remember the last time that Ian Holland would have taken a new ball.
But he has done it, hasn't he? in the past.
He may have done, but I'll be honest with you, I can't think of a time. You never know.
I feel like it must have done it against Kent because I've got this recollection from somewhere
Yeah.
of him opening the batting and the bowling. Yeah, while he's warm and fresh, gonna have a go with the new rock. 2 slips. Oh, that's not bad delivery. Ooh.
Oh.
Slides past the outside edge of Leaning's bat. But a little bit of extra carry on what's been a low, slow pitch.
It's got everybody excited
Yeah, it has.
on the field. Wasn't expecting that.
Freshest of all the Hampshire seamers, Holland. Burst of energy with the new ball. Leaning tickles it away. Leg glance down to long leg for a run. 37 for him. Like you say, there's not necessarily entertainment on show from a batting point of view. Can't remember when they last scored a boundary, for example.
No, it's needs must, isn't it?
And a brief flurry from Billings when he hit 3 in and over. 2 on purpose, 1 very accidentally. As Holland bowls, Cox covering up, plays defensively.
55 runs this session, which is, I've got 25 minutes to go. Barker's warming up. Where's Abbas? He's at mid-on.
Yeah. Is it a case of Abbas has to wait a couple of overs before he's allowed to
Oh,
bowl,
right,
having
I
been
see
off the
what you mean,
field?
yeah.
Slides it down the leg side, Holland. Tumbling stop.
Yeah, that might be the case.
Oh, so the last boundary, of course, was that one from Leaning off Fuller, which was in the 78th over. But prior to that, it was Leaning off Abbas in the 65th over. So Kent are at the minute getting a boundary every 10 overs, almost. Here comes Holland with the new cherry. To Jordan Cox, times it into the onside, but was playing around a straight one, which is why there was some oohs and ahs from behind the stumps in the cordon. It's currently very wide at first slip, giving Ben Brown a big old space to dive. Don't know if you saw the Ollie Robinson catch for Durham the other day, but he's sprung to his right and snaffled it right in front of first slip, who's just almost stood there as if to say, you could have left that for me, pal. It would have gone straight down my throat. The keeper's dived and taken it one-handed. Oh, bit of outside swing for Holland. Away swing from the right-handed batter. Cox neck snapped back to look behind him, but didn't nick it.
It's a tasty delivery.
201 for 4 at the end of the over. First with the new cherry, so 5 for Cox, 37 Leaning. Just seeing the replay. Oh yeah, Cox taking a little walk down the pitch as well, and then just gentle away swing to leave him. Go down the slope as well. Jack Leaning getting a drink. 77 runs the deficit. Barker getting ready from the Nackington Road end.
Just the 2 partnerships of note so far in this Kent innings. 122 for the first, 56 for the fourth. Others nothing to speak about. Dog barking somewhere. I don't know if that's even on the ground. It's not below us, is it? Some dog's angry. He's probably annoyed there's not too much more action going on in the middle. 201 for 4 then.
I think it might be over by the ice cream then.
Oh, is it? Just doing well to carry from that far, that noise. Here's Barker round the wicket to Leaning. Leaning's forward, plays that out to short mid-wicket, one of 2 fielders there. That's Fuller, one of those, Weatherly is the other.
Yeah, you're allowed dogs into Canterbury for 4-day games, not T20s, but
Okay.
yeah, I think it's 4-day games. You're allowed to.
Which is fair enough. I mean, it's a
Bring
big
your
enough ground,
dog.
isn't it? It's not,
Yeah.
it's not going to
Plenty
intrude too much on anybody
Plenty of
else.
space.
Yeah. There's plenty of gaps.
Not sure I'd bring my dog though. he'd be on the pitch.
Really?
Yeah, little sausage dog, he'd be after the ball. It's like that advert that's for the company that sponsors a lot of cricket.
Just trying to think of that. Leaning on the back foot, steers that out to point. Scott Curry, the substitute fielder, is.
Although normally said dog just sits on the sofa and isn't bothered, but some of the same breed, like mine, very much, will chase balls all day long. We use those orange wind balls that they use for junior cricket. He loves that. They're quite good actually because they're sort of semi-waterproof, so you can sort of quite easy to wipe the slobber off. It doesn't soak in like a tennis ball.
Barker to leaning and turns that up towards mid-on. Somerset are still batting against Lancashire. 358 their lead is now at 323 for 5. Those Lancashire fielders will be pulling their hair out in that situation. The only two teams in Division 1 yet to win a game. Lancashire, second in the table last year, would have fancied their chances somewhat this year, and in fact they haven't won a game yet. Very surprising. Here comes Barker again. Bowls and leaning is forward. Initially looked for a single.
Think about the tack that they've had available to them as well. Start of the season, seen a good amount of Anderson, Williams, Bailey, etc. Saki Mahmood back. Got Mitchell's there overseas, the Kiwi at the moment. It's a good team to be not winning games.
It is, isn't it? And also it helps you guys as well, doesn't it, really, with Somerset just above you.
Yeah, that's true.
Which means that they've got no chance of winning that one. Leaning again gets a length ball, which he plays back to Barker. Barker 2 for 49 in the 19th over here. 2 LBWs for him, Compton for 54, Billings for 29, either side of lunch. Second new ball into its second over here. It's not doing lots, is it really? I mean, it went down the hill a bit to Jordan Cox, the last over from Holland, but it's really noticeable how much is going on as Leaning pushes that out to extra cover, and that's the end of the over. Just under 20 minutes to go until tea. That's a maiden over for Keith Barker.
Just looking into Division 2. Leicestershire against Sussex. The one other game that's of some kind of interest, because Derbyshire against Gloucestershire is going to be a draw, definitely. Although Derby are 34 for 3, but it's going to be a draw, surely, one would suggest. Leicestershire leading Sussex by 40 runs with 4 wickets remaining in their second innings, so Sussex sensing a possible victory, but being held up by Vian Mulder, the South African all-rounder. Did actually have a few games with Kent a couple of years ago. He's 63 not out. Earlier on, Rishi Patel making 100.
Another one. Has he got one before this season? I think he might have done. Moabas. It was just a temporary omission with the new ball.
Maybe it really was, just he had to wait an over before he could come back into the attack, having been off the field.
Interesting if Holland had taken a wicket.
Yeah,
you wait there, Mo.
Keep me on, Skip.
Yeah, you look the most likely with the new ball to take a wicket, but you wait there.
Forget this bloke that's bowled 21 overs, number 27, 9 maidens. Here he is, Jordan Cox, playing with a slightly open blade out towards point. Gentle enough first delivery from Abbas. But doesn't tend to necessarily bowl rapid pace anyway, although he's bowled some sharp bouncers today.
Yeah.
A couple of shock bouncers to Leaning.
He's bowled a few today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's dug a few into the pitch. As we were saying, he's perfectly used to trying to extract something on a slow lower wicket. Cox playing this one out towards cover. Just easing into his work here, Mohammed Abbas. Probably be trying to bowl a fraction fuller than that. See if he can get it to gently just kiss the surface and move away down the slope. Bring those 3 slips into the game. I presume a Vince Dawson +1. Who's at third?
Weatherly, maybe?
Yeah, quite
usually
possibly.
does third.
Abbas past Sag as the umpire. Jordan Cox well forward to play defensively, back up the wicket.
I just think an attack minus Abbott here, it needs another wicket before tea. Still with 5 wickets to take after tea, time starting to run out. I think ideally from a Hampshire point of view, another wicket needs before the break. A lot of work to do in the last session otherwise.
Yeah,
it's
what,
a lot of work. Well, anyway.
15 minutes away from that tea interval.
Yeah.
One thing I would say is that, as I mentioned earlier on, 9-10 Jack could go quite quickly if you can get it right to them as Cox defends away into the offside.
It's just missing something, isn't it, a little bit, the Hampshire attack without Abbott.
And of course we haven't seen loads of Fuller today as well, due to him not feeling great. So that extra bit of pace, an extra bounce that Fuller gets, and the sharpness of Kyle Abbott not available to the visitors.
3 for 23 you took in the first innings.
It took 8 between those two, didn't they, in the first innings? So here comes Abbas again. Jordan Cox moving around his crease, trying to get forward. Full face of the bat to just knock it back down the wicket. Listening to BBC Sport Online via the website and the app. Live Sports Extra with us. Certainly have been. Kevin James and Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Solent in the box at the moment. And we've got Alice Davison-Richards, the England and South East Stars all-rounder, in the box too. Hear from her again shortly, as this one is outside the off stump. In fact, very wide. That delivery from Abbas, which has been left alone by Jordan Cox. Through it goes to Ben Brown, maiden over. 201 for 4, the score remains for Kent, and still a deficit of 77 runs.
Yeah, I think whatever happens in this game, I think maybe a concern for Hampshire now is what the team looks like for Northants coming up at the Aegeus Bowl, because Abbott being off for a large part of today, most of today, and as I say, came off, they said as a precaution in the last day against Warwickshire last week. This must be a bit of a cause of concern.
Who would be kind of the options, seam bowler-wise?
Not sure there's too many as Barker comes in. That's turned away on the leg side by Leaning. Will pick up a single, moves on to 38, 202 for 4, the deficit down to 76. Brad Wheel's injured.
He was the first thought I had, actually. So,
he's injured. He's a great way. They were talking a while ago about maybe him being around for the T20s, but I've not really heard much since, which would suggest that maybe that's a bit of hope.
Okay.
So I'm not sure, actually. I'm racking my brain. Maybe very much this side. Here's Barker from that Nackington Road end, round the wicket to Cox. In behind that easily enough. Pushes it, and the ball rolls out on the offside. Yeah, I think Hampshire at the moment, Abbott must be a doubt.
I think you'd say so.
4-day games, not easy. I mean, I've often said 3-day games, bowlers could sometimes just cruise through a 3-day game, you know, not being 100% fit. 4-day games you can't, you need to be fit. The amount of overs some of these guys get through.
Yeah.
You've got to be fit. Here's Barker bowls, and Cox drives, one bounce to the short mid-wicket fielder. Punching that away. Joe Weatherly it was. That's why those two fielders are there, with the slow nature of the pitch. When players are pushing at the ball, it can sometimes just be in the air. That's why you've got two short mid-wickets.
Obviously Curry's out in the field, isn't he, as a sub-fielder?
Yeah, Scott Curry, I suppose, is an outside bet.
Campbell, the left armour?
Yeah. Well, he's. I don't know how well he's bowling this year. I haven't heard anything. Had a good 50-over tournament. Here's Barker again. It's pushed back to him by.
Yeah, I've just had a brief look
Cox.
at the second 11 team from last week, and he was in it along with Mason Crane, Curry, Morgan Albert, Prest, Donald. So he got batting reserves, but loads of seam bowling reserves.
Yeah.
think that's an update for you, is it? You're going to go do that? No worries. Kevin James off to update BBC Radio Solent. I'll have one for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. Cox defends this next one from Barker. Knocks it back up the pitch. One ball remaining in the over. 6. No, sorry, I can't even read the scoreboard over the far side. 4 overs old, this new ball. 202 for 4, 76 the deficit. Barker bowls. Left alone by Cox outside the off stump. So yeah, we've got 10 minutes until tea. Leaning 38, Cox on 5. Still 38 overs, potentially, in the day. So still time for Hampshire to take those wickets they require. Still a lot of overs for Kent to bat out. Mohammed Abbas. In and bowling, defended away by leaning into the covers. Square leg just wandering out towards the boundary. Still sunny here at Canterbury. Lovely weather this weekend. Down the leg side, no contact from leaning, and misses out on potential runs. Diving effort by Ben Brown, moving away to his left to prevent any byes. This is still just Sam Billings, the one man to go for Kent in this session so far for 29. LBW to Barker when the score was at 182. Kent haven't really gone anywhere in terms of this partnership or knocking off the deficit. But Leaning and Cox have used up deliveries, stuck around, and Leaning defends away another one. Picture of concentration. The Bristol-born Yorkshireman. .202 for 4 update on the way for radio listeners for BBC Radio Kent, DAB and FM. Yeah, still watching the Kent middle order survive here at the moment against the new ball that Hampshire are bowling with. Jack Leaning has faced 115 deliveries for his 38 not out so far. Jordan Cox there with him has got 5 runs off 51 balls, so they're batting out time. They need to bat potentially 37 more overs in order to secure a draw against Hampshire, who were 3-7-3 all out yesterday. Kent 202 for 4 in reply in their second innings. 76 runs behind still after their poor showing first time around when they were 95 all out. But it's glorious weather for cricket at the moment here in Canterbury. Sunny skies overhead. We've got around about 8 minutes until the tea break. And then after that, one final session for Kent to try and bat out for a draw. That's very much their aim. Hampshire looking for 6 more wickets to try and win this fixture. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website. Kent 202 for 4. Just hear Kevin James updating BBC Radio Solent listeners. He'll be back on the mic in a moment. And we'll take things through to the tea break. Elsewhere in the southeast, international cricket going on today as Abbas is defended away by Jack Leaning. Another ODI taking place at Chelmsford between Ireland and Bangladesh. Bangladesh 274 all out, and then Ireland 29 for 1 in reply. Over at Chelmsford.
Meanwhile, Somerset are still batting. Oh, I'd love to be at that game and seeing the Lancashire body language.
James Rue's got another 100.
Has he?
Yeah, so one in each innings for him. Have Lancashire... I was about to say, has the Lancashire wicketkeeper taken his pads off and had a bowl yet? Half jokingly, but no, George Bell has taken the pads off and bowled 5 overs, none for 17.
Gives you an idea what they think about the situation. Here's Barker from the Nackington Road end. He's over the wicket to Cox, who leaves that one alone.
Villas has bowled 8 overs, none for 28, and now George Bell's bowled none for 17 from 5.
Oh dear. I'd love to stick that commentary on actually and listen to that. Anyway, I think they're both... Well, obviously Anthony Gibson would be loving it because Somerset are not losing.
Well, and Scott Reed's too polite.
Scott was too nice, exactly what I was thinking. Too polite to say anything. Here comes Barker. Cox gets a straighter delivery, which he turns to mid-wicket. Brian Budd has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary. If Abbott is unfit and possibly problems with Barker and Fuller and no Breadwell, I think Fuller will be all right. He just was a little bit unwell this morning. Barker's okay. Then pick the best available bowler. Surely Mason Crane, he'd have been useful today. Well, actually, if you remember, Brian, Mason Crane's one championship game last year was actually here, and they picked him because the wicket was very similar to what we're seeing now. Very difficult to prize batters out who don't want to get out. As Barker bowls outside the off stump, let's come back down the hill, but he leaves that alone again. I don't think, if I remember rightly, or remember correctly, Mason picked up a wicket.
Potentially surprising we didn't see more of Dawson actually this afternoon. 15 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 30. Did he even bowl? Has he even bowled this afternoon?
No.
Because Weatherly bowled that 1 over, and then I don't remember seeing any of Dawson.
It's seamers, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll see a bit of him this evening. But yeah, you're right. But the batters look a bit entrenched here, don't they? As Barker comes into Cox, who turns that to mid-wicket once more.
Certainly, Jack Leaning rather is. His guard must be almost permanently scratched into the wicket at the moment.
Yeah. Well, 4 minutes left for Hampshire to pick up a bit of a morale-boosting wicket, because I think 6 wickets in this last session is going to be very, very hard indeed. I think 5 wickets is hard.
Kester's emailed in saying, I've got other things to do, but I can't turn off and leave the game, in the hope that Kent still may save it. Annoyingly enthralling, he's called it.
Barker switched around the wicket outside the off stump and left alone once more. Yes, well, as we saw in the morning session, it
can all change.
Looks really hard in 3 quick wickets. Yeah, that could very easily happen. Hasn't happened this session. I think Kent have done very well. They'll be very happy to have only lost 1 wicket in the afternoon session. Certainly helped their cause in saving the game. But you have to remember, and I know somebody did email a little earlier and say these are the sort of games that Hampshire have to win, that we've actually lost over a day's play. This is effectively day 3. Thinking about having a pull shot there, Jordan Cox, but just in the end just swayed inside the line. 202 for 4. So the fact that Hampshire are well on top, and effectively we are actually only in day 3 in terms of the amount of play, then whatever happens in the last session, it's a sort of a moral victory, but Kent will feel very happy indeed that if they bat well for a second time, which they are doing, then they'll feel that that's a bit of a moral victory for them.
It's not a bad idea, a bit of short stuff to Jordan Cox.
Does he not play it too well? Does he like it too much?
He's just a bit compulsive.
Is he?
When it comes to the hooking, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I seem to remember a couple of times last season it being tried against him and he couldn't help himself. So, might be worth a go. Bass to continue, probably the last over before tea. With that a couple of minutes away. 202 for 4. Feels like the Kent score hasn't gone anywhere in the last half an hour. Leading defence. Very much just content to dig in these 2 against the new ball.
Yeah, actually that's quite interesting because they've actually scored 20 in an hour.
Since the last wicket, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
No seeming intent to get that deficit down to 0 at the moment. Here comes Bass in and bowling to Jack Leaning. Right in behind this one once again defensively.
Yeah, they're missing Kyle Abbott, there's no doubt about it. Where, you know, I mean, they don't all take wickets at the same time. That's why it's nice to have a sort of a battery of seamers where you can rotate them and always somebody pulls something out of the bag. It's been Hampshire's forte really over the last season and a bit, but without Abbott you just feel that there is something missing there.
Mohamed Abbas just the one wicket in the game so far, but he's been mighty economical in this second innings. As Leaning defends him into the offside once more. Midway through his 24th over, he's got 11 maidens and conceded just 27 runs. And yet, he'll feel like he hasn't had any reward for his persistence and patience.
Another day he'll bowl not quite as well and have 4 or 5 foot.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been a bit unlucky.
Seeing some stretching going on at long leg and deep square. There's Abbas. Pass on by Saggers, bowls and goes past the outside edge of Jack Leaning's bat. Scott Curry down at fine leg, so he's one of the ones that's just having a little bit of a stretch off. And then is it Holland at deep square?
I think so.
Hampshire having to stay incredibly patient. 2 balls until tea on day 4. Mohamed Abbas at the top of his mark. Nice, easy, gentle movement into the crease, Leaning, pushing the ball into the pitch before it drops away on the offside. 122 balls now he's been out there.
He's been the right-handed version of Ben Compton, hasn't he, in this innings?
Compton was scoring quicker than it after Leaning was, I think.
Actually, was his strike rate more?
Yeah, I think so.
Innings,
I seem to remember Compton's strike rate is probably sort of high 30s, low 40s. Leaning's currently only just in the 30s.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah. Compton was scoring quicker.
Abbas bowls, Leaning right in behind this one defending. Nobody picking the ball up, but somebody will very shortly, and they'll be carrying it off the pitch because maiden over from Abbas, but that brings about the tea break. Battling effort from Kent to get through the session with just the 1 wicket falling. Sam Billings, the captain, out for 29 after a half-century stand between him and Leaning. This partnership between Leaning and Cox hasn't really gone anywhere in terms of runs scored, but in terms of balls faced, they've been chewing them up well. Cox 5 from 57, Leaning 38 from 123. The deficit still 76 runs. Kent 202 for 4, but at the minute Hampshire still 6 wickets away from victory and 35 overs minimum remaining on day 4. So still lots of cricket to be played. Still could go either way in terms of a draw or a Hampshire win this game. Come back and join us in 20 minutes time. Myself, Ben Watts, Kevin James, Alice Davison-Richards take you through the final action of the game here on BBC Sport Online. Hello, welcome back to Canterbury. Final session of the game here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Solent. Kent 202 for 4, trailing by 76 runs. But with a minimum 35 overs to bat out for a possible draw, Hampshire will look for 6 wickets to win the game. Ben Watts, Kevin James, Alex Davis and Richards will be on the mic in a very short moment after an update for radio listeners. As we get the session underway with, looks like James Fuller from the Nackington Road end. A couple of slips. Jordan Cox on strike. Cox just making Fuller wait for a brief moment. Here he comes again then now. From the Nackington Road end. Past umpire Pollard and defended away by Jordan Cox. 58 balls, he's faced 5. Digging in alongside Jack Leaning, 38 from 123. Certainly had some longevity, this partnership. Both loads in terms of runs. They've been out there together since Sam Billings was out LBW in the 70th over. Now the 88th of the Kent second innings. Fuller defended away once more. Into the ground from Cox. Earlier on in the piece. On day 4, Zach Crawley. And Ben Compton putting on a century stand, 122. Before Crawley was stumped off Dawson for 56. Tuandamayeye came in and lasted 4 balls before it was brilliantly caught at City Point. Again off Dawson by Fletcher Middleton. 54 Compton made before he was LBW to Barker. That's the way the Billings fell for 29 as well. Driven down the ground by Jordan Cox. So those are 4 wickets to fall so far on day 4. Hampshire yesterday 373 all out. 84 from Liam Dawson. Half centuries from Joe Weatherly and James Fuller. Fletcher Middleton and Ian Holland making 40s as well. Kent 95 all out in their first innings, the reason they're batting to save the game right now. After we lost the majority of play on day 2 due to the weather. This one is just angled into the point region by Jordan Cox for an easy single. His 6th run in 61 balls, almost striking it. A run every 10. Jack Leaning in no hurry either prior to the tea break. Prepares to face his first delivery of the session, having a little look round, waiting for Fuller. 2 Hampshire slips waiting as well. Left alone outside the off stump, offering no stroke on that occasion. Commentary of every ball of the cricket season via the BBC Sport app and website in the county game. Elsewhere today, Surrey beating Middlesex in this division. Durham beating Yorkshire in the second division. Games other than that look like they're heading towards draws, as Fuller bowls a full delivery to Leaning, which he just dabs again down towards the 3rd man area. Out of all of the games that are still taking place, this one probably the most likely to get a result. Sussex need 4 more wickets and then to bat again against Leicestershire, so could potentially be some drama if they can take those quick enough to have a little run chase. Update on the way. Well, the players are just out after the tea break, so we're into the final session of this match. Kent 204 for 4, Jack Leaning on 39, Jordan Cox on 6, but in real numbers it doesn't really matter too much what they're scoring. The deficit remains 74. The big task is to bat the remaining 34 overs in this game for a draw. Leaning has faced 125 balls. That's probably the key stat for him. Likewise, Cox for his 61. Sam Billings was the one man out in the afternoon session after Kent had lost 3 in the morning, including Crawley and Compton, the 2 openers who made half centuries each in a 122-run opening stand. But Hampshire, who are a little bit short on some of their firepower with injuries to Kyle Abbott, who's off the field of play, and James Fuller's been ill today, so hasn't totally been in the action with the ball. They're trying to find a way to take 6 more Kent wickets. Kent trying to avoid that, of course. 204 for 4 as commentary continues online via the BBC Sport website and app.
Meanwhile, Somerset are still batting against Lancashire.
Who's bowling now?
Oh gosh, that's a good one. They'll be out after tea, won't they?
Barker into the attack. Leaning, defending him into the covers.
Stephen Croft.
Stephen Croft with the ball at the moment, but a lot of people have had a go, including the wicketkeeper. I don't know who does. Presumably Villas had a keep when Bell decided to bowl. It just reminds me, I think, that Sam Billings has bowled 1 ball in his first-class career, and it went for 4.
Right.
So actually, George Bell's figures are quite tidy. 6 overs, none for 19. I wonder what the spectators there are, how they're reacting. Oh, down the leg side. There's half an appeal for LBW, but one would suggest that the way the ball ended up is it hit the keeper Ben Brown's pad, standing up to the stumps, trying to force leaning into his crease. Short leg in play, as well as a catching mid-wicket. Barker operating now from the pavilion end. Going around the wicket to the right-hander, trying to keep LBW in the game. 3 balls gone in this over. Here he comes again to Leaning. More convincingly in behind this one, Jack Leaning.
Yes, defending looks pretty easy already. Just the few balls we've had since tea. It's going to take something special, I think, to prize these 2 away. And well, there's still a lot of overs left. I mean, it's actually almost the whole of the Kent first innings. The amount of overs left. So you always have to look at a positive from a fielding point of view. But this is looking very, very hard indeed.
Barker defended away by leading into the offside in a gap as well. So he takes a single. As you pointed out, Kevin, it was effectively only day 3 pitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
So still in pretty good nick, and it's had now a day and a half being baked by sunshine.
Yeah, looks very flat out there, doesn't it? Yeah, and no Keith, no Kyle Abbott, I'm afraid, out there. It's not helping.
No, certainly missing one of your key bowlers, Hampshire, at the moment to utilise and try and get these wickets with. Cox just having a little look around. Barker changing his angle of attack, rather. Brown being told to go stand back. 1 slip in play. Couple of men out on the hook if Barker wants to dig it in. Full to Cox though, defends it back up the pitch. End of the over, 205 for 4 Kent, 33 minimum remaining overs. I'm going to leave you with BBC Radio Solent's Kevin James and England and South East Stars all-rounder Alice Davis and Richards.
So 33 overs remaining, probably, possibly, in the match, which, considering we lost 32 overs on day 1 and only bowled 6.1 overs on day 2, although we made 8 of those up on day 3, a large chunk of this game was not played, and for Hampshire to really be in this dominant position, I think is a moral victory in itself, but it probably won't feel it if they can't whittle out these last few Kent wickets. Outside the off stump, Fuller starts a new over, and left alone by Jack Leaning, who's looked rock solid pretty much, Alice.
Yeah, very sturdy, steady. Worked hard for his 40 runs so far off 130 balls.
He's got a good technique as well. He's very correct, which doesn't help, does it?
Yeah, it's very simple.
It is, and when he defends, it looks very difficult to get past. I mean, he has played and missed once several times, but
not that often though, so far.
No. Here's Fuller again then. Comes in and bowls, and that's left alone again. Now that looks pretty decent from Fuller. I just wonder if he's getting that shape away from the right-hander.
Yeah, Leaning looks like he's making good decisions at the moment, knowing when to defend the ball, when to just leave it.
He is.
Not chasing them as of yet.
No pressure on him to do anything other than just be there at the end. I suppose that's pressure in itself, really.
Yeah, I wonder if they were talking about whether to go for these 73 runs that they need to match Hampshire, or...
Here's Fuller again. Straighter this time. Leaning just works that wide of mid-on for a single. Moves on to 41. Deficit down to 71. Oh, 72, sorry, tell a lie. I don't think that will make much difference.
No, they've just been picking off a few more singles than they were before.
Yeah.
T, where they were clearly just dead batting it, weren't they? Just trying to get through the new ball, whereas after T, there's been a few more singles here and there.
This new ball into its 10th over. As Fuller's in again. Bowls, and again it's outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Jordan Cox this time. So how many? There was 56 runs scored in the afternoon session for the loss of 1 wicket, which was slow to say the least. But for Kent, they wouldn't have minded that too much. But that's not a lot of action to be watching. 1 wicket and 56 runs in a 2-hour spell. Here's Fuller, bowls, and that's full. That's driven, and Barker. Oh, he's done well.
Done very well there. I don't think he wanted to field that. Didn't want to dive.
Picked it up one-handed as well with his left hand as he hit the turf.
It's a long way to go. It's a long way to go, especially when you bowled 22 overs so far and currently having to bowl uphill.
Yes.
Whilst 22 overs deep into your work.
Mind you, he's had a few weeks off. A couple of fractures in each hand, or fracture in each hand. Missed 2 games, and Hampshire had a week off anyway. Forward is Cox, and that's pushed up towards mid-off. And that's the end of that over. 32 to do, possibly, in the game. And these two look rock solid since tea. They look pretty much rock solid before tea.
Yeah, not a lot different from before tea, but yeah, I'm not sure if having weeks off actually helps you or makes it worse. Do you feel fresher, or do you feel worse because you haven't actually been exposed to that amount of work?
I suppose it depends on results of the side as well, doesn't it, really? I suppose Hampshire absolutely annihilated Northampton.
Yeah.
Their biggest ever championship victory, and then had a week off. So I suppose you could say from that perspective, probably not an ideal time to have a week off.
No, just because you want to keep on
Yeah.
going with your work, especially if you're in good rhythm and all that sort of stuff. Sparker comes up the hill, round the wicket, full and edge towards third man by Jack Leaning, being chased to the boundary, but he's going to just be the 2.
So when are you off to the Lake District, you guys, then? This week?
Yes, I've got to drive up there this evening.
Oh, this evening you go?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So we've got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we got and then we're back into the Charlotte Edwards Cup on Saturday. So South East Stars versus the Blaze at Beckenham.
Back at Beckenham.
Back at Beckenham. Home of cricket.
Oh.
Barker round. Solid 4 defence into the offside, no run.
Does Beckenham suit your batting?
Currently, no. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
But generally, as a pitch, should it?
Yeah, genuinely as a pitch it should, but currently no. Yeah, it's quite hard. So it does a little bit to start off with and then tails off, but it's a fast pitch. Again, another link into the offside by Jack Leaning, no run. Recovered by Point. Yeah, it's fast outfield.
So it sounds like, obviously, you're being part of the... Is there quite a few of the England women's squad going up to the Lake District? I mean, they picked a sort of a very wide sort of
I don't think
players.
I don't think it's necessarily who's in Ashes squads or anything like that. I just think they're just trying to get pulled together. So I think all the contracted England players will be going, and then a few others. I haven't actually checked the list, so I don't know who's going.
So it sounds like you're not going to get a lot of practice in then before the first.
Best when fresh is the definition I'm going for. Barker up the hill. Lots of appeals. Looks a little bit high. Glance towards fine leg for one run. Off the thigh, I would say. Looked like it was always going down / high from Barker there. But yeah, I'm going for the best when fresh. I've got Thursday and Friday to practice a few back of the hands and get my arm above parallel. Remember what it's like to hit a ball. I always say to myself, you don't forget. Just because you haven't had a practice doesn't mean that you turn into a rubbish cricketer overnight. No. Again, leg side this time. Collected by Ben Brown down the leg side. No run.
When you get together as a squad, the Stars, is Beckenham your sort of base to practice, or do you have various places?
Yeah, so we got South East Stars is Surrey and Kent combined. So, but during the winter we tend to have our base as Beckenham, just because it's our own space. So we've got a gym there. We've got when in pre-season we can go out onto the pitch. Barker in for last ball of the over, outside off, left well alone by Jordan Cox there. Kent now 209 for 4, still 69 runs behind the Hampshire total. Yeah, so sometimes during the winter we'll practice at, so Surrey have a training facility in Guildford, so sometimes go there, sometimes go to the Oval. Came down to Canterbury once or twice. So yeah, and we're quite lucky. One of our weekends away was at Fulham Football Club.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was very fun. Turns out I'm a lot better at cricket than football. But that was quite fun. So our head coach, his wife is part of the physical performance side at Fulham, or the medical side. So through that little connection, we got to have a weekend away, which I know cricket sounds like a wonderful job, and it is.
It's full to Jack Leaning. Looks like he didn't quite pick that up initially, but plays it back to the bowler.
But in the winter, when you're training in the same place all the time, indoors, you start to go a little bit stir crazy. So sometimes it's quite nice just to do something completely different and go somewhere else. Do something, play a bit of football. Instead of doing a running session, did football fitness and played a game. So yeah, no, that was good.
Yeah. Did you sort of get out on the main pitch or anything like that? Or?
No, so but they've got a massive pitch that's indoors. So we just went there.
Yeah. Full again from that Nackington Road end. Again, it's very full. It's coming off the bottom of the bat as it goes out on the onside.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to sneak in a couple of Yorkers as he did with Sam Billings before, or whether they're all accidentals. I mean, there's nothing wrong with an accidental Yorker, but just wondering whether it's plan or not plan.
Maybe. Might get a short one soon. There's field set for it. Deep backward square leg. Deep fine leg.
Maybe he's thinking with Jack Leaning's high bat lift, try and sneak one in and then go for the short ball.
It's very high, isn't it?
Yeah.
Above his head. Half the bat's above his head. That's a length ball. That looks as though it's got quite a nice shape on that. It's a good leave, but it just looks as like Fuller's got the ball again to just shape up the hill. But it doesn't. Unlike in the first innings and unlike last night, it just feels not particularly threatening at the moment. Can happen.
Yeah, the carry's not too high to Ben Brown. He's having to collect it by shins, ankles.
Yeah. Fuller's in again. Yeah, it is. I've just watched the replay of the previous ball. It's definitely going up the hill a fraction. It's always trying to cut that, misses. That's a little ambitious there from Jack Leaning. Ball through to Ben Brown. Maybe there was a little bit of width there, and maybe that's fair enough, but you don't want to be getting out doing that.
No, you'd be very annoyed at yourself if you got out to that, but it's very tempting when it's out there, especially when it's your strength. Play through the offside. Well, square of the wicket, so pretty well, so.
You can hear the shout out there, still plenty of time. Again, that ball's going up the hill, the shape. It's beautiful shape, he's got the shape again here, Fuller. Here comes comes in again to Leaning. Forward, that's well played, well bowled as well. Leaning's played that late and the ball just works its way out down third, where Scott Curry, the subfielder, who's been on, I think, for most of the time. I think he, well, I know we've had, well, in fact, we've got 2 fielders on there again, because Toby Albert is on as well. So I just wonder if Abbas is off. I think he is. Can't see Mo Abbas.
Yeah, Abbas looks like he's off.
Yeah, so he's joining Kyle Abbott. Maybe Kyle Abbott felt a bit lonely.
Can you keep me company, please?
Yes, come and join me. It's too much like old work. Here comes Fuller again. He's kept a little low. Cox plays that well. Good over that from Fuller. There is a bit of shape still on that ball, so still a little bit of hope here from Hampshire. But I suppose when you look at the board and you see 30 overs, that is a long time, but it just feels like time is beginning to run out with these two, Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox, seemingly going to take something special to get rid of them. Mo Abbas is back on the pitch.
And Liam Dawson is on to bowl, so changes everywhere. Yeah, Bass just wanted a little bit of extra time after tea.
Yes. Just to finish that big slice of carrot cake.
Yeah, hadn't quite finished the cake, hadn't finished the cuppa. Just needs an extra 5 minutes.
Does anybody that plays cricket eat cake anymore?
Yeah.
They do?
Well, not necessarily. Well, not
during the
necessarily.
game, I
During the
suppose.
game. Well, it depends. If somebody's brought in cake, you
Yeah.
eat the cake. If it's birthdays. Dawson bowls falling on the stumps. Lovely forward defence there by Jack Leaning, who's now 44 off 143. Yeah, if somebody brings it in, it would be rude not to, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Life's about balance. Being on the pitch for however many hours. Dawson again, lovely flighted delivery there, but padded back towards the bowler. No interest in trying to come down a wicket or go back to it, just padding it back. Again, same thing, just passing it straight back. No run, 3 dots off the over so far.
I'll tell you a very funny story about cake at the end of this over.
About cake. Niche topic. Dawson a bit shorter, onto the back foot. Lovely cut there by Jack Leaning just for the single as Barker's out on the cover boundary. Yeah, it's just like after a game when people have a pint.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have cake, sometimes you have a pint.
That's true.
Life's about balance.
Well, sometimes you've had a hard day in the field, it's something to look forward to.
Exactly, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Bit shorter again from Lawson there. Back foot defensive shot from Cox.
Can't have gone all round the field and gone for loads of runs and then look forward to a slice of lettuce after the game.
Don't want to be more miserable. Don't want to add to the misery of a day. That's what I should have done the other day when I got out. Just had a slice of lettuce.
So this story, right, so this is many moons ago. And there was a guy that played a little bit for Hampshire, not loads, but he was a left-handed batter called Richard Hayward. And one of his, you know, people do different things, don't they, when they bat and or bowl, you know, or in the changing rooms, you know, some people have little quirks and whatever. This guy was very well known that when he walked out to bat, he would hold his gloves in his hand. He wouldn't actually put them on. He wouldn't walk out to the middle with the actual gloves actually on his hands. He would hold them until he got to the middle. He was superstitious like that. Here's Fuller's down the leg side. Go, it's a good diving one-handed stop by Brown. Can't prevent a bye, but I think he's done pretty well anyway. So, and of course everybody knew that. You know, when he walked out, he always walked out with his with these 2 gloves in his hands like that. So anyway, he was batting up to tea, and you know, it was known in those sort of days that you know, as well as sandwiches, there'd be a few cakes around. Anyway, the game was going nowhere, and somebody in the dressing room, and to this day I probably don't even know who it was, actually put a cake in each glove, knowing that he wouldn't know.
No, he wouldn't know till he actually got out there.
That's down the leg side. That's a good 2-handed take this time. So there he was walking out, and we were all looking from the window, laughing our heads off because he literally got to the middle.
And you're all in the know.
Yeah, all in the know. And as he put his gloves on, and actually just pulled his cakes out.
Did he then just eat them?
No, he didn't. No, I can't remember what happened after that. He must have handed them to the umpire or somebody
That
brought
amazing.
them.
Just
But
gone,
it was so
cake, eat them.
Yeah, it
Glove
worked
on.
a treat. It's one of those sort of pranks that worked a treat.
Literally.
Yes. 2-12 for 4. Forgive the pun. Outside of the off stump, and that's a good lead from Cox. So
Yeah, I don't think any of the girls at cricket walk on with the gloves like that.
No,
like
but if anybody does,
yeah,
there's something.
now I know what to do.
Because I think you're the sort of person
I
that
100% would do that. I 100% would. I try not to, but I can't help it if there's something to poke.
And even if
if there's a slight line to teeter near or just slightly step over.
Yeah. If somebody sort of new comes into the side and makes their debut during the Ashes and you're in the side and you know that's what they do, you've still got to do it during an international. Outside the off stuff, but that's left alone.
Oh dear.
Be tempting.
Yeah, no, it is. It's very tempting, but sometimes you just see people doing their routines. You're like, I'm just going to leave you to it.
Yeah,
Just going to let you do your thing.
Some of them are weird, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, we haven't got too many weird ones.
Have you not?
No, we've got a lot of. Yeah, everyone's pretty relaxed.
Yeah. I don't think everybody has superstitions. It's just the odd one. I think. I don't remember over the years. Loads of people. It's Fuller, and that's a forward defensive from Cox. We've seen that a few times from not just himself, but also from Jack Leaning as Kent wind the time down.
Yeah, you go for the classic, which order do you put your pads on? I think people do that.
Yeah, that's the one definitely. Have you got anything?
Pad. Like what order I put my pads
Definitely,
on.
yeah.
Yeah. I like to have my gloves on just as I'm crossing over.
Okay.
But I think that's just out of habit. I don't think the world's going to end.
Cox drives up to mid-on, fielded by Barker. End of the over, 2-12 for 4. The deficit is 66, if I can read that right. And again, the overs are ticking down.
I do have one, but it's more out of stress than not stress. So nowadays you can put whatever you like on in the car. But I find that too stressful because I want it to be perfect and like set the mood exactly how I want it. I don't know, like, do I go old school with my music? Do I go new? Like, what do I want? So I've now I can't have radio, my own music, whatever. It has to be radio on the morning. Because what if I put on a podcast or like a book or whatever, and that's not what I want, and it's just not the right mood. So I've just got to take any thinking out of it.
Oh, right,
and just listen to radio, because then it just takes me out of my own little world.
Because somebody else is choosing the songs
Yeah, exactly.
that are on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Dawson Bowles forward defence from Jack Leaning there. Yeah, I've got enough choices to make in the day.
Weird.
I'd probably say I'm probably one of the weirder ones, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what any of the other guys do.
That's a good one, and it's the more I think about it, that's quite a good one.
Yeah. One of the girls, another forward defence there from Jack Leaning off the bowling of Liam Dawson there, used to only have fresh mango on a match day, and then we lost/won when she didn't have mango.
Oh.
So now she stopped buying mango. Short ball from Liam Dawson there, back foot punch by Jack Leaning, but doesn't get past extra cover. So yeah, now she stopped buying fresh mango for her days. Right. Although we lost the last game, so I think we're going to see mango at the next game.
Yeah. Wow.
I feel like that's quite weird.
It is a bit.
It's Dawson Bowles. Forward defence from Jack Leaning.
That's not an idea. It wouldn't be ideal if there's a mango shortage at any time.
There was.
There
was, yeah. At the local supermarket in town, she's like, there's a shortage of mango, don't know what to do. I think that's what caused another dot ball from Liam Dawson. I think that's what caused her to not bring mango to the match, and then we won. I think it was after we got absolutely smashed by Southern Vipers.
Again.
And then, again. All right. Now. Let's get the claws out. Put the claws away. Again, another maiden from Liam Dawson there. His 8th of the inning so far. But yes, we lost to Southern Vipers again.
You did beat them in a Charlotte Edwards, didn't you, at the GS a couple of seasons ago?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
That's your one and only victory.
Yeah, but when it mattered. Thank you.
Yeah, I suppose that game at Beckenham a couple of weeks ago didn't count, did it? Really?
Yeah, we've got a long season to go. We can bring out all of those like buzzwords, all those like classic phrases. It's a long way to go.
It is a long season, isn't it? 14 Charlotte, 14 Rachel Hayhoe Flint.
One match doesn't maketh the team.
Correct.
But yeah, after that there was mango shortage, no mango, and then we started winning again. So she was like, "Oh, no mango."
Mo Abbas then is back into the attack, and this is probably, well, it's not quite the last chance for Hampshire, but you do feel that unless he can produce something in this spell, then that time really will begin to run out for Hampshire. There's still 27 overs to go. That is a long time. I'm trying to convince myself it is a long time, and it actually is, but I don't know. I just don't feel that these two are going anywhere soon. It's going to take a special delivery or a mistake from these batters. Here's Abbas. Can he find something as Cox is forward? That's played it out on the onside, and there's no run. It's got to disappear for a couple of minutes. Alice, I'll leave it with you, and then Ben Watts will come in alongside you.
Enjoy. Yeah, Jordan Cox dancing down the wicket there just to try and nullify the threat that Abbas poses with the moving ball. Change in field from second slip now into a leg gully position. So Liam Dawson moving from second slip into leg gully as Abbas runs in. Full of straight on the stumps. No run there, thank you very much.
Use that bounce, as someone says.
Yeah.
I'd suggest he's pretty capable of choosing his own delivery.
You would think, after 24.2 overs.
And having gone for just 31 runs. Or
That you
27 runs, even less.
That you might know what you're doing.
Oh, beating the outside edge here. Jordan Cox's bat. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent, DAB and FM. Still watching Kent's bat this time in the evening session. So with just 26.5 overs minimum remaining in the game, Kent still looking like a possibility they could draw this game. They've still got 6 wickets in hand. That's how many Hampshire need to win it. 212 for 4 the score. Jack Leaning still there. 45 runs he's got from 153 deliveries. Jordan Cox hasn't really bothered with scoring runs. He's got 6 of them from 79 deliveries now as he defends another one from Abbas. So Hampshire being frustrated at the moment in the Canterbury Sunshine by the hosts. Commentary continues online by the BBC Sport app and the website to see if Kent can get a draw, to see if Hampshire can get a victory. 26 overs minimum remaining in the game. 212 for 4 Kent at the moment. Jordan Cox at the moment quite happy.
Yeah, I feel like he's in his own little world, living his best life, not bothered about what else is going on in the world.
Abbas bowls. Jordan Cox gets a run into the onside. Jordan Cox is living in his own world at the best of times.
Yes, no, but very much in this present moment.
In this present moment, he's just doing his thing.
Yeah, he's just in his own little bubble.
Yeah.
On the cricket pitch, not bothering about anything else. 7 off 80, strike rate of 8.8. I don't think that could have happened too many times.
I mean, credit to him in a way, because he's been in a pretty rough patch of form so far this season. And yet, rather than trying to sort of play himself into nick by scoring runs out there, he's just saying, right, I'm just trying to do a job for the team here. Bat as many balls as I can. With my mate Jack leading up the other end, who lets this one go through to the keeper. 26 overs minimum remaining in the day. Bass actually went for a run in that over.
I know, madness.
28 he's gone for now. Cool. Just the 12 maidens from 25 overs.
I know. His run rate's now gone above 1.
Outrageous.
I know. Get it back into the 0.9s.
2:13 for 4. Here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Silent, BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, I think Jordan Cox is doing probably the right thing and not trying to chase form. Sometimes you try too hard to get yourself out of this rut when actually you just need to play what's in front of you, which is what he's doing pretty well so far as he faces the first ball from Liam Dawson. Lovely forward defence there.
I mean, you would assume that the next time he comes to bat, he'll be feeling that much better for having faced this many deliveries, even if he hasn't been trying to score.
Yeah, it would feel easier than what it's done. What you just need as a batter is just time sometimes. Sometimes you just need to be out there for a while. Ball from Liam Dawson there, squeezed onto the leg side for no run.
Certainly utilising the opportunity at the moment to bat some time, and with no real pressure on him to score runs as such.
Yeah.
Just stay out there.
Bold. Bit slow, a bit wider, left well alone by Jordan Cox. Yeah, and you're hoping that the next time he comes out to bat for Kent, it's a lot less pressure on it, not having to bat out for the draw or see out the day. He's a lot freer, and having spent 80 odd balls out there. It's Liam bowls. Again, left well alone outside off by Jordan Cox there. 4 dots so far in this over. You're hoping that is a lot freer, having spent just time rather than time sat down watching other people bat.
Yeah, quite. And the next track I'll get to bat on is the oval after all.
Lovely forward defence there from Cox. Yeah, and the oval's lovely place to bat.
So
It's a lovely place to play cricket, but it's a lovely place to bat.
Yeah, so one would hope that he'll go into that game next week, albeit against a very good Surrey team that currently sit top of the table, and be feeling better about.
Little change in the field here as Liam Dawson now comes round the wicket. Got sort of a slip, a second slip. Padded away by Jordan Cox with no threat of LBW as soon as it's pitched outside that leg stump. So another maiden, 9 maidens now from Liam Dawson.
Half of his overs, but maidens. 18 overs, 9 of the maidens, 2 for 31.
Yeah, those other nine overs been a bit expensive at 31 runs.
Yeah, when he has gone for runs.
Cashing in.
He's gone for a few.
Cashing in.
Still going at less than 2 and over overall. And the Bass only just going over 1 and over, so... I mean, if you ask any Kent supporter in the ground, they won't be complaining.
No, they're doing exactly what Kent require of them at the moment. Try and get a few points on the board with the draws.
Mohamed Abbas to Jack leaning for the 155th time. He survives. 45 to his name. 67 not out, his best this season. 1 half-century for him. So I'm sure he would like to get at least 5 more runs, just to put another figure in the half-century column.
Yeah, just tick another box. I think it'd be a reward for the amount of patience and concentration he's had so far.
He's facing a Bass here. Oh, full delivery, almost sneaks through. It was, well, it did sneak through. Yorker length, really. It was just a couple of noises. I think probably bat on the ground.
Yeah, I guess it's always tempting when someone's got such a high backlift to try and sneak one through. Fuller tried it a couple of times before. Abbas, who, again, I feel like anything that's not just top of off is a bit of a surprise, whether it's the bounce or whether it's a Yorker.
I do find Jack Leaning's high backlift is actually a slight sort of false alarm in the sense that when the bowler bowls, it comes down to waist high.
Still relatively high.
I mean, it is quite high. And particularly as the bowler's running in, it's kind of looks like he's holding a baseball bat. But as they go to bowl, it just does come down.
A bit, yeah.
That fraction, and then
No,
he
it does make
normally
it tempting.
brings it through in a good line. So, yeah, actually it's quite deceptive, his backlift.
I wonder how you get to there. Has he always had a high back lift?
Ever since I've seen him, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas sometimes I'm the complete opposite. So there's a short ball, hooked away. That will be just a single because there's a man at our long leg. Yeah, so sort of for fear of...
Getting out, you just
well,
can leave your bat down
for
there.
fear of forgetting out sometimes. Preservation mode. When I first go in, barely any back lift. Method of runs is just angling it through gully.
I'm hoping for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put the drive away.
Put every other shot away.
This
is the one I've got.
Don't need to play the drive in village cricket.
Not at the moment, no.
Yeah, definitely not at the moment. Here comes Mohamed Abbas. All short ball edged for 4 by Jordan Cox. Ben Brown took a step to his left. Vince has been very wide at first slip, almost at second for quite some time now. And it's just flashed in between them. And I did talk about the possibility of maybe trying a bit more short stuff to Jordan Cox. Does tend to try and play it. Isn't really a ducker. Particularly hook shots he tries to take on as well. And that one, he had the hands very high, trying to some sort of back foot push. Really didn't need to play at it.
Yeah, it's almost followed him into his body.
Yeah, if anything, he's just trying to fend it off.
Yeah, Ben Brown thought it was going down leg side.
It's got really high on him. And he's edged it somehow in the gap. Mohamed Abbas again. Fuller delivery. This time it's again angled down towards the slips. It's dropped short of second. He gets a run as it deflects off Joe Weatherly's wrist. But Cox, having faced 86 balls pretty serenely, has just all of a sudden looked in a little bit of trouble. 12 he has now off 88 thanks to the boundary. Deficit cut to 59 runs. 219 for 4 with leaning still there on 46. But for me, Hampshire have got to try a bit more short stuff to Jordan Cox. Going to try something here with Joe Weatherly coming back on. Part-time spin. See if they can force a mistake from Cox or leaning.
Yeah, he got to balance, trying to force something to happen and also just being patient enough, not trying to chop and change too often, which I think they've been pretty good at so far, at trusting themselves and believing that eventually something will happen. Cox got a little bit lucky in that last over, but probably earned it with his stay so far as Weatherly comes in. Slow off spinner. Jordan Cox could be tempted in trying to bunt it over the head, but showed no interest for defence.
It was a bit of a moon ball, that one.
Yeah, that was slow. That was a warm-up one, wasn't it? Gentle loosener. That's what it's like to have my arm above perpendicular. Again, trundling in. Oh, dragged down this time. Jordan Cox dispatches through the offside for 4.
Yeah, it was a throw down from
Yeah.
Joe Weatherly.
It's the opposite of the first ball. The first ball was a moon ball. That one was dragged down.
Yeah.
Just trying to give it a bit too much rip.
Just momentarily been distracted by one of the ladies in the retirement apartments, top floor in the middle. She looks like she's got a massive plant pots and is currently doing some gardening up there.
I reckon she's got a perfect place for a tomato plant, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon so.
Weatherly's in. Again, another drag down, but onto the leg side. That is a wicket-taking ball, I promise you. But barely above, getting above ankle height there. One run into the leg side for Jordan Cox there, whose strike rate has gone up from 8 to 18.7
he's
now.
exploded into this innings now.
But yeah, no, that balcony, many plants. I reckon she's got a few tomatoes, a few strawberry plants.
Say, yeah, that's a busy
Sun-trap.
balcony.
Shout of catch it is leaning, pushes it into ground, but towards short leg. Weatherly now getting into rhythm. Few warm-up balls, ready to get into an afternoon's work. Again, slow again from Weatherly. Tempting short leg there, but bouncing nowhere near him.
Still watching the lady doing her gardening.
Yeah, seeing how many plant pots she's got. Weatherly trundles in. Moon ball. patted towards mid-off. No run there for Jack Leaning, who's now 46 off 161. Cox moved to 17 off 91 and now over. Kent are now 224 for 4. Still with a deficit of 54. But seeing off the overs nicely so far.
Yeah, 99 in the second innings now. 19 of them with the new ball. A bit of a strange one, really, to see Weatherly into the attack when the ball's, you know, that kind of age old. But I think it seems like a few Hampshire seamers. Well, one of them, of course, in Kyle Abbott, not on the field of play. A couple of others feeling a little bit sore or stiff, and you know, busy few weeks of cricket. Fuller's bowled 17 overs in this second innings. Barker 23. Abbas getting into his 27th over now. 12 maidens, none for 34. As it's pushed away by Cox out towards cover point.
Yeah, Abbas had a few words to share with Jordan Cox after that over. Long little chat, long refused to go get his hat from the umpire, having a few words, so...
I can't imagine Jordan Cox be particularly phased.
No, I can't imagine he had anything else to say.
No.
Again in his own little world.
He'd have just laughed it off like you. Bass to Cox. Little push and run into the offside. Good cricket.
That was lovely cricket there. Bit of an intent.
Yeah.
Positive running.
Yeah, these two, as mentioned before, have spent a good amount of time in the middle together since Jack Leaning joined the county. So yeah, good understanding between the pair in terms of running between the wickets. Both fit lads. Jack Leaning does a lot of running pre-season. I think that's what led to him getting a hamstring injury actually pre-last season.
Doing too much running.
Doing too much running. Leave the season. As this one defended away up towards mid-on. Yeah, it was on media day. Just trying to grab him for a chat, and I think I missed him in the original slot that I was supposed to speak to him. And then I was waiting around to try and get him. And he'd been to the gym, and he was doing laps of the pitch. And then finally flagged him down and caught his attention. He's like, "Oh, I just got a couple more laps to go." Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I've heard a rumour that he's very good at the 2K.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Absolutely rapid, I've
Wouldn't
heard.
surprise me. Yeah, he's a proper athlete, Jack Leaning. As this one's defended away, as he is showing with his powers of concentration really right now. 163 balls. He's fended off for 46 runs. I guess that, you know, that physical stamina also can transfer to mental stamina and the concentration for a prolonged period of time as a batter.
Yeah, it just helps you out. It just means that you don't have one thing to worry about being physically tired. You don't need to worry about getting into the right positions because you're still fit enough, you're still energised enough to move well. If you're moving well, then, as we're seeing so far, you're moving forward, moving back well, the ball isn't doing too much, then there isn't that much to worry about, which Jack Leaning's finding so far.
Abbas to him. Just a little bit shorter. Leaning just pushing off the back foot into the covers.
I think it might have nipped in a little bit. Classic batter doing the hand gestures afterwards of what the ball did.
I wonder how long Jack Leaning's been in the 40s.
84 years.
Quite a while. Quite a while. But it's been Cox who scored the runs really since tea. Leaning was 38 not out at the break. He's clipping this one away in front of square on the onside. He will only get one due to some good fielding out there in the deep. On another day he might have got 4 if he didn't have a fielder posted out there. In the end he gets 1 because the man out there in the deep was pretty swift across the turf. And Jordan Cox sent him back as he was thinking about the second. I'm just trying to see the number of the individual that's just done the fielding. He's actually taking his hat off, so it must be young Fletcher Middleton,
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Jack Leaning for once.
Good shot for one.
Good shot for one. It's when you're sad because you're like, oh, I've absolutely nailed that.
I'm quite good at hitting good shots to fielders. My best shots of the day normally go straight to point. Tosses this one
That's
up.
a moon ball from Weatherly there, leaning gutted that he's only managed to hit that along the floor to deep mid-wicket / cow. Leaning gutted that he missed out on that ball.
Weatherly's trying to take a leaf out of Kadri's book, see if he can get a wicket with a low full toss.
It happens. Again, very slow bowling here from Weatherly, seeing if he can tempt Jordan Cox to come down, come outside of his box, do something different that he hasn't done this innings so far. Third ball here. Dragged down, left well alone.
For what?
Lots of appeals by James Vince, who dived and caught the ball, thinking that might have come off the bat after it padded it.
I don't think anyone seriously thought that was out, did they?
No, I just think they're just doing it for fun.
Yeah, I mean, one hand off the body is a change room game. It's not real cricket, lads.
James Vince is just still lurking.
If there was an appeal, it was for LBW.
Again.
But they waited until he caught it. I think Jordan Cox did get a really dodgy decision along those lines of one that he padded away, that hit the pad and ballooned up, and it got given out of court, and he was like, what?
That's when you hope that down the line you get one the other way round.
Yeah.
Last ball, moon ball again from Weatherly here. Giving it a lot of flight, a lot of airtime.
Are we reaching sort of territory where if they don't lose any further wickets, that Hampshire might call this off at 5 o'clock? I don't know.
I'm not sure. Again, last ball of the over, defended by Jordan Cox for no run. Just the 1 run off that over. Yeah, I don't know, because Kent is still 50 behind.
Yeah, and in theory they've still got enough time.
Yeah, there's a lot of time for Hampshire to get these wickets, but there isn't a lot happening. That's the thing.
We saw how quickly they did take those 3 in succession earlier on in the morning, and when you consider as well that it's the Kent lower order / tail, so if you did get a couple of wickets, Hampshire, then there'd be a belief that they could finish it off. However, they're struggling to break through this partnership at the moment. They need something special from Abbas. But yeah, just the use of Weatherly feels a bit of a strange one, I think.
Yeah, because it's not like Liam Dawson's bowled heaps or there's anything going on. Like, he was still threatening, or maybe they're just wanting something different.
Personally, yeah. But here comes Abbas. Short ball. Leaning goes for the swivel pull. There's an appeal for caught behind. Again, I don't think they really thought he'd hit anything on the way through. Certainly Abbas didn't.
Jack Leaning not interested at all. No look behind, really, just rehearsing his shot from before.
Yeah, he didn't look too worried, did he? Keep pushing is the call. But it does just, for the first time almost in the game, feel like Hampshire are wondering if it's going to happen. Which I guess is natural. But at the same time, you need to keep that belief up, don't you, as a fielding side? Abbas, too leaning again, defends. 168 balls he's faced for 48. 98 balls for Jordan Cox's 18.
Yeah, it's quite hard to keep that belief up in situations like this, but I think you hold on to the fact, knowing that one wicket changes things massively, I think. Because then you've got an end to bowl out, you haven't got 2 people off however many balls. So I think you hold on to that hope that one wicket can change things.
Edged down towards second slip, dropped short of that man, but leaning still there. Yeah, if you just look at the first innings, say for example, it took them between, well, it was approximately 20 overs between 4th wicket and the 10th. So, you know, if they took 1 wicket here last time, actually they took them less than 10 overs really to get the final 5 wickets. So actually get 1.
You never know what can happen for Hampshire. So
there is a chance.
They're holding on to that hope. That's what's getting them through this period of play where not too much is happening for the bowlers or the batters.
Yeah, some tired bodies. Abbas in again, leaning, defending it away. Some tired bodies in the Hampshire group, and then some bowlers who have you know, already got through some overs, maybe just feeling a niggle or two. Barker's been off the field today, but he's out there at the moment. Fuller wasn't feeling well this morning. Abbott we haven't seen all day, apart from bowling 2 overs up the top. Dawson's got through 18. Now seeing a bit of part-time stuff from Joe Weatherly. Ian Holland, I guess, would be the next one to have a go, but Bass at the moment continuing. Short ball, appeal for a caught behind. Again, it looked like fresh air for Leaning as he tried to play the hook shot. Still within the scoring shot of scoring a half century, but not looking like he's moved.
Not looking like he's going to score those 2 runs.
Those 2 runs look a long way away.
Yeah, he'd probably be slightly miffed that he missed out on those 2. Didn't manage to find a gap.
Yeah,
but probably also grateful that he didn't manage to nick them as well.
True,
so.
true. But yeah, you're right. If he nails it in the gap, probably gets 4 for his 50. Parker doing a bit of warming up. Maybe he's going to have a go. Here's a Bass. Leaning, tucks it into the onside, but no run available to him. Another maiden from Mohammed Abbas. 13 maidens in 28 overs, none for 36 for him.
I wonder what the highest percentage of maidens of like a bowling allocation. So say he's bowled 28,
yeah,
13. I wonder if anybody's bowled 28 and bowled 20 maidens.
Must have done somewhere.
Somewhere. It's a niche.
Somewhere in
it's
the
a
world.
niche bit of stat info.
But he's certainly giving them a run for their money in terms of percentage of overs bowled and maidens. You're listening to BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Solent. Ben Watson, Alice Davis and Richards watching on at the moment. Kevin James with us, nudged away into the onside by Jordan Cox off Weatherly. 19 for him now, and leaning on to strike. Sunshine beating down here at Canterbury, mild afternoon.
Slow delivery there from Weatherly there again. Trying to mix things up, just something slightly different from the slightly quicker Liam Dawson and obviously the pace attack of Hampshire. Weatherly in, back foot, defensive shot from Leaning.
I wonder what percentage of balls today have been dot balls.
Yeah, I'm not really a stat human, so I can't help you with that one. So Weatherly comes in for the 4th ball of the over. Bowls it. Defensive shot again from Leaning.
I think just saying a lot would probably answer the question.
Yeah, I think the general gist of it is a lot of dot balls today.
Lots of dots.
A lot of 4 defences.
Lots of dots. It's the opposite to the England Test team.
Yes. Weatherly in, dragging it down a little bit. In single in the offside for Jack Leaning there. Moving on to 49 now. 49 off 176 balls. So it's got a strike rate of 27.8 as Weatherly comes in for last ball of the over to Jordan Cox, who just leaves it well alone because it's bowled foot outside off stump, so no danger for the batter there. So Kent are now 229 off that. After that over, deficit is still about 49.
It is indeed. Alice, feel free to take a break. Kevin James is poised to come back in. Try and speak something into existence for Hampshire. You know, at the moment, can't seem to break through this partnership. These two have been together since the 70th over. Even though they are still yet to put on a 50 stand. It's more the amount of time that they've been out there. Barker's going to replace a Bass from the Nackington Road end. Change in the field here for Hampshire. Currently Weatherly, the one slip out there. There's almost catching Corden on the leg side, a couple of mid-wickets and then almost a leg gully, square leg type position. Short ball, leaning, pulls it away out towards the rope. There's a fielder out there in the deep who stops it, but Jack Leaning reaches a half century from 177 balls. Kent on to 230 for 4, but a huge reception from the home crowd for a player who's just scored a half century in probably one of the most balls that he's faced to get to that number in his first-class career. Just 3 boundaries for Jack Leaning in his time at the crease. Jordan Cox defending away into the onside. Yeah, 177 balls for Leaning to go through to that half century. But at the moment, that number of balls, along with his mate Jordan Cox up the other end, is the reason that Kent are potentially going to get a draw from this game, Kevin James. Yeah,
he's done a terrific job for his side. I think for Hampshire, the only time they can really get excited when he's batting is when they both shorted him. But other than that, he's been rock solid in defence and done a great job for his side.
Here comes Barker again. Cox defends the ball down into the ground underneath his nose. He's joined in the vigil.
Yeah, 2 good partnerships with Billings and Cox. It's just taken the jitters away really when they lost those 3 quick wickets in the morning session. And, the time is running out for Hampshire here.
Barker wide on the crease. Cox edges wide of the only slip and down towards third man. The ball spinning away onto the practice wickets in front of the Frank Woolley stand, but won't actually go. 2 runs taken. Is that the 50 partnership? Yes. 204 balls for the 50 partnership between Leaning and Cox.
Well, there have been 2 good half-century partnerships. 56 earlier with Sam Billings for the 4th. It's probably just about making the game safe for Kent now.
Cox in behind this one, defensively played once more.
It's a great leg side field.
It's almost like a Corden, isn't it, on the leg side?
It's almost, yeah, it's almost as if we're playing right to left, and there's a slip field on the leg side. Well, you know, the leg side as we look, but yeah, it's almost as if they've turned the pitch at right angles.
Dawson's going to come to second slip. They're moving it around. Parker's going to change his line of attack, perhaps. Here he comes, defended away into the covers. There's Holland. So end of the over. How many we got potentially left? 18 to go on the final day. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent very shortly.
Oh, have we got some Nick Gubbins?
Oh, hello.
Oh, some Nick Gubbins leg spin. Oh, that's a treat. When he's captain of the 50 over side, as he was last year, he brought himself on from time to time.
I feel like he might have bowled at Beckenham.
Now somebody else has brought him on.
Somebody else has brought him on.
James Vince. So this will probably give you an idea about where Hampshire are going now.
Yeah.
I think they realise that just the benign nature of this pitch and the fact that Billings, especially Leaning, and now Cox, have looked pretty much rock solid. I mean, Hampshire have tried hard here, but there's not been a lot for them to get too excited about.
Yeah. Update on the way for radio listeners as Leaning defends this delivery from Gubbins. Well, watching potentially the final 18 overs of this game, maybe even sooner if the 2 teams decide to shake hands, because Kent have only lost 4 wickets in the day. They've done excellently well to manoeuvre their way onto 233 for 4, but it's more been about the number of balls they face. Jack Leaning going to 50 a moment ago from 177 deliveries. Jordan Cox has got 21 but has been out there for 105 balls, so just the 1 wicket lost since lunch, that of Sam Billings, after the openers each got 50. Ben Compton and Zach Crawley earlier on in the day to Wanda Mayeye, the one man that hasn't really contributed in terms of the runs after he was out 4th ball. But other than that quick spell of wickets for Hampshire, they've had a tough day in the field, the visitors, to try and break through this Kent resistance on what has been a pretty good pitch to bat on in sunny conditions as well here at Canterbury. Effectively a third day pitch due to the amount of time lost in the game due to the weather, and Kent at the moment looking good for a draw from this one. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website as Gubbins, the part-time leg spinner, tosses one up and Cox knocks it into the onside. 233 for 4, Kent trailing by 45. Next update in around about half an hour. Will we still be playing then? This one left alone outside the off-stump. Hampshire at the moment not giving it up. But the fact that we're seeing the likes of Weatherly and Gubbins come into the attack, suggesting that maybe the belief just starting to fade away that it might happen for them. Drink coming on for Jack Leaning, for Jordan Cox.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that Hampshire have to consider, of course, is the workload on some of the bowlers. And the fact that because of Kyle Abbott, who's only bowled 2 overs today, has been off the field since very early in the first session. It was only bowling for a very short burst. It means that Abbas has bowled 28 overs in this innings, 24 for Keith Barker. They have to think about the game coming up in 3 or 4 days' time, the home game against Northants, because that is very much the way Northants are playing, a very winnable game. And whereas this one, it's slipping away, not through the want of trying. It's just a very benign pitch. Last year Hampshire managed it, but it's maybe just a little too much this time around. Barker's going to continue into his 25th over, first game back after a break for him, with 2 fractures in each hand, or 1 fracture in 2 hands, if you know what I mean. And it's a lot to ask of him. Straight back into the side, bowling lots of overs. They got away with it in the first innings, didn't have to bowl too many overs there, but this second innings will be a real energy sapper. Here he is round the wicket to Jack Leaning then on 51. Comes in and bowls Leaning. A length ball, plays that back up the pitch. I'm sure he'll get a couple of short balls here. That's the only time really that Leaning has looked sort of as if he might get out. He's played some nice pull shots and hook shots, but he's also been, I wouldn't say he's been in a lot of trouble, but he's tried to play a few and they've gone past him, and he's also got into a bit of a tangle with 1 short ball from Abbas, which ballooned up in the air and just past the outstretched hands of Liam Dawson. But other than that, anything length full, he's been more than a match for. Like there, that's quite full, and he works that up to mid-on. And there is no run. Just over 16 overs left in the game. We're not even into the last hour yet. That will happen in the last 15 overs to go. So we're a bit over time. But I must admit, I don't quite know the ruling, because with Kent behind, they can't really declare.
Yeah.
Unless, I guess, both sides agree that that even though you're behind and declare, Hampshire haven't technically won the game. But I'm not even sure if that really is the rule. Welcome to our extra listeners. I know you've been with us for a few minutes as we get into the final few overs of this game. That's 4 more runs for Jack Leaning, who's done a sterling effort for his side here. 55 not out. And that has come off a whopping 182 balls. He's kind of done a Ben Compton on Hampshire here, as Kent looking to bat out the day, starting 66 without loss, trailing by 212. It was all about keeping those 10 wickets intact as long as possible. They certainly did for the first hour and a quarter, but then 3 quick wickets this morning gave Hampshire real hope and really put Kent under pressure. But since then, the Kent batters have done a fantastic job, as that's outside the off stump, led by this man Jack Leaning. Jordan Cox, who's in there at the moment, 109 balls for his 21, but Sam Billings played his part. He was the only wicket to fall between lunch and tea. LBW to the man bowling now, Barker for 29. 56 runs they put on for the 4th wicket, and there's another half-century stand here between these two. It hasn't been particularly pretty to watch. It's a very benign pitch, not ideal for stroke play, but the Kent batters haven't really looked to play shots either. It's just been keeping the ball out, which they've done, of course, by and large, as that's pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. Hampshire's cause not helped by the fact that Kyle Abbott only bowled 2 overs this morning and has been off the pitch ever since. So, yeah, so a day for Kent by the looks of it, with just over 16 overs left in the game, still behind by 41.
Yeah, these two putting a stand of 50 plus on, and it took 204 balls for them to put 50 on between them. Shows how little intent there's been in terms of trying to score. Just bat time, face balls, chew them up.
Here's Barker, bowls, there's the short ball. So the only time that Leaning has ever looked in any sort of trouble was when he's been trying to pull and hook. He's played some pretty pulls and hooks, but amongst that, he's also played a few and missed. On another day, there would be an edge, and the one that ballooned off the glove would go to hand, but not today. It's not quite worked for Hampshire today.
No, it doesn't feel like they've particularly had much luck. None of the kind of 50-50 chances have really gone to hand or anything like that.
Here's the last the last 16 overs in the last hour, apologies. So there's the last 16 that's been signalled by the umpire. Yeah, it's, as I say, it's one of those days. Mohammed Abbas has been superb today. 28 overs, none for 36 with 13 maidens, and he's been very unlucky. He found a spot to Zach Crawley this morning. Crawley played and missed at several. Took a while to get going. You said it was one of the slowest half centuries you think you've seen Zach Crawley play.
127 balls it took him.
Yeah, and he just was starting to sort of open up, and then made a mistake to Liam Dawson. Just came down the wicket a couple of times, and the ball just went down the hill on him, and he was stumped. Tawanda Mieye went just a few balls later in the same over, driving at Dawson, and Fletcher Middleton close in on the offside. It hit him in his midriff and then just bounced up nicely to take a simple catch. A little bit of luck there. Mieye out for no score, and then Ben Compton, another big wicket, falling just 4 runs later. LBW to Barker for 54. Hampshire would have thought they were in there, but Billings and Leaning took them through to lunch.
And since Cox has joined Leaning, and he pushes this one into the offside, off Fuller for a single. And looks like they're safely negotiating Kent towards a draw in this game. Feels like Hampshire, even they, no longer believe that it's going to happen for them. Even though in the first innings they got through Wickets 5-2 all out in under 10 overs, so it can happen. Kent don't have the longest batting lineup. Inexperienced Joey Everson in at number 7. Stewart at 8 prefers to score runs than stick around. And you're into the bowlers as this one's away by Leaning into the onside for a single that goes past short leg. He moves now on to 56. Deficit slowly going down. Drops now to 39.
I think the players would have been very happy to get off in the game between Lancashire and Somerset. Somerset just batting on and on and on and on in their second innings. 398 for 5, massive lead there. Didn't give Lancashire a sniff.
Yeah, wicketkeeper George Bell bowled 10 overs for Lancashire. Bahanan strapped him on and did the job. Even Dane Villas bowled 11. Little pull around the corner from Jordan Cox, quite fine. There's a fielder down there who should cut this off. He's the sub fielder as well, Toby Albert. So enthusiasm shown from him to haul it in. Looks like Ian Holland's doing a bit of warming up at deep square leg. Cox moves to 24 from 111 balls. 2-4-1 for 4. So yeah, descending into somewhat of a farce. Almost like Somerset were just waiting for Casey Aldridge to go through to 3 figures, which he did manage to do so, and then James Rue getting 100 in both innings.
Lancashire still without a win.
Amazing, really. As that one is outside the off stump, left alone. So have they drawn all 5 games they've had so far this season then? Yeah, just having a look at the table now. 4 out of the 5 for Somerset they've drawn, then lost 1. And then Lancashire, yeah, 5 out of 5, all draws so far this season. Both of those teams yet to win a game. Northants and Kent currently still below them in the table. each with 1 win, but just the 1 draw. Kent looking to try and go off the bottom of the table if they can avoid defeat here. Tapping his bat, Jordan Cox, and waiting for Fuller from the pavilion end. Short ball. Again, just trying to play a almost gentle ball stroke, but ends up gloving it down towards the wicketkeeper. Pleasant day for watching cricket, and certainly, although the home crowd haven't exactly been entertained today, they've almost seen the day of cricket that they'll have hoped to see. Certainly the Kent fans have. They wanted to see a bit of resilience and a bit of fight from their team, and that's exactly what they've had on show. To only lose the 4 wickets, Hampshire fans that have travelled will be on the disappointed side that their team, as this one's short and goes through to the keeper, haven't been able to make the breakthroughs they'd have liked on what is effectively a 3rd day pitch, because we only had 6 overs on day 2 due to the weather.
Yeah, so Kent will take something out of this. The fact that they didn't bat very well in the first innings, and they've had a few problems, haven't they, this season with the batting order. At least they'll be able to take something away tonight. Assuming, of course, they still save this game. There are 15 overs left in the day, but from what we've seen over the last few hours, there would have to be a dramatic turnaround in luck for Hampshire, and the pitch probably just suddenly taking on a different
all of a sudden just
quality, yeah,
falling apart.
But it's a very, very benign pitch out there.
Leicestershire and Sussex have shaken hands on a draw. Leicestershire 295 for 6 following on, so they have saved the game. Vian Mulder scoring a century, the South African all-rounder, to deny Sussex the opportunity. And they'll have believed at one point that it was on for a possible victory. Derbyshire v Gloucestershire in that division, almost certainly going to be a draw as well. As Holland bowls from the Nackington Road end, pushed away by leaning off the back foot, comes through for a single. Sunshine has just departed us, but has been present for much of the day here at Canterbury. I suspect it might be just that slightly bit cooler outside now.
Isn't it nice when sort of the end of games that commentators can just laze around and just enjoy?
Holland bowls, defended away by Cox. Are you talking about us or some of our colleagues?
Well, we're still working.
Oh yeah, quite.
We're still working for a living. Others have obviously given up. It's nice, isn't it? I must admit, it's fantastic what we've seen. This is effectively day 3 because we've lost so much time. But we're coming towards the end of the game. Isn't it nice when everybody else has finished and can just sit back?
Holland bowls left alone outside the off stump.
And you just know that they're enjoying the fact that we're still working. It's a lovely feeling, isn't it?
I mean, there's worse jobs.
There is. And it's nice to know that all the others around the country have worked hard over the days, just like we have.
Absolutely. Here comes Ian Holland, full delivery, defended away down the pitch. Most of them probably had more sleep than I did as well.
Yes. Do they all know, do all our fellow commentators know that you've been on paternity leave for 4 months?
I don't know. I'm sure a few of them do.
I didn't.
I mean, yeah, sort of wasn't shouting it from the rooftops necessarily, but here comes Holland, defended away into the covers. Put a few tweets out there about it.
Yeah. No, it's lovely, isn't it? Little boy, 4 months old. Must be fabulous. Nice being a dad.
Absolutely, yeah. Loved it. It's one of those where people say to you, "Oh, there's nothing quite like it," and I'm like, I was sort of beforehand a bit sceptical, like, really though? But no, it actually is. It's great. Here comes Holland. In and bowls. Left alone outside the off stump. Brown with the take. End of the over. 2-4, 2 for 4. Yeah, I'll have to try and get him down to the ground at some point this season.
Yeah. Is he a future commentator, do you think?
Well, I mean, the other day woke up around about 6:30 in the morning, and I was still a bit out of it at this point. And he sort of had a monologue to himself for about an hour before going back down for another nap. So, I mean, talk's enough. Maybe. You never know.
Could be. The minute he shouts out, "How's that?" is when you want to start to get serious.
Yeah, early weeks of this, well, early weeks of his life, he was sort of flailing the arms around a little bit, and I'm threatening to, well, hoping that he might bowl a bit of left arm spin. Yeah,
Left arm spin.
I think, you know,
Yeah.
that would be a useful addition to have, wouldn't it, to every cricket team? Decent left arm spinner.
Somebody that turns it.
Well, yeah, you know.
That'd be better. Is it me? I can't remember. We're obviously transgressing a little bit. There's the short ball to Leaning, and he's just helped that away on the leg side. It's just about trickled down to fine leg. What's that come off? It's come off
Under
the bottom
edge?
of the bat. Yeah, the bottom of the bat.
Did you see James Vince threatening to warm up then?
Oh gosh, he is. Oh yeah. Now I'll tell you what, it's been a long time since he bowled. Yeah, the reason we're sort of chatting around the subject is because this game really is meandering towards a draw, and it's been a good effort from Kent today, even on a good batting pitch. Always difficult on the last day to hold 10 wickets, and they've only lost 4 of them. As that's turned away. Oh, Middleton at short leg diving theatrically, which suggested that maybe he had half a chance. He's got great reflexes, hence he caught Mayeye very close in at silly mid-off before lunch. But
sensational catch.
I'm not sure anybody's got those sort of reflexes. But it was in the air. Total moves on to 244 for 4 Kent in their second innings. They're still behind by 34, but we're into the last 14 overs here. Fuller, and I mentioned earlier that Abbott only be able to bowl 2 overs this morning. It looks very much, and I haven't got official confirmation, but I think just the fact that he left the field last week, he had a knee operation during the winter, and I know there was a little bit of discomfort last week. They just pulled him out of the last day just to help him along a bit, and it would seem that the fact that he's not been on the field for so long, that maybe he's still having a bit of discomfort in the knee. That'll be a bit of a concern for Hampshire, as that's turned away on the onside, although Leaning's wrapped on the pad. Fuller's come round the wicket here, bowling from the pavilion end. So a little bit of a concern there for Hampshire. Certainly the fact that he hasn't been able to bowl today hasn't helped their cause. And there's been a lot of overs for Abbas, Barker and now Fuller here to get through. Fuller's still wicketless.
You're talking about Wheel being injured as well, so if
Wheel's
Babbitt wasn't available next week, who do they replace him with?
Here's Fuller again off the back foot. That's neatly played by Jack Leaning out into the covers. That'll be 4 runs. Well, Jack Leaning hasn't really been able to go through his full array of shots here because of the situation, but when he plays shots like that off the back foot, beautiful to watch. We haven't seen as I say, we haven't seen too much of that today. It has been a hard watch in lots of ways, but for a lot of the home fans here, they won't mind that. They just wanted to see their side show some fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And 190 deliveries. Leaning has been out there for 120 for Cox for his 25, but Leaning 62 not out. Just what the doctor ordered from him.
Yeah. Fuller again racing in short, and Leaning just helps that down to third. That'll be 4 more. It really does feel like the end of the show, to coin another phrase. 250 up for Kent, having started the day at 66 without loss. Leaning moves on to 66. We're in the 109th over of this second innings. The first innings lasted 30 odd overs.
Do you think it'll be a case of Kent get the 26 runs that they need to bring scores level, and then maybe think about a handshake?
Yeah, well, they can. Yeah, I guess being in front is a lot more clear cut, isn't it? Just a length ball which didn't really get up at all, and Leaning quite easily pushing that out on the onside. So, where's the bad light when you need it?
Floodlights are not even in use.
We've had bad light for a large part of this game, and just when you really need it, it's nowhere to be seen.
Down the good visibility.
To coin a phrase, or pun, was a pun. Bad light, nowhere to be seen.
Literally. Ian Holland handing his jumper to the umpire on the far end. 5 overs for him, none for 3. Albeit if Hampshire were a seamer down next week, Holland could find himself doing a bit more bowling. James Vince is still threatening to come and have a bowl here. He's continuing to loosen up. Might be a situation where he doesn't want his frontline seamers to expend any more energy, risk any injury to them. As this one's left alone by Jordan Cox. Outside the off stump. Shouldering arms, Jordan. To that delivery, the Kent keeper. Reeve Billings handing him the gloves in this match.
I would almost hand Kent 26 runs as quickly as possible now.
There's an argument for it, isn't there? Here comes Holland. Ball, a short ball which Cox defends, or back of length ball really. Pushed away into the offside.
So who's next in? Joey Everson. I mean, he
Yeah.
can bat, can't he?
Grant Stewart next after that.
It's just Agar and Hogan, I suppose, that if they walk to the wicket, you would say, oh yeah, we could be getting this over quickly, but there's still a bit of batting to come, isn't there?
Yeah, like we're saying, if Hampshire don't believe they're going to get the wickets, then you don't really want to risk any further injuries. Bowlers that have put a good shift in. This one's defended away by Jordan Cox.
Yeah, it's been hard going in the field today because we've had pretty much sun all day today.
Yeah, between yesterday and today, got through a lot of overs in the match, making up for some that were lost on day 2. James Vince still wheeling those arms around, stretching off the triceps. So he might be coming on in a moment. Holland past the umpire. Jordan Cox maintaining his concentration to get in behind and play the defensive stroke. Time ticking away in this game as we look now to be heading towards an inevitable draw. But credit has to go to Kent for making that the case.
Yeah, definitely.
Hampshire have battled hard, giving it everything. Holland bowls left alone outside the off stump by Jordan Cox.
Is there another game still going on? There is, isn't it? Is Derbyshire-Gloucestershire still going
I believe so, yeah.
on? Gosh, that must be boring.
Derbyshire have got a 7-run lead now with 6 wickets remaining, so same kind of scenario
It is,
almost.
isn't it? Yeah. Wonder what those commentators sound like. I bet they're not as interested as us.
What, Dave Fletcher and Ed Seaborn, presumably. As this one's left alone outside the off stump from Cox. To be fair, they had to watch a lot of rain in the early stages of that match, didn't they? I think there was big puddles on the outfield and took them a while to get going. James Vince is definitely coming to have a bowl here now. He's just handed his jumper to the umpire. He's had a little kick out the front line. He's marking out his run up in teeny tiny steps. He's not even going to bowl medium pace here. He's just going to come off a few steps now. He's actually extending up the run out now.
If I think I can probably work out the last time he bowled for Hampshire. It might take me a minute. I'll come back.
Yeah, go for it. Should have an update for BBC Radio Kent in a couple of minutes' time. Local fans will be pleased with the way proceedings have gone today, even if it hasn't been the most scintillating day's cricket. One for the purist, as they say. The anti-Bazball.
Right, last year, James Vince.
Any bowling?
No, he didn't bowl a ball. I'll just check he didn't bowl any ball in the white ball cricket. I don't think he did. I tell a lie.
Oh, here he is, having another bowl as well. Defended away by Jack Leaney.
No, sorry, he didn't.
Ah.
No, sorry, I got everybody excited there. So he didn't bowl a ball in anger last year.
He's bowled one today, which Jack Leaning has inevitably defended. 193 balls. He's been at the crease today for 66 runs, which actually is quite quick when you look at Cox's 25 off 126. James Vince. Little effort ball down the leg side for Ben Brown to gather. Very much medium pace, seam up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten what he bowled actually, it's been so long.
Encouraging from a Hampshire point of view that he seems to be moving better perhaps than when he got out.
Yes, apparently it was a little knock on the knee.
Oh, okay.
We thought it was hamstring, didn't we?
Yeah, we thought there was a muscle niggle. He's attempted a bouncer here. He's again gone down the leg side.
Right, the last time he bowled,
Yeah.
James Vince was back in 2021, and he bowled 6 overs, 1 for 55 against Yorkshire at the Aegeus back in the September.
1 for 55.
Yeah, that's probably why there's the last time he bowled. He's racing in.
He's
actually.
Yeah, he's not holding back.
No.
This one left alone outside the off stump. Here comes an update for radio listeners for BBC Radio Kent. Well, it feels like we're on the cusp of this game being called as a draw because Kent have managed to bat for 110 overs in this second innings for 252 for 4. Not necessarily the quickest run rate, and they're still 26 runs behind Hampshire, but they have done their job this afternoon with just the wicket of Billings to fall since lunch. Jack Leaning, 196 balls he's faced for his 66 runs. Jordan Cox has faced has got 25 runs, having faced 126 balls. So they have batted out this game, and it will be surely a draw very shortly. We can still have up to 11 overs in the day's play, but it looks as if this game is going one way. Hampshire just perhaps running out of steam a little bit. They've had a couple of injuries. Kyle Abbott hasn't been on the field all day either. It's been a good day for batting. It's been a sunny day here at Canterbury, effectively a day 3 pitch with the rain we lost on the second day, which has really meant the pitch is in pretty good nick still, pretty slow and low and decent for batting. So Kent have managed to do their job today, and looks likely that a draw in this match would take them off the bottom of the County Championship Division 1 table. Commentary for the moment and until the close of the game continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website. 253 for 4, the Kent score.
Looks like Ian Holland's going to continue, or is he? Or is it Ian Holland? Or Joe Weather? Oh, Ian Holland's going to continue at the far end. Yeah, 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 3.
Who hasn't had a bowl yet for Hampshire? Has anyone not had a bowl?
Gubbins has. Mo's off the field, as is Abbott. So there's only 9. Oh, no, Ben Brown. A bit of Ben Brown.
Strap him off, Ben.
Yeah, get him on.
Join the party. Speaking of, I'm going to let Alice Davison-Richards join the party and leave him with Kevin James.
Yeah. You do know she's got a long trip to the Lake District tonight. Ben's determined to keep you here, Alice. He's going to meet up with the England women up there. It's pushed back to Holland by Jack Leaning. Coming up to 200 balls faced for the former Yorkshire man. And we have just under 11 overs left in the game. Welcome back, ADR.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Am I allowed to say ADR? It's a bit familiar.
Yeah, of course you can.
Oh, that's very kind. Because I know when I commentated on your game against the Vipers the other day, there was ADR outside the off stump, left alone. RMG.
Yeah.
You know who? Obviously, you know who I mean. It's one of your teammates.
Rhiannon McDonald Gay.
And I was waiting, but you were on the same side, so it couldn't help. It wouldn't have worked. But I wanted something like. It may happen one day where. Let's do it this way round because you're next to me. RMG, LBW, ADR, blah blah blah.
Yeah, no, and then Or we need somebody else that's also got a double-barreled name.
That's pushed out on the offside, Nova.
And then it could be RMG, Court, something, 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 bold, ADR.
Yeah.
No,
That'd be good,
I think
wouldn't
that would work.
I look forward to that day.
I think we'll have a few more double-barreled friends soon. Ben's obviously joined the club.
Is your child a double barrel? Oh. He's mouthing something whilst eating.
His initials are now BMW.
Oh, really?
And I won't comment.
Other makes available, as that's bounced a bit outside the off stump to Jack Leaning, as Ben Brown takes that well.
Yeah, it's a weird one because I don't ever know when you're introducing yourself to someone. I'm like, in cricket, nobody actually uses my first name, really.
Really?
Unless I'm like, I don't know. Unless I'm like, see them all the time, they might call me Al or Alice or something. But
right.
Nobody really calls me.
Alice.
They just call me ADR or Casper.
So yeah, we see. I didn't want to be that familiar initially when you walked in this morning.
That's fine. But yeah, so like I don't know how to introduce myself sometimes because so say we got a new coach in. Do I say hi, I'm Alice? Or do I just say hi, I'm ADR because that's all that you'll ever call me? Or is it polite to say hi, I'm Alice?
Sure.
But actually just call me ADR. But yeah,
Right.
no.
Okay.
I don't mind. I usually answer to most things.
253 for 4. Kent in their second innings. They are still behind by 25.
Yeah, you were correct in your prediction today. I've definitely lost my metaphorical 10p.
It's put out on the offside. Well, I mean, as I say, this game going into the last day was very similar to the game between these two sides last year, and similar wicket, similar conditions. Hampshire did manage to get all 10 Kent second innings wickets in the end just after tea, but for long periods in the day it just didn't look like it was going to happen, and actually in the end they did it with a bit to spare because there was a few quick wickets after tea, and taken by the man who hasn't really been able to take the field today, Kyle Abbott. So you know that hasn't helped Hampshire's cause, but I'm not taking anything away from the batters. They've been awesome today, really, in the way that they've been so disciplined.
Yeah, it hasn't been like enthralling fours,
No.
sixes and all that sort of stuff, but in the context of the game, being able to actually bat out a whole day for a draw in the context of the game where they're bowled out for 95 as Vince is in. Edge down to third man for 4 for Jordan Cox there, bringing his total up to 29. Now bringing the deficit to 21. Yeah, so in the context of the game, the feat of batting a whole day out, which I'm not sure many people potentially would have thought it, especially with the Hampshire bowling attack they've had. But as you said, without Abbott, who was the point of difference last time, Kent batted very well today. Stuck to the task.
I have.
Vince is getting ready to trundle up the hill again. Jordan Cox facing. Just a little prod outside off, going absolutely nowhere for no run.
It's nice to see James Vince bowl again. I think that's another plus that's come out of today.
Him bowling.
Yeah, well, we've all said, you know, that he doesn't bowl enough, but you know, you kind of get it because you know there's a lot going on for him.
It hurts also to bowl.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I had a warm-up game where I only batted, and I was like, what is this? I feel absolutely fine. It's James Vince, the all-rounder, coming up the hill, straying onto the pads. Jordan Cox knocking it into leg side for 1 run.
I suppose as this game gets towards an inevitable draw, I'm sort of thinking, I'd love to know your thoughts, because obviously it's a big summer for England women ahead of the Ashes, and I saw an article, Izzy Wong, saying, well, let's see how good the Aussies are this time around. Is that very much a thought throughout the squad? Do you sort of you know, sign up to that?
Yeah, definitely. It's Vince bowls again, just forward defence from Jack Leaning there. I think, obviously, England got knocked out by South Africa in the World Cup in South Africa in the 2020 World Cup. But I firmly believe that if England made it to the final and they were going to play Australia, I honestly believed, which I haven't necessarily thought before, honestly believed that England could have beat them / would have won. Another forward defence from Jack Leaning there. Another dot. I'm probably less brash about it than Izzy Wong, but I definitely think there's a sense within the team that is very much achievable, beating Australia, which in the past not necessarily, lovely little off cutter there from James Vince. Cut into the offside for just the one run. Bit of a trundle between the batters, potentially could have pushed for 2, but who am I to comment at this stage? And they've shaken hands.
Have they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that last. It's been on the cards, even though they're behind by 19.
At last.
At last. Well, it has felt like that for quite a while because you just couldn't see a way through for Hampshire. And quite rightly, Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox getting applause from this crowd. They fought hard, as did Sam Billings earlier in the day. And Ben Compton, Zach Crawley last night and in the first hour and 15 minutes this morning, helping Kent to achieve what they set out to achieve in their second innings. Bat long for straight Hampshire, and they've done exactly that. And yeah, Hampshire were able to do it last year, can't do it this year. And this pitch, I'm afraid, at times, well, most of the time when you're here, it's just so difficult. If batters don't want to get out, which was actually why it was a surprise in the first innings with Kent skittled out so quickly, but it was slightly different conditions with the overhead cloud very low. Even so, that's a fantastic effort. And yeah, so I was going to say, but and what about, just very quickly, you know, you personally, because you went to the West Indies before Christmas in the T20s, did quite well, didn't you, with the ball? I think you got 3 for 5 in one go.
Yeah,
so are you expecting, because obviously it's a multi-format series, so would you say Alice Davis and Richards, T20s, and well, you played the last test in Taunton, and one days, what were you most likely to play out of those formats, or are you expecting to sort of pretty much push in for all 3?
I'd like to be pushing for all 3, obviously, as the Kent and Hampshire players trundle off to round of applause and firm handshakes all around. Yeah, I'd like to be pushing on all 3. Worked quite hard on the feedback that they gave me with regards to the 2020 and not getting selected for the 2020 World Cup. So, yeah, all you can do is try and put your name out there and put in the performances that get you in the sort of squads to be helping England win the Ashes on all 3 fronts. I think that's all you can do.
That's for sure. Listen,
if
good
it
luck.
works out, doesn't.
Yeah.
If it does, brilliant.
Listen, good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
Because I don't think I'll see you before then. So, yeah, brilliant. And thanks for today. It's always fun when you're around here. I think it's the second day we've worked together. It's been good fun.
Yeah, one time worked out for Kent, one time worked out for Hampshire. What's going to happen next time?
Fantastic. Alice Davis and Richards, thank you very much. Thank you also to Ben Watts as well at BBC Kent. I've been Kevin James. Hope you've enjoyed the commentary, such as we've had over the 4 days. Of course, we lost just about a day or so of this game, but a full day today, and Kent drawing this game, and Hampshire will feel a little bit disappointed that they couldn't force their advantage at home. Thanks for listening, and we'll be with you the next time both these sides play.